No time to talk.
Test. Hello everyone, Drakoviche here, and today we're going to be playing Elder Scrolls Part 8. But I wanted to do something a little bit different today, because today's stream is going to be a little bit boring, because I need to level up my skills, and leveling up your skills is kind of boring. But I wanted to hang out with you guys and do the stream at the same time, so we're going to do something different today. I love politics. Maybe you guys don't, but I hope you do, because we're going to be watching a debate and commenting on it. All right. I'm going to do my best to comment on it. This is my first debate comment, so bear with me. This one's actually live right now, but we're like
How goes it?
minutes behind.
About a
Okay, this is Tim Pool and versus Adam Canover. Hope I said that right. Debate. Now I should start in a second.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the Culture War. We got a special episode today. It's not necessarily about a core issue. It's
So what I'm going to do,
Adam Conover.
Hey, thanks for having me. Nice to be here.
Absolutely.
start summoning these guys
I'm a comedian. I've made a couple television shows in the past.
and attack them.
I'm a stand-up comic. I'm going to be in Charleston, South Carolina this weekend, and you guys invited me to swing by.
I've never heard of this guy, but he has a podcast apparently.
You had the
I know who Tim is.
Adam ruins everything.
It first came out in 2015, I think.
That's
and
one level for Blade.
2019. We did like 4 or 5 cycles of it.
My mom loved your show,
Oh,
and I think she watched regularly. I watched a handful. Didn't count some of them.
that's fine.
But you did have one really good one on gun control. That I thought was good.
barely
Because
hurts me now.
pointed out Reagan was the start of gun control, and you had probably one of the most, I think, honest portrayals.
Let's go to an inn
Black Panther
so we can
and,
upgrade
like,
our
a
stuff
white
too,
rural
or level up. I mean,
that guy, both being like, yes, guns.
Yeah.
Because we often see this depiction where it's like racists are mad, like they lump all 2A people in with like all white supremacists or whatever.
Yeah.
And they try and act like conservatives are mad that black people have guns, and it's like the 2A guys are not racist. It's a totally different ideology.
Oh, yeah,
so I'm Canadian. It's a little different over here.
You know, those people tend not to defend like black people who are you know, the Philandos Castile case, right, was one of the ones that we talked about. But that's, you know, comes.
That actually was a really interesting case.
I'm not sure what
A
this
lot of
debate
people
is
are
actually
right.
over yet.
People don't know. This is what was the guy got pulled over. I think he was smoking weed. He had a gun. He
Here
didn't
we
draw it
go.
or anything, but the cop just shot and killed him.
He's I believe what happened. This was so many years ago, and I've done so many things that like my memory for stuff like this isn't as good as it used to be. But I believe he said, like, officer, I have a firearm, and you know, which is what you're supposed to do. And the officer shot him, I think, at that point.
Yeah, like he didn't draw it or anything.
Yeah.
It was interesting to see the rift
He
between.
like had it stored in the car
It's
properly.
lodged right here.
And then a lot of conservatives were like, yeah, well, you shouldn't have been smoking weed. And I'm like, whoa. Like,
Wow.
yes, but you don't die because you're armed. You have a right to keep and bear arms. So that
Listen, I'm going to say something right now. I don't know what people have against smoking weed and stuff, but I can tell you right now, weed is actually helps a lot of people, and I'm sure it helps a lot more people than it hurts. And there's people out there that have schizophrenia, mental problems, and all that stuff, and they should not be smoking weed. I wholeheartedly agree with you on that part. But I'm saying there's other people who are like have PTSD and anxiety and all kinds of stuff, and believe it or not, THC and CBD help with anxiety and stuff. And THC can worsen it, CBD can make it better. I'm not a doctor. Do your own research. I'm not advocating for drugs, but I will say that medically it can be pretty good. So I consider myself kind of conservative, more of an independent, because I don't agree with everything conservatives think. Like, and this is one of the big ones for me.
That was an interesting contrast. But anyway, that was you got a lot of praise from that from the pro 2A people, because they were like, hey, this guy's he's being honest. It's like there are pro 2A people. They're not all going to be racist, white supremacists, or whatever. But anyway, I digress. What I'm curious. Well, I guess I can ask you something simple first. Like, what are you currently working on?
Currently, everything I'm doing is like podcast, YouTube, right? The like mainstream entertainment industry kind of stopped making the kind of comedy I make, and so I've YouTube has like replaced television for so many people. It's the #1 streaming app on televisions. Their top format is television sets, and so that's where I've moved all my shit. And so yeah, I do kind of similar stuff to what I used to do on cable, doing it on YouTube on a weekly basis. And I'm a touring comic.
Right
He had
on.
a couple TV shows. That's all I
Let's
know.
jump into the current state of affairs. We've got a second Trump administration, non-consecutive. What's your take on what is currently happening politically and culturally?
Damn. Yeah, I mean, you're going to disagree. Your audience is going to disagree. That's
the point, right?
It's hard. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm looking
It's not the
forward
right way to my
People
bed.
Destroys woke comedian. It's fine. You can start the clip at this point if you're doing your
Start the clip.
videos, you know. Yeah, I mean, it looks like a pretty clear fascist authoritarian takeover of the U.S. government. You know,
Holy
we
fuck.
got people being thrown into unmarked vans. We got like the destruction of the civil service, which is like a pretty standard.
Okay, there are people being thrown on unmarked vans, but that's because there's like, child trafficking. There's like more gangs around, there's more people in general, like just more people, like, there's gonna be more of this shit going down. But what he's talking about is the ICE agents coming and picking up the immigrants. And I guess that's probably true too. But these people are illegal. They're criminals. They need to be I don't want to say dealt with, but they need to be put through the system to see if they're a danger to society or not, or if they need to leave or not. You know what I mean? Like this is the only way you can do it, especially when you have a bunch of very dangerous people who are I'm going to call them enablers, but a lot of people would call them useful idiots. But people that are enabling the criminals to do their actions, right? And that's the reason why these criminals exist in the first place, is because they prey on people who are weaker, and not even weaker sometimes, just kinder than them, So, and that's a lot of people. There's a lot of nice people out there. Maybe this guy's a nice person. Oh, you can't see my mouse, can you? Maybe this guy's a nice person, but
authoritarian tactic, like early on in a administration of that type, yeah, it's like sort of remains to be seen how far they'll get, and if they'll actually be able to transform in America in the ways that they're trying to. But yeah, it's pretty. My side of America, things are.
And I just want to say that I'm kind of I'm Canadian, so I'm kind of mad at Trump right now just because of the election and stuff. And I'm also mad at the people who voted the way they voted, obviously. But, people were using Trump as a point to fearmonger off of. You know what I'm saying? And he didn't help. That's all I'm saying. Let's go strength this time. So, but I don't think that Trump has not seen any sense of the word.
People are a little on edge. It's a little frightening to folks.
Yeah, my take on that would be largely because corporate press is lying to them, largely. And
What
so-
corporate press? There's no corporate press left, hardly.
Well, I would say their viewership is rapidly diminished.
Yeah.
But still, when you look at, there was a Real Clear Politics aggregate polling found that they didn't do it necessarily by demographic. They did it by decade age bracket. So it was like 20 to 29 or whatever. Every age group except for 70 plus was pro-Trump. Was a few points above.
Basically what happened in Canada too.
Real Clear Politics did a average, and they said that every age group in
Except for
America,
70 plus.
Every age group except for 70 plus is pro-Trump.
Yeah, let me see if I can try and find it.
And this is contrasting to like all the approval rating stats I've seen have him at like 47% and dropping. Or
Oh, this is so nice in the game.
It's largely based on the older crowd.
just old. That seems like the opposite.
I need to get a
of,
better cam like that.
Every
Looks so nice.
that I've seen in the past, but I don't like follow those really closely.
Yeah, I don't know how to find this image because it was a few weeks ago. But let me see if I can try and pull it up and talk at the same time, which I probably can. But
Oh, I should put the.
I don't actually. Do you want to see if you can try and find it while we talk? Otherwise, I'm going to be sitting here typing
No problem.
out of my mind. Yeah. So what I would say is,
Hold on, guys. Let me put the.
the obvious story. We
This is my first time doing this, so I'm sorry. I got to
Yeah.
And so, the take that I've typically
put the
seen
link to this
from,
in
liberals is
the description.
Actually, I'll use a specific example. The David Pakman subreddit. Pakman, of course, has millions of followers. He gets 100 million views per month, and his audience on Reddit was saying, "This is just a family man who is trying to escape harsh conditions in Central America, who has been effectively disappeared by the Trump administration." Which is a gross mischaracterization of what happened. If we were to say that
you
a
can see
judge
this
granted
game.
Abrego Garcia withholding of deportation due to Barrios 18 in Guatemala and threats against
My
his life
bad.
in El Salvador, then
I guess in my
the
first
question
time
in the
doing this.
process is he needed to get a hearing as pertaining to that withholding of deportation, but he did already have two hearings in which he was determined to be an MS-13 gang member. He was pulled over and law enforcement believed him to be human trafficking. He has 2 filings from his wife for beating her. She was fined orders of protection. And so it's fine if, in my view, the liberal
gotta be
side of
careful.
things, or the, podcasters like Pakman and Brian Tyler Cohen and others are going to say, hey, he was supposed to get a hearing. Agreed. But it is a gross mischaracterization. So when you mention that, people on the left are on edge, I'm like, yeah, well, they think that a guy who lives in Maryland who was working like a regular union job or whatever just disappeared one day, as opposed to a guy who had gone through several hearings, was arrested with MS-13, had symbols on his hand that law enforcement believe were MS-13 gang tattoos. And so the real question is, what was the error in that deportation? On the right, it's legally called harmless error, in that he didn't get a hearing as to the withholding of deportation. However, he wouldn't have got it approved anyway. So the answer now is a formality. It's paperwork. It's a Zoom call, and then it's done. With people on the left, the liberal side of things, they think that this is a working class family guy who's vanished one night, an American citizen. And I think it was actually Hassan.
People don't think he's an American citizen. I mean, they're up to speed on like.
Hassan Piker thought he
Yeah,
was.
this is Tim Cass in our IRL we're watching, by the way, guys.
We're talking, and I know it's not you, but this is like the 7th biggest live streamer in the country. Almost every single day, Hassan gets 50K, and he actually said on his stream in response to the comments I made at the White House, "What do you mean he's not from Maryland? Are you saying he's from DC? He's from Maryland."
Work for some folks.
No,
Guys, this guy is obviously a gang member.
Take
Like,
care.
he's made his living on pretending to be a normal person. Okay, he's gonna pretend to be a normal person, and oh, do I need to sleep again?
Good afternoon.
But yeah, he's definitely a gang member, and it's been shown in court. He's got the gang tattoos. He's got the record. You know what I mean? In El Salvador, they know he is too, right? So I don't even think that should even be a question at this point, since it's already pretty much been established. In like I've seen like the court records and stuff even say that he was a gang member, right? So I don't know.
he's from El Salvador. He only lived in Maryland for a few years.
Okay, I mean, that guy talks for 8 hours a day. Like you can parse any particular
Sure, for sure.
statement, but like, I mean, that to me, everything that you said. First of all, half of it sounds unrelated. Like he's had past interaction with law enforcement, like domestic violence and stuff like that. To me, that's like neither here nor there. It's like character stuff. I don't really give a shit about like the character of the guy, and I didn't think that was a big part of the story. It was like the fact that he did not, receive due process before being, rendered to a prison, like this bizarre prison in El Salvador. Like that's the.
So I'm pretty sure I already know what Tim's gonna say, but if he says that, like, I kind of agree with, like, Tim changed my mind on this topic, so that's why I think I know what he's gonna say. But I should let him say it first, though. Hold on.
That's the strange part.
That's El Salvador's government with an El Salvadoran citizen. That's not our purview.
I mean, he's like sent directly to this.
Okay, he's not going to go right into it, but basically, the due process is to determine he's an illegal citizen and then deport him. So technically, he did get the process he was due. You know what I mean? You don't need to go to court to determine if you're an illegal citizen or not. But I can see, like, I was also confused at first. I thought due process meant going to court, and but that's for citizens, and it's also for people who that's for certain circumstances, like if it's a criminal hearing, right? But if you're an illegal and you're in the country, you're currently committing the crime, right? So it's a little bit different, the way that you have to think about it. Let's see what they got to say.
Like gigantic, complex. It's in a like highly public way, in a way where like the administration, is making a show of their refusal to, follow the law. It's bizarre to witness, and the sort of narrow legalistic. Oh, he had a hearing. He was da 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 da. It's irrelevant to like the purposeful spectacle of the Trump administration, sending this guy who they admit they should not have done this, but they're like, we don't give a shit. We're doing it just because we hate guys like this, and we want like even people who are in the country legally to, be afraid and to self-deport. Like it seems like the only justification is purposeful cruelty for doing it.
I don't think they call on any legal immigrants to self-deport. They're calling on illegal immigrants to self-deport, offering them $1,000 if they do.
The guy had.
I'm not gonna be doing this all day though.
Withholding of deportation is a legal status. Withholding of deportation means he was ordered to leave the country, but the U.S. was barred from sending him to El Salvador, specifically because Barrios 18 in Guatemala had threatened his family. So the question
That makes sense.
As to due process was, this is why.
So I should mention that they cleaned up El Salvador. That's why he's probably allowed to be returned.
I think the actual legal standard is called harmless error. If he actually got either USCIS interview as to the withholding of deportation, it would have been voided because El Salvador no longer has the crime rate that it did 12 years ago or 10 years ago. The issue is, are you still at threat from Barrios 18? The answer is no. And so then your withholding of deportation is void. We can deport you. The issue is that for deportation of someone like Rego Garcia, he has a home country, El Salvador. He has a withholding to that, to El Salvador, withholding of deportation because of a gang in another country neighboring El Salvador. We can't deport him to Venezuela. We can't deport him to Mexico. That requires treaties. The U.S. doesn't have those, though we do have a treaty with Venezuela, with El Salvador as it pertains to Tren de Aragua. So what ends up happening is he had 2 orders of deportation. He conceded in 2019 through his lawyer that yes, he was here illegally. Yes, he had been found to be here, to be removable under the law, and he requested 3.
Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it.
There was asylum, and then there was. I forgot the third one is it's you can't deport him because of fear of torture. It's like a UN thing, and they denied 2 of them. Asylum was denied because he didn't apply for it in a timely manner. Deportation to El Salvador was granted because of Barrios 18 in Guatemala, and then the last one was denied because there's no torture provision. The remedy right now would be a Zoom hearing where he gets on a computer, talks to these are executive judges, by the way, and they would just say, withholding denied. Welcome to El Salvador. You're an El Salvador citizen. I think the real issue is, yes, it was an administrative error. Shouldn't have happened. But the remedy is a 10-minute Zoom call.
Okay, Tim makes an excellent point here. I don't know how he's going to come back on this one. The only thing you could say was he would have to be brought back to the place where he was detained, probably, in court. There might be some jurisdiction issues.
If we did that, nothing would change. If he was brought back to the United States, he'd immediately be turned around and sent back because his withholding would be void. So
I guess a Zoom call could be from that place, though.
I mean, the man was. Did a judge not order the Trump administration not to remove the guy?
I think It was under the first Trump administration. He was granted the withholding. He wasn't supposed to be removed. He got caught up in the sweep, essentially. But again, if the due process due to this man would be a hearing under withholding of deportation.
So is he receiving this due process?
No, I agree they should do it. I actually asked the secretary why not just send the U.S. CIS guy down.
So why don't you think they're doing it?
I think there's two potentialities. Trump, actually it's probably more than two, but Trump doesn't want to look weak. He doesn't want to look like he's going to be pushed around by the judiciary. But I do agree with you.
Otherwise known as following the law.
No, not necessarily. I mean, the universal...
In this case?
No, actually, universal injunctions are unconstitutional. So there's a concern that precedent will be set by Trump adhering to universal injunctions pertaining to the Alien Enemies Act or mass deportation. He's not going to allow that to happen. So he doesn't want to set a precedent in the future. Universal injunctions don't exist anywhere in the Constitution, and we've seen some 40% of all injunctions ever issued in this way against Trump in his administration.
Yeah, this scam's pretty good.
I believe he has more universal injunctions in the first 4 months than all other presidents ever got individually. And that is unconstitutional. These judges are issuing these mandates which plainly violate their constitutional authority. So the check on that is plainly Trump says, no, I'm not going to adhere to something you can't do.
Right. So this is, again, this is authoritarianism, right? It's like we're...
How is that authoritarian?
There's
well, I agree the judges are acting in authoritarian.
Yeah, I mean, it's like he as an executive is trying to destroy the power of the other.
The one judge that caused all this to happen is kind of having a power trip, but I wouldn't describe what's happening as authoritarianism.
Branches of government by ignoring their authority, by mounting like aggressive legalistic defenses like the ones that you're making in order to expand the power of the presidency and be able to act with impunity.
Judges
wonder why he's sending them. Sure. I mean, look, I'm not a legal scholar. Generally, I would have said that presidents, I think, tend to follow judicial orders more than Trump tends to, right?
Let me ask you a question. If a judge ordered you to shoot a man in the head, would that be illegal? I'm using an extreme example on purpose. It's obviously no. A judge can't order you to kill somebody. That's crazy. But we're not talking about a judge ordering Trump to kill anybody. We're talking about judges in, I think we're up to like 87 instances, issuing universal mandates across the entire nation based on lawsuits of single individuals. So, for example, a recent one was the transgender military ban. Donald Trump issued an executive order saying, DSM-5 mental disorder, you are now going to be inadmissible from the armed forces and will be severed unless you are not showing symptoms. A judge ruled, from this point forward, the military under Trump must admit all individuals regardless of any mental disorder. The judges only have the authority over the people in their courtroom unless it's a class action lawsuit. Universal injunctions are not constitutional.
Like Brown versus Board of Ed. When a person brings a lawsuit to the government.
Country, right?
I'm not sure about the legalities on this one.
A person brings a lawsuit to the government about to a judge or the Supreme Court about a law being unconstitutional, and the ruling should only affect that case. It shouldn't affect
it literally affects
law.
The law. It affects the law. So in the issue of lower courts and this universal injunction, lower courts have the authority over the singular individuals in their courtroom unless it's a class action. So they could have made it a class action. They could have sent out the letters, they could have gotten the signatures and said, we need X amount of transgender military servicemen and women because we want this to apply to all. Instead, what happened was, and I'll argue this is where it encroaches into...
This one should be an easy one too in my eyes. Okay, so you have to admit, so the argument is, the broader argument is that trans people have a mental disorder, so they need to get a surgery to make them a different gender so they can feel like they're normal in their bodies. And then the problem with this is if they try to join the army, or they do join the army, it's now considered a mental disorder, so we don't have people with mental disorders in the army, like in any army. I don't think, for most armies. I'm sure there's like armies over in like some crazy country that have like lots of mental disorders, but you know what I'm saying. We don't let people in that have like mental issues that can easily get worse under the stresses of war, right? Because that becomes a liability.
To the authoritarian. The judge said all means all. That's a quote. This created a huge uproar because it meant that the military now had to enlist schizophrenics. That if someone showed up suffering from manic depressive disorder and they were paraplegic, they were now under this universal injunction entitled to join the military. But I mean, a schizophrenic bipolar who's suffering delusions is not going to be able to complete basic training. Now, perhaps there'd be an argument, as you're saying it, if the judge only said this stay will apply just to transgender military men and women, but they didn't. It was a woman. She said it applies to everybody. So Trump said, okay, I'm not even going to defy that. We're going to appeal it. He didn't even ignore the order. They went to SCOTUS, and SCOTUS...
You think Trump even knows any of this was happening?
Probably not.
Like,
well, I mean, like...
I don't think he's
I'd say he probably knew it was happening, but I don't think he had it.
That's not really an argument against it, though.
I mean, it's just funny that we go, oh, Trump said this, Trump said that. Trump, I mean, he certainly hates trans people, but I don't think he's like, doesn't want them in the military, but I don't think he's like following the day-to-day of the case.
I agree.
He's like, doing loop-de-loops out on the golf course. But like, the legalistic points that you're making to me, it's all a fig leaf for like the larger thing that he's doing, which is bending the law in these bizarre ways. What is the point of like sending people to El Salvador, right? To like this prison in El Salvador. Part of the reason to send him there, to send Abrego Garcia there as quickly as possible, is it just shields him from the rest of the legal system, right? It makes it harder to get him back, right? If you send him,
he's El Salvadoran.
Yeah, but my point is like he's entitled to due process as someone who is in America, right? If you shove people into the...
No, he's not entitled to due process as someone in America. He's entitled to go to be deported because he's an illegal alien.
It's like hole in another country as quickly as possible. It gives you plausible deniability. I don't really give a shit about, the various,
Now, if you were a visitor to that country, that's a different story.
Again, legalistic, like little nuances of the ruling. The important part to me is, Trump saying, being under an order to bring the guy back and saying, I can't because the president of El Salvador, my best friend, says he won't return him, right?
How would he get him to do it?
Saying El Salvador is basically the client state of the Trump administration at this point. He'll do whatever he wants. Like Bukele will suck his dick. Like it doesn't matter.
He wants something in return.
Yeah, sure. Give him like they're friends. Yeah. So it's a fig leaf, right? It's like it's in order to the reason to do it is to just make it more difficult to do the right thing.
I suppose the issue is when Abrego Garcia got deported. The administration read it was like, this is an administrative error. It was an oversight on the approach to deportation. The Supreme Court ultimately ruled that Trump must facilitate his return. And now the political debate is, what does facilitate mean? The Supreme Court hasn't clarified, which they definitely need to do when you have two factions arguing. The left argues it means literally bring him back. And the right says, no, it means provide him the means to return should he be able. And then I say, okay, the Supreme Court can literally just come out right now and issue like a writ, be like, no, we mean go and negotiate. However, the other challenge is, the Supreme Court also stated that no one can direct the executive branch to conduct foreign policy. So this would mean that Donald Trump could get him back in the sense that he could negotiate simple terms very easily. He could literally say to Bukele, listen, you're going to release the guy from prison. You're going to do it. If you want to keep working with us, if you want our money, you're going to do it. And then we're going to bring him back. Bukele would begrudgingly say yes, probably. There is the concern that Bukele would say, I win my presidency on going after MS-13, you've got to give a concession publicly in some way so that it looks like. But you're not going to look. If you shrug or not, the issue is, are we going to direct the executive branch through the judiciary to conduct foreign policy? And you can't do that. So I agree. Trump. Here's what just happened right now. The executive courts, this is what they have, their immigration courts, should conduct a Zoom meeting with Abrego Garcia, and we're done. It's over. That's his due process.
Look,
he's an El Salvadoran citizen in El Salvador who was imprisoned by El Salvador.
My point is this: the reason there's any number of things that they could do. There's some things that both of us agree that they should do. There's more things that I think they should do than you do, but etc. The point is, they are like loudly and proudly not doing any of that, deporting a guy they know shouldn't be deported.
But hold on. That's not true in any of the media. The media, the full reporting that we get across the board from the New York Times to CNN to even Fox News was he was accidentally deported without his hearing on withholding. So it wasn't an intentional, we're going to get this guy and get him out. It was crap.
So when Trump is like holding up photos of his tattoos with like MS-13 on it, and like they're giving press conferences about he beat his wife, they're doing character, assassination on the guy, like all of that is accidental.
No, that's
like,
a political attack against Democrats.
Yeah, right. So so here, let me just get to the end of my point, okay? Is that, they turn it into a political attack because they are acting lawlessly. They're proud to be acting lawlessly. The point is to demonstrate on this issue we will act lawlessly. You're not safe if you are, even under the protection of a court order in this country, and you should be frightened and you should leave. It's just like it's an authoritarian attack.
I'm not going to be able to kill him anyway.
Directly, and it's designed. It's a leverage of the. It's a leveraging of the state to try to frighten immigrants and other groups. Not only illegal immigrants. Okay, so let's talk about the students who have been detained and deported. Right, these are people who are under student visas. Right, they appear at a protest or two. And they're thrown into vans. They're held in these bizarre facilities. They're blah blah. There's multiple cases.
If you want to say
so the point of this is to frighten people at universities, pro-Palestinian protesters, and that means any protester on the left, of course, and immigrants of all types, including those who are here on legal.
See my beautiful plant.
Like it's the details of the individual cases don't matter. They like creating a firestorm around someone who is here legally, creating a huge controversy about them, and then saying, we don't give a fuck. We're going to do whatever we want to these people because we want you to be afraid, right?
But it's not,
and that to me that's an expression of like pure authoritarianism. It's a lever.
So you could say you could say a lot of things about the Trump administration, but like they're obviously trying to be transparent. They're not trying to hide things. They're not being authoritarian. Everything that happened, we knew everything that happened as soon as it happened. They were telling us before the journalists were, right? So that's a good thing. Let's say, what else did he say here?
And immigrants of all types, including those who are here on legal immigrant visas. Like it's the details of the.
That's not true. He's not going after people that are here on legal immigrant visas.
Individual cases don't matter. They like creating a.
Unless it was by accident. I don't know about it.
Firestorm around someone who is here legally, creating a huge controversy about them, and then saying, we don't give a fuck. We're going to do whatever we want to these people because we want you to be afraid, right?
But that's not,
and that to me that's an expression of like pure authoritarian.
Why does he want people? What do you think he wants people to be afraid?
It's a leveraging of state power to frighten, undergroups in society that these people don't like. It's very straightforward. We can mount as many legal defenses as we want of it and say, blah, 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 according to this statute or that statute. But the actual action is just designed to frighten people Trump doesn't like. And it's bizarre to see him do it.
Let's say yes, but none of that's illegal. That's all actually codified law that they're allowed to do.
Okay, yeah, sure. It's fucking bullshit. It sucks. It's bad. It's bad for the country. It's bad for the Americans.
That's a really weak argument from Tim. Tim should have laid it right to him there. Instead, he's trying to argue, oh, well, it's not even illegal, so why do we even have to argue about it? He's saying that people are afraid. Fear is one of the biggest motivators of anything. So
American spirit.
We can talk about a lot of bad things
we should just disprove it, right?
that every administration's done in the past that liberals and Democrats have covered up or participated in or didn't argue against.
Yeah, I guess why. I mean,
The right, that is.
currently.
It
It feels
seems-
disingenuous to talk about one thing that the Trump administration is doing because Democrats have done bad things too.
Well, like, for instance, Donald Trump, through Marco Rubio specifically, revoking student visas, saying that these individuals represent a threat to our national security by adhering to our enemies. And literally, that's what they're claiming. I think it's ridiculous to claim that a student who's anti-Israel is working with Hamas. That's silly. But that's the argument he's making, and under the INA, he has the authority to do it. So you say, okay, well, when people come in here on student visas, they do sign agreements saying they won't do certain things. They do it, they get kicked
So
out.
this is okay with you because it's narrowly legal under Marco Rubio's, purview.
I would say what's fine with me is the revocation of a visa for someone who's not a citizen who's here conditional. Like Mohammed Khalil.
God, I love this
conditional
game.
Temporary visa.
So-
When it gets revoked. I
Oh,
just say,
so
like,
Khalil.
It's a conditional visa.
Okay, so Cleo's different. Cleo's here on a green card or some shit. Not here, but in America, I mean. He's in North America on a green card. That's a totally different story because he's been caught organizing people who are pro-Hamas, putting in pro-Hamas leaflets. He went to university in like a highly suspicious place, university. I can't remember all the details because it's been a couple months now, but Khalil's very, very sketchy, and I don't think I trust what the government is saying here. We could go into it deeper and make him a criminal and then put him in jail, like ruin his life. But I think it was better off just sending him back where he come from. I think that's the most humane thing to do, honestly. And the left is just trying to use him as like a way to make a point. The cuts and nicks from long practice sessions with all manners of blades has its benefits. You are now a journeyman with blade weapons. Your power attacks now apply weakness to normal weapons. Very nice.
I don't go to Singapore and spit on the ground. I'll get caned.
So sorry. You think what's happened to those students is like that's okay?
Oh, that's what that white
Not
is.
legally, I'm talking about like as an event that occurred in the country. You're like, oh, it's good that happened. It's okay with me. You think it's moral? You think it's right? You think it's just? I'm not talking about.
See, Tim opened himself up here because now he's saying, well, are you even just? Do you even care about justice? You know, he's attacking his character instead of making an actual argument.
Legally, I'm talking about like, you say you don't 60%.
Yeah, like nothing's so easily black and white.
Rebecca Ozturk, who she wrote an op-ed. The only thing that anybody has even claimed that she's done is she wrote an extremely mild op-ed in her campus newspaper, asking that the college, like sort of consider, being supportive of the Palestinian cause in some vaguely defined way. Her visa's revoked. We've all seen the video, right? People come and like grab her and literally put her into a vehicle. They're wearing masks, right? She's stopped in an alarming way on the street, right?
It's not like they filmed that and published that footage though. That was security camera footage.
Yeah, but they did it in a. If you want a student, like a young woman, there's other ways to arrest them than have 6 people show up wearing masks, surround her in a pincer formation. Like it's designed to create terror. So like what?
Yeah.
It's not designed to create terror. It's designed to get her the safest way possible, and she's by herself, not with other people that could possibly be terrorists. For all, they have to assume that there's a threat there and hope that there's not. And then I don't see how else you would grab them. Were you going to bust into their house and take them in a place that could be full of guns or, other things? And plus, it's easier to identify her because she's outside in public and you're allowed to be in public, you know?
Don't have to do it that way.
This is all about speed for them. They need to get as many people caught as possible.
Show up at Roger Stone's house at 4 in the
Sure,
morning.
and you know what? If you want to bring up another example, I'll say I condemn that as well.
Agreed.
If that'll keep us on this topic for a second.
No, I can't chat,
numerous
sorry.
instances across administrations that have acted similarly.
Okay, let's stay on Rumesa Oster. Why do you think that? Like, what was the administration's purpose? Not the legal argument for whether they can do it or not. What? Yeah. Okay. So
it's literal Israel, and it's absurd that they'd argue. What they're doing when it comes to these students is they're saying they're a threat to our national security, and that's. I mean, it's.
Do you think she was a threat to the national security?
It's technically the truth, which is the best kind of the truth, in that, yes, opposing U.S. alliance with Israel is bad. Rallying in any meaningful way students to oppose Israel is bad for U.S. foreign policy. But come on. You know what I mean? Like, a woman writing an op-ed that's not from here is nothing compared to the people from here writing the same op-eds. What they're doing is they're basically saying...
Somehow, I think it was a lot more than that. I don't think that... but there's no way that it was just that. It was a lot more than that.
I agree with you in that they're saying, do not do these things or we will deport you. We will find the thinnest of hairs of a reason to revoke your visa if you come out against us. I'm not completely in disagreement. So the reason why I say 60% when you asked me if I thought it was morally right is because obviously they don't need 6 guys swarming her in a pincer formation. One guy could have knocked on her door and said, ma'am, your visa's been revoked. I'm gonna need you to come with me. We've got a black SUV you can sit in. We're gonna, deal with this.
Like, I'll give you an example. It's one thing to criticize the government of another country or an ally or whatever. It's another thing to spread things that probably weren't even true, and then organize people at a school, right, to do demonstrations and all that stuff like that they were doing, and writing op-eds and like when you're a journalist like that and you're lying about stuff like that, that's a big deal. It's a little bit more than just like grabbing a random person off the street that didn't do anything wrong. But I don't know the ins and outs of all this, but I know that it's not just as simple as what they're saying it is.
In a rather kind of boring way. They didn't need to do that. The claim about a threat to our national security is grossly overestimated. The claim that these people have adhered to Hamas is grossly overestimated. That being said, it is still completely legal in that an individual who comes here on a conditional visa not violate the conditions of that visa.
Sure.
It's
legal. But dude, I'm asking you, like, do you think it's good for America that, like...
This is the difference between the left and the right in a nutshell. The left, this guy, he thinks with emotion all the time. And then the right, Tim, or centrist, whatever you want to call it, is trying to think logically about everything. And the problem with your emotion is that a lot of the time it's not actually logical, right? But in a world where there's so much chaos and volatility, we need to be as logical as possible without losing our humanity.
College students who are here on a student visa because of political speech are being thrown into vans and having legal things be done. Sure, it's narrowly legal, but like, they're being... She's being put in a prison, and then she's being like forcibly deported. Do you think that's good for America? Like, this is okay. So
marginally.
What do you think is good, even marginally? Like, what's the minor small benefit to America?
Do not come to our country and...
It's a good way to practice dodging enemy attacks.
And I apply this too.
Let's try something different.
What is the U.S. interest that her writing an op-ed...
Suez Canal.
The Suez Canal?
Right. The United States, the reason why the U.S. is so... I love these Jews people that are like, Israel controls the foreign policy. Oh, shut up. The U.S. interest with Israel, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia has a lot to do with like the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. This is why Donald Trump is obsessed with Panama and Greenland. He wants to control the global trade routes. This is what America's largely done. That's why I say it's it's a gross mischaracterization to claim that an op-ed is a threat to national security. In that, it is.
Might be the first time I've seen Skeleton.
Coming here and telling us to oppose our support with Israel puts us at risk in terms of the sentiment of the younger generation as to whether or not we'll fund Israel and control the Suez Canal.
But I asked you if you thought it was good to deport her.
I said marginally. Right.
Because we have national interest in the Suez Canal, and she wrote an op-ed. Okay, why do you think it was good to deport her?
Asserting U.S. sovereignty. Do not come to our country and tell us what to do. You've got a condition of your visa. You're a guest in this country.
Okay.
Adhere to the agreements we have.
So you think that America should be a country where if you come here on a student visa, you're paying into our, university system. You're coming here for the reasons that, completely legally, we've invited you to come, right? This is why America is the country it is, partially, because people like this have come for decades. If you express a political opinion that is like mildly at odds with a U.S. interest in
Adam Conover here, because he actually has a point that people should be able to express their opinions and everything, but at the same time, I would argue that there's a better argument to say that it's not illegal what he did. Probably in poor taste. I don't know exactly what she wrote or how many people saw it or all the ins and outs of the situation, but I think Tim's argument is a little weak here, where he's saying that they should do it because they can.
another country of a canal that you should be deported. You think America should be the kind of country where if somebody comes here, they write an op-ed that says
take a little break here in the game.
Anything about U.S. foreign policy, they should be deported. So going forward, literally everyone in the world should know if you are on foot on U.S. soil, you should not say anything in public about U.S. national priorities of any kind, or else you could be deported. Do you think it's good to have a country where that's the understanding?
All right. So you're saying that...
This is what I'm trying to drill down to.
The individuals who come to this country and apply for student visas have made that agreement already. So while I would argue the deportation...
Before Tim gets into his point, I want to say that Tim also made... Not only did he make a weak argument here, he also made Adam Conover's point for him, where he said that Trump is trying to scare people on purpose, when I don't think Trump is actually trying to scare people in the way that people say he is. Like, he's not trying to scare his own citizens. If anything, it's like a warning to stop, like, leave people alone, right? Which is a big difference than like trying to scare your citizens into what's it called? Compliance. So I think Tim's argument was weak here, and he also walked right into Adam Conover's traps, which was now Tim has admitted that Trump is trying to scare people, and he's actually not trying to. But we'll see if Tim can get out of this.
Or else you could be deported. Do you think it's good to have a country where that's the understanding?
All right. So you're saying that...
This is what I'm trying to drill down to.
The individuals who come to this country and apply for student visas have made that agreement already. So while I would argue the deportation of Romesa is the thinnest of hairs, Mahmoud Khalil makes more sense. I mean, he organized and helped lead protests that resulted in damage, occupations of buildings. Several staff at the University of Columbia...
Let's stay on Romesa, because then we don't...
I'll agree with him there. Khalil makes more sense.
To split hairs.
Right. The issue is, do not come to our country and tell us what to do. That's it. If you're here as a guest of this nation, you do not start rallying its people in opposition to the will of the voters and what the government is doing.
I mean, I really thought the point of America was, freedom of speech was like a main value here. That I think that's why people come here. It's why I like living here, because I always felt that, hey, I can express an opinion, especially about U.S. foreign policy, and not have anything happen to me. So that's a right that only citizens have. And you think
Largely, yes.
you think America should be a country where, if you are not literally an American citizen, if you express any opinion about U.S. foreign policy, I mean, and we both agree the opinion she expressed was pretty mild. It wasn't like a very inflammatory opinion, right? It was like, it's pretty mainstream political opinion to have. It conflicts with U.S. interests about the Suez Canal. I still don't really understand that point, but let's just say that it does. That should be grounds for being forcibly removed from the country. And like, whether or not it's legally the case that we could do that, do you think it's good?
Ooh, I'm gonna die.
You think it's good to have a country where things like that happen? You think a thriving country is one where people come into the country, they write an op-ed for the paper of the organization of which they're a member. She's paying tuition to go to this school, and she's working for the student newspaper or whatever. She's writing an op-ed. She's probably not employed there, but she's writing for the student newspaper, and that is grounds to be deported. And
So it's, writing for the student newspaper. That's a bit different than just making a leaflet and passing it out. And keep in mind that the government funds the school.
Always was. I mean, so my attitude.
you think that's the kind of country America is?
Always has been. That's why
I guess that's where we fundamentally disagree.
But hold on. The Immigration and Naturalization Act has multiple provisions that outright say this is the case. And so that's why I say it's marginally good, because the issue is the U.S. asserting its sovereignty and saying, as a guest in this nation, we ask you not do certain things.
We ask you don't write mildly worded op-eds about U.S. foreign policy vis-a-vis a different country's war.
Let's not load it. Let's say, do not speak out against our foreign policy.
So, okay, great. So America is a country where, if you, in your view, if you are a foreign national, you are here on a student visa, you've been invited to the country,
this like 4 times,
you should not.
Every time.
Okay. I just want to. It's fair. To me, Tim, it's a very baffling position.
Listen, you're arguing that I should call for illegal activities.
Let me
phrase it this way. Sure. My attitude is, Congress has passed a law. It was passed in the House and the Senate, signed by the President, and upheld by the courts. This law states it is the purview of the Secretary of State to make the decisions as to whether or not these visas can stand for a variety of reasons. I say it's marginally good. Her opinion was mild, and I don't think it. I think it's silly to claim that she's adhering to Hamas because of an anti-Israel position. My point is, for the government to assert its authority under the law as codified by Congress, the President, and the courts is marginally good. Marginally is, I said 60% maybe. If I was president, I wouldn't do it. But the idea that our country asserts its authority to say, you are guests in this country and we will make the determination whether you can stay or not, is a normal process. And to argue that the government should not assert its authority when it feels it should, I think is silly.
I'm so looking.
There's a world we want to live in, and then I'll put it this way, I think people have a right to keep and bear nuclear weapons. The Founding Fathers were clear in their intent on the right to bear arms, which included privateers with grape shot. Now we've changed that and said only large corporations that the government approves of can have nuclear weapons. Agreed. Nobody should have nuclear weapons. My point is that if you want to change the law, you have to do it through the constitutional process, and adhering to that is typically a good thing.
I don't know how we got on nuclear weapons.
It's a point about process of law.
Yeah,
and saying the government has a right to do something. So if they choose to do it, okay. If you have a problem with it, then Congress should repeal those, specifically amend the INA to remove those provisions. It is completely legal under the United States at the will of the American people that this happened. You don't like that it's happening now, but this was the will of the voters and Congress, and it's been law for like 50 years.
Dude, just because something is legal doesn't mean it's right.
Correct. We should change it then. So my point is, upholding the law is marginally good. Sometimes the law is bad, and that's why it's not always good. In this regard.
So wait, you're saying simply the fact that Marco Rubio exercised his legal authority to do something was good. It's like he had the legal authority to do it. He could have enforced this law as he saw it on anybody.
It hurts.
He enforced it on a comedian, right? Who's in town and goes on stage and says, "Hey, you know what? I disagree with this or that." Or, "Hey, I just did shows in
Canada,
I just did what?
You're not from Canada.
No, but I just did shows in the UK and Amsterdam, and I made fun of UK politics. Made fun.
Hey, it's not funny.
Of American politics.
You wouldn't dare make fun of Islam, though. Go to the UK and mock Islam. Do it.
Well, I don't
not?
have any jokes about Islam.
Why not? They got Pakistani grooming games raping little girls. Why won't you go to the UK?
What?
Why won't you go to the UK and
He doesn't even know this. It's true, folks. Look it up.
make jokes about Islam?
I don't think it's very funny. I don't have any jokes about it. I'm so confused. Dude.
Okay, let me help unconfuse you.
Can
Are there jokes that can be made about Islam? Yes or no?
wait? I don't
Yes
want
or
to.
no?
I don't want to go to
What are you
this
scared
particular
of?
rabbit.
Oh, no. You're terrified. You're a hypocrite.
What?
Him is running circles around this guy right now.
Are there jokes you can make about Islam? Muhammad banged a little girl, right?
I'm really baffled.
Oh my god, are you banned off YouTube?
Come on. You're terrified of this subject. I'm not.
No, I'm not.
In the UK, you can be jailed for making jokes about Islam or even bring up the grooming gangs. There are people who go online and pointed out that a stabbing was carried out by a Muslim, and they got arrested for it. I'll bet you $1,000 you will not go to the UK and make a joke about any of that stuff. Because you will not go to a foreign country and, in violation of their laws, speak out against what they've said not to speak out against. Do it. I dare you. $10,000. Cash in your pocket if you go to the UK and make a joke about Muhammad having a 12-year-old wife.
This we got here faster than I thought we would in this conversation. Where you're shouting at me about something I don't understand. I don't really understand how you would think it's incumbent upon
Do
me.
you think anybody watching this right now thinks you are confused by the notion that in the UK you go to jail for mocking Islam?
I don't understand how we got onto you shouting at me about Islam specifically.
So he's trying to change the subject and go back to where they were before, where he was winning, because he has absolutely zero argument to this. I'm a little confused as to how we got here too, but I think the way it works is basically that Tim's making a point that her coming over here and writing the op-ed about the way that, or coming over to America and writing an op-ed about how the government deals with their foreign policy would be the same as if he went over to the UK and wrote jokes about Islam. I think that's where he's getting at. And when Tim starts bringing it up, he gets all uncomfortable because this is something he doesn't want to talk about because it makes him look bad, right? And also, he doesn't know he doesn't have a good answer to it.
I'd like to return to
Okay, it's because you said people should be allowed to come to this country and speak out against it. And you said you're a comedian, and you go to other countries, right? And you said you go to the UK.
Be right back a second.
Okay, if you go to the UK, speak.
Saying El Salvador is basically a client state of the Trump administration at this.
And that is unconstitutional. These judges are issuing these there's withholding of deportation, there was asylum, and then there was I forgot that's not been the case ever. I mean, look at New York in the 2000s when the Bush administration rounded people up, and I'm sorry, it wasn't Bush. Reason to revoke your visa if you come out against us. I'm not completely in disagreement. So the reason why I say 60% when you ask me if I thought it was morally right is because obviously kind of the truth.
60%.
Yeah, like
we want to these people because we want you to be afraid, right?
But that's not,
and that to me is that's an expression of like pure authoritarianism, because Democrats have done bad things. As an event that occurred in the country, you're like
when it comes to these students, is they're saying they're a threat to our national security, and that's, I mean, it's.
Do you think she was a threat to the national security?
It's technically the truth, which is the best kind of the truth.
Do you think there'd be a minor, small benefit to America?
Do not come the United States. This is why Donald is.
If you thought it was good to deport her,
I said marginally, right? You're a guest in this country.
Okay.
Adhere to the agreements.
Here for like this have come another country of a canal that you should be deported. You think America should be the kind of country where if somebody comes literally behind
that agreement already. Protests that resulted in damage, occupations of buildings, what to do.
I mean, I really thought the point of America was for us, what kind of country America is.
Multiple provisions.
In your...
If I was president, I wouldn't do it.
Good. It's like he had the legal authority to do it. He could have enforced this law as he saw it.
Confused. Jokes you can make about Islam. Muhammad banged a little girl, right?
I'm really baffled.
Come on. I'm terrified of this subject. I'm not.
No, I'm not.
In the UK, you can be jailed for making jokes about Islam or even bring up the grooming gangs. There are people who go online and pointed out that a stabbing was carried out by a Muslim, and they got arrested for it. I'll bet you $1,000 you will not go to the UK and make a joke about any of that stuff. Because you will not go to a foreign country and, in violation of their laws, speak out against what they've said not to speak out against. Do it. I dare you. $10,000. Cash in your pocket if you go to the UK and make a joke about Muhammad having a 12-year-old wife.
This we got here faster than I thought we would in this conversation. Where you're shouting at me about something I don't understand. I don't really understand how you would think it's incumbent upon me.
Do you think anybody watching this right now thinks you are confused by the notion that in the UK you go to jail for mocking Islam?
I don't understand how we got onto you shouting at me about Islam specifically.
He is acting stupid here.
Okay, it's because you said people should be allowed to come to this country and speak out against it. And you said you're a comedian, and you go to other countries, right? And you said you go to the UK. And I said, okay, if you go to the UK, speak out in violation of their laws and see what happens. And you said, I'm confused, I don't understand. What don't you understand? Will you go to Turkey? Will you go to Turkey and speak out against Islam?
I mean, if I have a joke to make, sure. I don't have a joke about those particular topics.
You would.
I would.
You're saying if you had a joke about.
Oh yeah. Sure, I would try to do the best I can. I always try to poke the bear as much as I can. It's part of the job of a comedian.
Because the bear about as it pertains to one of the world's largest religions. I mean, come on.
I mean, I haven't written a joke about that recently. All right. So look, hey man, I'm a free speech guy, right? I think that something that's nice about America.
You need to go some repair hammers.
We're a country that has that value, and that we don't generally think that you should be tossed into a van and
free speech is nice, yeah.
Expressing an opinion. I think that it is a change. I think it's a change in America to most people around the world to feel that, oh, wait, if I go to America and I express a mild opinion about their foreign policy in my own student paper, or maybe on a stage, or maybe somewhere else, I could be, without any warning to me, accosted by 6 people on the street, thrown into a van, and taken out of the country.
Oh, come on,
right?
accosted.
Oh, let me finish. I think that's a strain. I think that's a new idea for a lot of people, that America is that type of country. I think that Donald Trump's purpose is to turn America into that type of country. I think that's bad.
Wow, he's so delusional.
I think it makes the country worse. I think it's a violation of most of the values that I grew up with as an American. And that's my view of what's happening in the country. Now, if you want to say, hey, I don't like free speech for foreign nationals who are in the country who express mild opinions about other countries' foreign wars, then that's your prerogative. It's a big difference between us that you don't like free speech in that way.
I mean, that's loaded language, right?
Yeah, all the language you're using is pretty loaded.
Well, you keep using adjectives to describe things to diminish one thing while exacerbate or exaggerate something else.
I do use the English language to express my thoughts and opinions.
Yeah, but it's straw manning.
He's starting to get mad.
It's not a legitimate attack of the ideas, right? So
that means Tim is winning usually, but it could also mean that he's frustrated. He's not getting his point across. I get his point that America is a nation of not just America, North America is all this whole place, right? But yeah, America is supposed to be free speech.
It's full of it.
But the difference is if you're there, I guess visitors are on a green card, right? So what I said earlier was stupid.
How nice. You can't skip. I like that. A lot.
Oh, I can't do two things at once. I can, but not this.
You're waiting. That's great. You can't scare me. Thank you. You're a big, fat
Alexi's
liar.
turn.
Is that? Oh, you're pathetic. That's great. It's good of you to say so. Oh, please. That's great. So, I like you too. You can't scare me.
He hates this one. He likes this one.
You're wasting your. It's. Oh, yeah, for me. Thanks. Can't do better than that.
What was my point here?
Foreign national.
Oh yeah, America should be like free speech. And what I was saying before was
I offer
green
the
card.
finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil.
The green card is technically like you're a visitor, right? So what I said before was kind of stupid.
An excellent deal.
She should be protected, I guess, technically, under free speech laws. But I guess it depends, because if it's a national security issue, right? But I still think they had the right to do it. Because the alternative is they don't have the right to do it, and then we have to deal with enemies to our nation,
Serve you.
turning people enemies of
Take
the
your
nation.
time.
Because the way I say, reason I say my nation is because this is going to set precedent, right, for other nations. But if this was Canada, right, I would say, yeah, remove these people. Like, there's so many people like this in Canada. I would love to remove.
Who are in the country who express mild opinions about other countries' foreign wars, then that's your prerogative. It's a big difference between us that you don't like free speech in that way.
I mean, that's loaded language, right?
Yeah, all the language you're using is pretty loaded.
Well, you keep using adjectives to describe things to diminish one thing while exacerbate or exaggerate something else.
I do use the English language to express my thoughts and opinions. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Long days and nights at the forge make you strong and tough. You are now a journeyman armorer. Using repair hammers, you can now repair enchanted items yourself. Amazing.
it's straw manning. It's not a legitimate attack of the ideas, right? So accosted on the street. Come on. She was arrested. Okay. She was arrested by a relatively large group of men compared to what a normal arrest would require, which I think they didn't need to do and was silly. So we can say she was arrested by several men, unmarked, or plain clothes, which didn't need to happen. But I don't need to say, like, she was accosted by men on the street and, like, it was about a mild opinion. It's like, okay, listen, the facts of the case, like I said, I don't like the idea that people come to this country and then try and tell us how to do, how to live our lives.
You're not for free speech, I understand.
I think American citizens have self-determination and sovereignty, and I will say this even of the Canadians who keep coming here, and they keep getting involved in our politics. I'm friends with some of them, but I think it's fair to say that there is an issue with Canadians, largely conservatives, who come to this country and then start advocating for conservative values in a country they're not from. So, to be fair, there are liberals Canadians who do it too. I find it to be silly. That being said,
in my defense, I wouldn't go to America and start trying to advocate for things. I'm just commenting on the politics. And we're going through a lot of the same things that you guys are going through right now, even though things are different up here.
Canada, as a bordering nation with a largely overlapping culture, is a morally different question, but still applies in much the same way principally. So I do take issue with foreigners coming to my country.
It's a nice white country, so we like it.
Canada's, they call it what, the most multicultural country in the world, I think. Mm-hmm. They big on immigration. I think Toronto is considered to be the most multicultural city in the world. Yeah. So Canada actually is, you can call it a nice white country. That's technically the truth, but it also is very, very much in favor of immigration, and diversity, and all these things. Largely what many of the conservatives who come here are speaking out against. But without,
I do have a bed available for 20
gold. This is a country where if you're from another country and you're in America, don't say anything.
I kind of think that's Tim Pool talking about like Crowder and Viva, right? To be fair, though, Crowder's lived here lived in America most of his life. God, I'm starting to talk like I'm from America. It's starting to freak me out. I'm getting brainwashed by all this independent media.
Anything about our politics, or you could be forcibly removed from the country. You're comfortable with America being that kind of country.
Marginally.
That's something that's like that's a value of yours. Those are your values.
See, you're doing it again.
No, I'm trying to understand what you actually believe.
Yeah, I would say marginally, it's a good.
Because I think that's a point of distinction. Like it's useful in a conversation like this to be like, okay, I have my value, you have your value, and my value is like I really like it when people say what the fuck they think about any country's politics.
We can simplify it. My value would just be, to whatever mathematical degree, American sovereignty supersedes the right
It's
of
to a quest now.
about our policies.
But in this case,
I didn't repair my.
In this, so you think that literally any time America is exercising its sovereignty, that's like a good thing in that particular case? Like, because
What does that mean?
like,
It's not broken.
Mark,
All right. With all due respect, I think I've said it like 6-7 times. You're a guest in our country. Adhere to the rules. That's it. That includes conservative Canadians, conservative Brits. That's Carl Benjamin. That's Paul Joseph Watson. That's Viva Frei.
I knew you sacked with Viva in
And
there.
it's also
okay, so all those people
they got deported, I'd say, okay.
should not speak about American national interests, like the Suez Canal. We shouldn't
While
say,
here on a
the
temporary
Panama
visa.
Canal, or like, is
While here on a
Puerto Rico a
conditional
state or not?
visa.
They should not speak about American politics.
You can speak about what you want, but speech has consequences.
I mean,
Doesn't it?
okay, so we can move on.
Look
I'll
about
say to
your
me,
Oblivion game.
that's a radically different America.
I understand where Tim is coming from with all these statements. Like he's sick of people from other places telling him that how he should think about his country and all that stuff. Well, let me tell you, there's a lot of people that tells me how to think about Canada too. So I don't think it's just America. Maybe it seems like that because of like the way that the independent media works and stuff. It highlights certain people, and you only get to see a certain select Canadians that are conservative, right? But yeah, I think he kind of lost this debate. It is a bad look to not have free speech in your country. Overall, I guess it depends on what you say too. Like if you wrote down how to create a nuclear bomb, that's a bit different, right? And this is the problem with free speech debates. It's about like where your Overton window is.
Than I thought I grew up in. I think it's fucked up that we're becoming that kind of country. I think it's really bad.
That's true.
Yeah, you don't believe I
Farewell.
think that's true?
Well, I mean, I suppose I
Like
could
what I
say-
just said, I believe. You're like, you don't believe that.
Well, because if we go back several administrations, that's not been the case ever. I mean, look at New York in the 2000s when the Bush administration rounded people up, and well, I'm sorry, it wasn't Bush during the Bush years, and they put 200 people in like a bus. They locked them in a bus cage.
Yeah, that was bad.
That's the country you grew up in. The idea that
and it
these
was
things
bad.
haven't been happening. George Carlin got arrested for swearing. We had blasphemy
and it
laws
was
on the
bad.
book.
Yeah,
You
and it
actually
was
are claiming-
bad.
you-
And then we
Indeed,
said,
and you
we
grew
shouldn't
up in
do that
nation,
anymore.
and it never changed. The idea that you think you grew up in a nation where you could say whatever you wanted is an absurdity. George Carlin went to jail for swearing.
And that was good, you think?
No, it
because
wasn't.
you think it's good that Rumesa Öztürk is being
Kind of makes you think,
He's not a citizen.
So
He's on a conditional visa as conditioned by the INA and the existing administration and the will of the voters.
okay, but you're arguing.
no, my argument
you're
is,
arguing that
you said the
Öztürk's
country I
deportation
grew
makes
up in-
sense because George Carlin was arrested for swearing.
No. You said I grew up in a country with free speech, and I said, no, you did not.
And
it's
you're
never been true.
we could go get our house too.
You're right. So under your view, America is a country that doesn't have free speech, never had free speech.
Yes!
And that's a good thing.
No.
Because we're exercising our sovereignty.
No.
Okay, but you think it's a good thing that Rumesa Öztürk doesn't have free speech?
Can you understand the distinction between a non-citizen here on a conditional visa and an American citizen being arrested for swearing?
I understand that there's a
Very
distinction.
different
I don't
circumstances.
think that either of those people should be treated differently in that case.
Let me say this.
I don't agree
This
with
country
you, man.
has never had free speech.
Okay, I think
It's a fact. When the founding fathers finalized the
Do
Constitution,
you think we should have free speech?
yes, but there are limits on what
Okay.
free speech is based on the moral worldview of the individual argument. For instance,
This is what I meant by the Overton window, because everything outside of your window of things that are you should be able to say is going to be out here, and since someone says it, they go to jail, right? But everything inside the window is fine. You can say whatever you want inside this window as long as you don't go outside the window. You know what I'm saying? As soon as you go outside the window, that's when shit gets crazy. So, and then there's private speech. Like private businesses have a right to censor people's speech however they wish, which has nothing to do with the laws, right? Like if the law is you're allowed to say whatever you want, but then you go inside a business and you say whatever you want, you'll get kicked out of the business. Is that free speech? If you incite violence, is that free speech? Free speech absolutists, I don't think, have actually thought through some of these questions as hard as they think they have. I'm pretty open-minded when it comes to most things being said, but there are things that need to be censored. I think the way that we should go about censoring them could be like, you could just, like if you don't like a creator, you can block them and never watch them again. Right? But that creator doesn't lose money. Like they don't get canceled and lose their whole livelihood. You never see them again. They don't bother you no more. That's like the direction we need to go. It's like everyone has a personal choice whether they want to listen to this person or not.
do you believe someone should be allowed to direct someone to commit a violent crime?
That's
Yes or
not
no?
that's not the moral worldview of an argument. That is the effect of the speech. So you
No,
think
no,
that
hold
you
on,
think
hold
that
on.
whether you have free speech should be your words should be based
I'm
on the
trying
moral
to-
worldview of the argument.
So to understand
certain
your view of
arguments-
what free speech means, I'm asking you a question. If somebody says explicitly, you right now commit crime to that person, is that free speech?
Someone says you right now commit crime to that person, and what do they do it?
Yes.
I mean, I guess I'm not a free speech scholar, but like that is, there's probably be legal consequences for that free
It is
speech.
illegal to do that. Do you think someone should be able to yell fire in a crowded theater?
I mean, this is the canonical example of
Right.
a speech that's not free speech. So
It actually is.
Yeah, I was just about to say it actually is free speech. It was an example that people argued to say, are you allowed to say, like, is this a good time to arrest someone for their free speech? And what most people will come to is that no, it's not a good time to arrest someone for their speech.
That's Brandenburg v. Ohio. It is, in fact, legal speech. I don't think people should. I understand the Supreme Court's ruling on that issue. The challenge with free speech, let's go back to the beginning of this country. Blasphemy laws were on the books after they even had the First Amendment. Like, they literally said you can't blaspheme. We would say that's not free speech, but how did you have a First Amendment if you arrested people for blaspheming? My point is, and this is an anarchist philosophy, the laws of the country are dictated by those that are
God.
to enforce it. That's why it used to be illegal to put a pie on your windowsill, but even though it's still illegal, nobody arrests you for it. So free speech does change throughout the generations. We never grew up in an era, we never had a time in our lives where you had true free speech the way the absolutists want it to be.
Yeah, I'm talking about the story that we tell about ourselves as a country, man. I'm talking about
not true.
I'm talking about the values that we have collectively as people. And of course those are always changing a little bit and people are trying to pull them in one direction or another.
Split in half.
I would have thought, that like I don't know that much about you. I know you're very involved with Occupy and stuff like that and protest movements, which I think is cool work. I would have thought that like a student writing an op-ed about another country's war and her own institution's support for it, vis-a-vis our country's foreign policy, would be the kind of thing that you would think is a sort of free speech that we should value. And you know, that is the kind of free speech that I think I personally think like a lot of the idea of America is built upon. I think it's one of the good things about the country, that this is a country where you can come here and you can express your opinion mildly in the newspaper, and it's yeah, I think Kent State was bad.
My point is, there's things we wish America was, but I kind of feel like a non-citizen.
But this one you said you think is good. You're not sitting here going, ah, man, yeah, that's a bummer.
Dude,
Like a wall.
Get shot in the face. A conditional visa was revoked. I'm not crying about it. I don't care.
I mean, I think she cares. I think her
That's too
family
fucking
cares.
bad.
I think the people of her university care. I think
Change the law, man. This is a marginal issue for a single person who was in violation of the INA as it's enforced by a government that was elected by a popular majority, or I should say by a plurality, but the popular vote. So let me pull this up, because this is what we were talking about earlier. This is RCP.
I think this is a little bit trickier than what he's giving it credit for, because I wouldn't want, like, I don't want to go to the UK right now because I would be afraid that I would go to jail for something I said. Also, now I'm starting to think about that, think about that in a different way from every country. I used to think that, you know, you go to jail for things you said in, like, you know, North Korea and stuff like that. But it seems like it's everywhere, which is crazy. Right? You should be able to say it on the internet. Maybe it's a little bit different, but like in real life, like you should be able to say whatever the fuck you want.
Every age bracket, to be fair,
within reason, like as long as you're not like, let's go get them, you know, right now, come on, 5 o'clock tonight, like making a plan to. I don't know. It's a very complicated issue.
40-49 is a tie, but Real Clear Politics aggregate shows from all of the latest polls, 70 plus is the only age group that is a negative view of Trump's job.
Okay. I'm just trying to.
This is a popular majority.
I'm just trying to make sense of your position.
I don't think the Trump administration should have done this, unless it could be specifically linked to terrorism. I think that's where I would draw the line. And you know what I'm talking about.
Position around free speech, because you agree with me about all the past things in America. That you're talking about Kent State, you're talking about George Carlin, and all these other things, and these were bad abrogations of free speech.
Indeed, deportation is not a murder. You're going home. I'm giving you a ride home.
But
if you came to my house, I let you in the door. I said you can hang out tonight, and you started shit talking my brother. I say, bro, I'm gonna give you a ride home. I don't think you should be here. That's not an affront to someone's sovereignty or free speech. It's like the worst thing that happened to you is I give you a ride home. Oh, I'm gonna cry. She's going home. What's the problem? Home's nice.
This is gonna take forever,
hey,
dude.
We kind of think you're being a dick. We're gonna give you a ride home. That's it.
I mean, when I get a ride
Go Skelly.
home, 6 guys don't normally shove me into a van, and then my family doesn't know where I am. That's
you know. How about you're at a bar and you're acting out in some way, and they say, listen, buddy.
Playing fear screwed me, dude.
Do you feel this woman was acting out? Do you think she was acting inappropriately? Do you think that she was acting?
I've already told you I did not.
Okay, so then how are you justifying what happened?
I don't think you can.
It's legally narrow that it can happen. Therefore, it's good.
I don't think you know how to separate. I just don't think you know how to comprehend the separation between. I have no issue with a woman making her argument. I think it was absurd to claim she's adhering to Hamas because she's critical of Israel. But her visa is conditional, and it is the authority of these United States and the Secretary of State to revoke that. So it's okay, right? Trump won the popular vote.
What? But
this is the agenda.
Man. Sorry, man. This is the hump that I can't get over.
Clearly,
you don't have any problem with what she actually did, right? But Trump and Rubio had the narrow legal ability to do it.
You're not following.
Do you agree with their decision to
I do not. I think there is a net negative, to a degree, that foreigners come to this country to dictate our politics. Be it Canadian,
I'm sorry,
British.
dictator politics, or just give their opinion in the newspaper that's dictating?
Let's I'll talk on the language. To come here and advocate for policies of the American people.
So you feel that foreign nationals of all kinds, when they're in the United States, should never speak about our politics ever,
No.
upon pain of legal punishment. That is a position that you have about America
Did
generally.
they agree to it? When they applied for the visa under the INA, did they agree to those terms?
I don't know.
The answer is yes, they did. It clearly states when you're coming here on a condition you can't do certain things. It literally says you won't protest. And we still would allow them to hold a sign up or something. But maybe if they didn't,
But apparently we don't allow them to hold us.
And I don't care.
So I'm not asking about what they agreed to. I'm not asking the legal.
There must be a reason why they do that. You can't go to other countries and protest, like for politics and stuff. But it seems a little ridiculous, to be honest. At the same time, though, that's having a problem with the law, not so much with the people that enforce the law.
Justification.
Don't agree to things you don't want to hear.
Do you, Tim Pool, believe that as a moral issue, as a practical issue? Do you think that America should be a country in which every foreign national in the country should feel that they should never speak about American politics under pain of legal punishment?
No.
You don't think that that's.
Well,
you
that's
don't agree with
you
that.
you presented me an absolute. Right? You gave me the extreme end.
Okay, so Remains to Ozturk, I think,
nationals-
is a really illustrative example because it was
Foreign
such a
nationals should
mild
understand
version.
that they've made an agreement upon entering this country that if they are in violation of the terms of their visa, it may be revoked. If they come here with the intent of advocating against U.S. foreign policy, that is a consequence. Speech has consequences. I think we're getting hung up on the issue that I've clearly answered, and I understand maybe you don't understand, but we can try
I guess I think I've pinned you down well enough that like you just like really have a much smaller view of free speech than I do, and I think a lot of Americans do. And I think it's a change to the American spirit. I think it makes the country smaller. It's a shittier country to live in. Is a country where people live in fear of what they say when they're here on a student.
They always
visa.
have.
Yeah, and that's bad.
So-
it's bad
so-
to live in fear of saying shit.
This is not. You see, this is here's the issue. I suppose
Your
memory goes back 3
whole
years.
bullshit culture baiting thing about the Islam stuff in England. If what you say is true, and it may be, I don't know because I don't really.
Culture baiting? You don't know? Okay, guys. Maybe you don't know because you're not looking, but like, my God, it's everywhere. You should just look into it. It's a big thing.
Like, I don't really follow that as
You would
do,
never
but I
go-
think it's bad.
You would
about that country.
You would never go to the UK and do those things.
If I were now, look, I don't know of the policies of which you speak, okay? But if I were to be,
What the hell?
If I were to be in England and I were to make a joke on their stage, and I were to be put into a van and removed from a country, I would say this is a bad thing about England, and I think that the country sucks, and I think that they should change it, and I don't think people should go there anymore.
Okay,
and
this is
that
way
sucks
better.
for them, and it sucks
Bro,
for
you
us.
wouldn't make a
And-
joke about Islam in the United States. You wouldn't.
Okay, sure. What's that meant to prove?
You don't actually believe in free speech. You fear the consequences.
Because I don't make a joke about the topic that you demand me to?
Because this topic in
I don't believe in
particular has
free
resulted
speech.
in people like a Charlie Hebdo getting murdered.
Yeah, that's bad.
And
Bad
like
that they were murdered.
South Park tried
Bad.
Muhammad, and Comedy Central wouldn't let him do it.
Yeah, that's bad.
So let's see you
don't
stand
Bad.
up and come out and make a joke about
I
it.
stood up about free speech plenty of times. What
I
are you
said
talking about?
Take it to the next level, brother.
Okay,
How about we do this?
this is
You believe in free speech?
Dude, this is what you do when you've lost an argument. Is that you just
No,
like
okay,
you
you're
just
not even
jump
arguing.
to this? You just
You brought
jump
it
to
up.
this? What? What'd you say?
You brought it up.
What did I? Oh, the Islam piece of it. Yeah, no.
And now I'm continuing the conversation, and you're
Yeah.
derailing into you must have lost the argument.
No, because
Brother,
because
let's stand up for South Park, for Matt Stone and Trey
Yeah,
Parker.
I stand up for them.
So go on stage and show a big picture of Muhammad.
I'm sorry. What the thing that you're doing?
Stand up for free speech, brother. Do it.
So
I'll do it with you.
So you're demanding me to go on stage and
Prove
do
you
something
care about free
specific,
speech. Prove
and
you care
unless
about
I
free
do, I'm a coward.
That would be. I would pay to see that. That would be so funny. Oh no! What happened? 53.
Thing.
Mm-hmm.
They're still gone.
Be creating real risk to my person.
You don't think so?
I do not think so.
Then why not just do it?
We gotta go back.
Unless I do, I'm a coward.
I'm saying
This-
I didn't
this
say you
is-
were a coward. Show a big picture of Muhammad.
I'm sorry. What, the thing that you're doing.
Stand up for free speech, brother. Do it.
So
I'll do it with you.
So you're
I'll do it with
wanting me
you.
to go on stage and
Prove
do
you
something
care about free
specific,
speech. Prove
and
you care
unless
about
I
free-
do, I'm a coward.
I'm saying
This,
I didn't say you were a coward.
this is a
I said,
bizarre
prove you care about
rhetorical
free
move.
speech.
This is a
When they repeat what you say, it's like a surefire sign that they're like losing the argument or trying to buy time to think of something.
bizarre rhetorical move.
I didn't call you a coward. I said prove you.
I
care
can't
about
say
free
much
speech.
though because I'm like that all the
At
time.
real risk to your person for free speech.
Yeah, I speak about shit all the time, dude. I'm happy to live in America where the things I
Oh, the
say
zombie looks
don't
way
create
better.
real risk to my person. In fact, if I were to say the things that you're saying, I would not be creating real risk to my person.
You don't think so?
I do not think so.
Then why not just do it? Prove me wrong.
Because I don't have anything in particular to say about those
I
topics.
just put a picture of Muhammad up and say praise be. Prove I'm wrong.
I'm really glad we got here again because it's just very fun to sit in how weird this part of the conversation is.
Remember Charlie Hebdo?
Yeah, it was,
Yeah, what happened?
yeah. A bunch of people were shot because they.
Put a picture of
Whoa, she's almost
Yeah,
dead.
that's bad.
You think if you did that, they might want to shoot
That's
you?
bad.
Yeah, maybe.
So you shouldn't do it.
I mean, I don't have it. Well, you know, the particular images that they showed, I didn't think were like very funny. Like it
Comedy
was their
Central
right to
wouldn't
do
let
it.
South Park
but,
do it either.
uh,
They censored the whole thing.
Yeah,
and
that's
bleeped
bad.
out.
Yeah, that's
That's bad.
Why won't the free speech people who believe we should live in this country stand up against that?
I'm sorry.
This is
I'm
hilarious.
standing up for free speech unless I do what exactly?
I didn't say the only way for you to stand up for free speech is to do something. I said, why won't people who are
You
claiming
called me a hypocrite, and I don't understand what's hypocritical about me only doing jokes
hypocritical
about the topics that I'm into.
that you would not go to the UK and
It's bad. I don't like bad, okay? Bad is bad.
speak in violation of their speech laws?
I mean, I went there. I made fun of the government. I talked about, the fire at Heathrow because that impacted my travel when I was
they
there.
had hate
I
speech
talked about, yeah.
You can make fun of white people, but you can't make fun of non-white people. You go to jail for that.
Okay, yeah, I think that would, if it's as you say, that sounds like it would apply to me as a comedian.
I would not.
I think it would say that's a bad law.
I would not go to Turkey and speak out against Islam, and I would not go to the UK and violate their speech laws.
Oh, okay. So are you a coward? What's your point?
No, I actually agree with the sovereignty of nations, and if they have laws, I'm not going to violate them.
Oh, I see. I see the point that you're making. Okay, so so when things are legal, they're just.
No.
Okay.
That's,
so then, what is
that's
your
all,
point?
that's your argument is that foreigners should come here.
So one of your
face no
one of your values is
consequences.
you should respect the sovereignty of other nations. But again, look,
Yeah, for
this
sure.
this is a
Should we invade
this
China?
this is a recent change in the way that the U.S. prosecutes and selectively enforces the laws that are on the books, and that's what happened to Rumesa Öztürk, and again, that's like a material change in like
I
spirit and
will
values
say-
of America.
Just because I think we spent like an hour on the one subject.
Yeah,
We can
I've been
try
having a great time. Yeah.
I agree. It's been fun. I have a question for you.
Yeah, sure.
In terms, you mentioned that Trump is
They were in save
the
here.
makings of authoritarianism and things
Mm-hmm.
like that. Do you think that's distinct from any other administration?
crashed.
Keep going.
Is the
a good time to get a
authoritarian push
coffee.
from the Trump administration? Obviously, there's going to be procedural distinctions, but I mean, like, were other administrations not also doing similar authoritarian maneuvers that were a gas?
Yeah, I mean, every single American administration could. I'm sure I can
Was.
find things that I disagree with. Absolutely.
I think one of the challenges that we have in the United States right now is the people that largely support Trump and voted for him, particularly in his first term, and largely apparently in the second one, consecutive, had never voted before.
We're gonna take a bathroom break real quick, and we'll be right back to make some coffee. Won't be long. Hello, test, test. Bum, bum, bum. We're back.
We saw parts of the country that normally don't vote start turning red, start lighting up with new voters. I was at a rally for Trump in Fort Lauderdale, and most of the people that I met were like, I don't vote. I never voted before. So these were new voters, which were like poor, white, working class people. And so what I think we end up seeing happen, especially right now, is for younger voters, it's interesting considering they are shifting to the right, but they also have less memory of administrations past. For me, I voted for Obama. He was an evil man. And I didn't vote in 2016 because I said the system is corrupt. I've lived through, I was a teenager when the Gore v. Bush stuff happened, and I just saw bickering and arguments, and I'm right, then war and bullshit. Then Obama comes around, and how was I, like 22 or something, and people were like, you gotta vote. I was 22. You gotta vote for him. He's changed. It's new. He wasn't supposed to win. Hillary Clinton was supposed to be the person, so I voted for Obama. One of the first things he does is he bombs a Pakistani village, kills a bunch of women and children. And I went, holy fuck, stopped voting. Didn't vote in 2016 either. It's like, fuck this. The issue we see largely now is to see so many people who are, older millennials, Gen X, and Boomer, acting like Donald Trump is an aberration. For a lot of people, it's like, you're fucking lying. You're lying, or you have a myopic view. I lived through when Barack Obama signed the indefinite detention rendition provisions of the NDAA, or when George W. Bush lied to the American people, didn't declare war, got a bullshit AUMF. And at the time, during the Iraq and Afghanistan war, it was, if you did not agree, they'd blacklist you from media and all these things. I don't see a...
That's one way to do it.
So now, what I see now, I wouldn't necessarily call authoritarianism, in that Trump gutting the budget and shutting down departments is weakening federal authority for the first time in my life.
I mean, he's not weakening federal authority. He's weakening state capacity. He's, destroying
New meta
to predict the weather. He's firing scientists and park service people and stuff like that. In terms of authority, they're beefing up the law enforcement departments, and they're sort of reaching out legally in stronger ways than ever. So the law enforcement, the capacity for the state to sort of control your behavior is, the people with guns there's more of them, and they're more powerful than ever. Now, there's some I'm sure that we'll disagree about, like the EPA, you'd probably see as, the sort of department that's forcing people to do things. I think the EPA is mostly good. We probably disagree about that. But most of the stuff that that he's firing are just the basic good things that the government does. The government does a lot of really bad shit. Government does a lot of really good shit. One of them is predicting the weather, firing thousands of NOAA scientists who are predict when tornadoes.
This one seems longer. Let's just see some.
West Virginia, right?
We don't get we're in the mountains.
Okay, sorry. I don't know. Yeah, fair.
I think as most places, you can get a tornado, and sometimes they form, but it's not like Tornado Alley or anything.
Yeah, it's just funny, some of the people who interact with the weather service the most are in the reddest areas, the tornado-prone places, the Stormwatch people, stuff like that. And
but they voted for it.
So a lot of it is and it's really sad because it's just sort of ignorance, this anti-science, anti-intellectual sentiment sort of sweeping the country is really bad. But I think this interesting thing that you point.
So this anti-science stuff is it's a very fine line. For instance, a lot of the stuff with COVID, people trusted the experts, and then we were lied to about things, which I won't get into. And then there was other stuff that happened. I can empathize with Americans because they're always getting lied to about national security concerns and things. Whereas with Canadian, in Canada, it's a little more your politicians just straight up lie to your face and nobody gives a shit about it, For no good reason other than they just lied. and they give away like a lot of our money and stuff, so it's not cool.
Point out though is there are past authoritarian things that other past presidents did, and I'll agree to that and say that's really bad. The difference is you're stumping for it when Trump does it, and I find that really interesting. Well, you're stumping for we should deport foreign students who write an op-ed like that's your.
Should.
You said it's good that they did it.
Marginally good.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So you're stumping for it.
So
you're on your platform saying it's good.
Marginally
That's my
good.
point. Yeah.
But I think the important
Okay,
the important distinction is should implies whenever it happens. I don't agree with that. I think, as I've said a million times, I don't understand. I don't want to go back on the issue. It's an absurdity to claim that someone who's critical of Israel is pro-Hamas.
Yeah.
People who are pro-Hamas are pro-Hamas. So there are nuances in all things. What I see largely right now is Trump won the popular vote. He's got approval as of April 22nd. To be fair, this is pre-tariff, so I'm sure it's gone down. But he's got general approval from most demographics except for the 70-plus bunch. And I don't see the removal of government agencies as authoritarian, especially when he promised to do it and then did it based on the people who voted for him.
I'm listening to just finish an audiobook about the rise of the Third Reich, just boning up a little history. And one of the first things that they do is that they destroy the civil service, right, and that kind of state capacity, frighten those people, get them to fall into line, and that's what a big part of what Trump has done, and I think it's been like really effective.
Frightening who?
Frightening like the actual people who work in the civil service, right? Like
fired.
Yeah. Well, firing them and frightening the rest, right? And getting them to behave differently, installing loyalists, stuff like that. I think that's plainly authoritarian. Every administration will change out the department heads. They won't. There's. I did a show about the U.S. government, and I met some department heads who are like, "Oh, this person's a political appointee, and they're not that bright," right? From both both administrations, but the civil service underneath them, right? The people who are like the trained experts, the weather scientists at NOAA, the regulators at like the FDIC who keep your bank balance safe, stuff like that. Been wiping those people out and replacing like the actual people with expertise with loyalists, right? And that's where you end up with the primary value is loyalty to Trump rather than actually getting the thing done properly. The DEI push to that's a fig leaf for removing people who are not sufficiently loyal, as well as there's a lot of reasons that they're doing that.
I'll say on that regard,
it's all pretty.
I won't make a direct counter argument to that, but I do think that's pretty assumptive.
Oh yeah, I'm making a claim, and you can get into it or not.
Yeah, it's trying to read into the intent, which may or may not be correct. Maybe.
Yes, I think it may or may not be correct. That is my view, though.
Right. My point is, and I respect that. Like, your view is based on those actions. There actually absolutely is an easy vehicle for firing people if your move is DEI. Like, these people here, I don't want them here. Oh, you were hired incorrectly. You're part of the department. I don't want to get rid of them. On the surface, outside of that, I think the DEI stuff is illegal.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, doesn't everybody fire most of the people who are insubordinate to what they want to do? It's just most of the time the government is pretty much the same as the last government, And I'm not even just talking about America. I'm talking about everywhere. Like, it's just always the same, Maybe there'll be a couple issues here and there that people don't agree on, but for the most part, people pretty much agreed on everything. Unless it was a major issue.
Legal, and I'm glad to see it purged and removed. I think it violates the Civil Rights Act.
DEI programs, you think violate the Civil Rights Act?
Yeah, I think, there's an interesting conversation around what is legal and what's not. A lot of people think if SCOTUS has it true, it's legal. I don't think that's fair, because that would mean that Roe v. Wade should have been overturned, but I think most liberals think it shouldn't have been, so they would argue that it wasn't constitutional or legal. But the Civil Rights Act says we're not supposed to discriminate on the basis of race, sex, religion, gender, etc. And when you create DEI programs where you're specifically targeting based on those factors, you're clear violation of the Civil Rights Act. So
it's racist.
You got to amend the law or change it or create new provisions, but how I
walked
grew
right
up,
into it.
I would never want to be in a circumstance where race was a determining factor in whether or not I could get into school or get a job.
Yeah, neither would I, but for a lot of people, it fucking is, man.
But that's why we got the Civil Rights Act, and you have a right to sue the institutions that are in violation of that. And through those laws, we've eliminated largely blockbusting and redlining. And then Democrats largely started to enact.
A lot of redlining still, but it's better than it used to be.
It's true. And that shouldn't be allowed, and it's through the Civil Rights Act, through the lawsuits, we've gotten rid of those things. I don't understand how we've circled back, and it's largely through the liberal side of things, to start using race again. That's crazy to me.
To start using race again.
Well, let me clarify. Obviously, everybody always was secretly trying to use race because this country has a history. I don't think it's fair to say just this country, but people are racist. I think everybody's racist. And we're trying,
One shot at it.
I think, civilizationally, to be like, let's stop doing that. But there are a lot of people that don't because they're racist. So when I see, I don't care if it's the white redneck.
It's funny, this guy's like, all ULs are the same, and then he's talking about racism too.
Dude saying he doesn't like black people or whatever. These people online that want to make anytime they post a video, they like, they'll post a video of black people committing a crime, and it's like, brother, I could find videos too of white.
There was another one where
this raid thing is so stupid.
Sleep last. I see the point.
Want it to be.
Yeah, I'm talking about the story that we tell about ourselves as a country, man. I'm talking about
That's not true.
I'm talking to write home.
Kent State.
We're gonna find where we were, guys.
What's that meant to prove?
You don't actually believe in free speech. You fear the consequences.
Because
Violation of their speech laws.
I mean, I went there. I made fun of their government. I talked about, the fire at Heathrow because that impacted my travel when I was there. I talked about, yeah.
You can make fun of white people, but you can't make fun of non-white people.
Weird this part of the conversation is.
Remember Charlie Hebdo?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, what happened?
Yeah, when things are legal, they're just.
No.
I remember this part.
White, working class people. And so I think we end up seeing happen, especially right now, is
powerful than ever. Now, there's some I'm sure that will disagree about, like the EPA. You'd probably see as, the sort of department that's forcing people to do things. I think the EPA is mostly good. We probably disagree about that. But like most
general approval from most demographics, except for the 70-plus bunch, and Act, and you have a right to sue the institutions that are in violation of that. And through those laws, we've eliminated largely blockbusting and redlining. And
this is pretty close to where we were.
Largely started to enact.
A lot of redlining still, but it's better than
it's true. It's true. And that shouldn't be allowed. And it's through the Civil Rights Act, through the lawsuits, we've got rid of those things. I don't understand how we circled back, and it's largely through the liberal side of things, to start using race again. That's crazy to me.
To start.
It is crazy.
Race again.
Well, let me clarify. Obviously, everybody always was secretly trying to use race.
Systematic racism.
I don't think it's fair to say just this country, but people are racist. I think everybody's racist. And we're trying our best, I think, civilizationally, to be like, let's stop doing that. But there are a lot of people that don't because they're racist. So when I see, I don't care if it's the white redneck dude saying he doesn't like black people or whatever, these people online that want to make anytime they post a video, they like, they'll post a video of black people committing a crime, and it's like, brother, I could find videos too of white people committing crimes. You want to do like a multivariate study of every single instance of video crime or whatever, we could. There are FBI crime sets, I get that, but there are racist people. But the Democrats are still engaged in racist practices through DEI and gender-based discrimination, etc., which is just clear violation of every title of the Civil Rights Act.
I mean, there's a million different programs that get lumped.
See if we can get them to come out here.
I'm interested to know, you do think racism exists in America, and it's a problem that we should keep fighting?
Profoundly exists in this country, and I think I don't think it'll ever go away. I think we have the proximity is the best cure. You grow up around people and you understand they're good people, you tolerate them. I think we have a challenge with enclaves. So you'll find, and I think a lot of conservatives need to hear this too, because I was in Virginia, near Hampton Roads.
Whoa, who's that guy?
And I mean like literally white areas that are predominantly white, that don't like black people, don't like Mexicans, don't like Chinese people, and that exists, and they're going to be racist. But you get a similar but different kind of function in white uppity liberal conclaves too.
Yeah.
And so I do think it's a problem. But the problem that I see now is affluent white liberals who have this, let me use an example. Do you know about the Yale study that found that white liberals they reduce their vocabularies to talk to black people?
I do not know about it, but it sounds like it could be true. Like it sounds anecdotally, yeah. There's a lot of racist white liberals.
They present themselves as less competent in interactions with African Americans.
Yeah.
Conservatives tend not to, but there still are obviously like racist parts of the South, especially the South.
There's parts all over America. And by the way, racism isn't unique to white people either.
Right. I mean, brother, go to Asia. Anybody who's been to China or Japan or Korea, it's like.
Well, and in America, we have a form of racism that's like based around white supremacy, but it's like non-white people can like participate and like be a part of it.
I think that exists, but I don't think it's the predominant anymore. It may be largely.
Up here.
So let me ask you this: when there's a plane crash or a fire or something like that, and the Trump administration, the first thing they do is they say, too many black air traffic controllers. Like that's the first thing they do.
When did they say that?
That was like immediately they just come out and they're like DEI in the FAA. That's the problem. That was like the first thing Trump came out and did, and then that became the narrative.
Maybe. All I can tell you is,
does that seem like racism to you? Because to me,
what I can tell you is I interviewed the Secretary of Transportation. He actually rejected that premise.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that he rejected the premise that. Sorry.
Right. So I asked Secretary Duffy, are we actually seeing an increase in these airline accidents, because we've seen these high-profile stories? Some have argued it's DEI finally catching up, which I don't think makes sense, that all of a sudden just planes crash because they hired diverse people or whatever. And Duffy said no. He said we've not seen a significant uptake. It's largely just a phenomenon of the media, and people are getting riled up, and of course the right wants to say it's because of DEI, which makes no sense. The left is saying it's because of the Trump administration, which makes no sense. The issue is, we had stories that were sensationalized in the media.
There's a lot of damage.
Perceived an increase in air traffic accidents, but we are going to try and streamline and fix the FAA.
Yeah, no, I felt that. Well, look, the air traffic controller system is in a obviously a terrible state, and it's problem.
Did you see the computers they have?
In the Newark thing is, I mean, look, there's something to be said for old computers. There's a lot of people who make a lot of hay about government systems being written in Fortran and COBOL, but that stuff is actually really like future proof. Like it's old code bases that are like really well run and stuff.
It's not future proof. It's subject to ICS hacks. It's insane.
In some cases, I've read engineering analyses for in some cases we don't need to make fun of the old code. It's okay to have old code. Same reason why punch cards weren't so bad for voting sometimes. Like the old shit works well in some cases. But the FAA, air traffic control, we got.
Oh, I'm super laggy right now, 30 FPS.
And so based on what and I believe that a lot of the crashes were clustering, right? A couple crashes happened in short order.
Right,
happens randomly. Well, not just media. It's like the human psychology, right? Three random events happen together, and you think a whole lot are happening all at once. But like Donald Trump, the man, the human being, his literal first response was to come out and go, too many black air traffic controllers. Too many. I mean, I'm paraphrasing for comedy.
Yeah, I don't think he specifically said black people.
No, he didn't say black people.
He
said DEI. He blamed it on DEI immediately. And there is this odd, look, I'm not a fan of corporate DEI programs, especially. The right was really smart to seize on DEI as a slur to tar all attempts to address racism with, because it's an acronym.
They're calling it didn't earn it.
Yeah. I've been through some seminars that were like a waste of time or whatever, kind of annoying. And
so I think what happened was the right was calling DEI not because they were black, but because there was a lot of things involving trans people at the time. And there was also a big debate on why trans people shouldn't be in the military and all this stuff. So people were trying to probably frame it as, trans people shouldn't be driving planes or whatever, or women or whatever. And that being said, a pilot probably has better hand-eye coordination if it's a male overall, but there are some women who can drive planes way better than men, right? So I don't think it should be judged based on actual science, not just bullshit. like DEI.
And I think that, the corporate response to, George Floyd's murder and everything that happened afterwards was like pretty toothless and stupid. But I find it bizarre to watch the right, like something goes wrong and they're immediately like, oh, the problem is that we have a, woman fire chief, or we have a, people of color air traffic controllers. It's like, oh, that's just straight up racism. Like,
But it's a communication
Wow, but
failure.
you've like
I don't even know where this guy came
done
from.
a little loop-de-loop where you're like, oh, I think DEI is racist, therefore me yelling at black people in positions of power is not racist.
I mean,
like, it's bizarre.
but that's not the case. I mean, the right wanted to elect Larry Elder to governor of California. The meme among all conservatives is that Clarence Thomas should clone himself and replace every other Supreme Court justice.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about the rush to blame these infrastructure problems on
So I would call that a failure of communication for sure. The issue,
call it racism.
but it's not the target. The target is
You
people
can almost
who
get
are
up this
fired
tree.
without passing, not the fact that they're black. So Charlie Kirk got a lot of flack for this because he said, I go on a plane, I see a black pilot, and I think, am I supposed to be worried?
Yeah, well, that's racist.
But the point he was making was he was calling you racist, dude, and you guys didn't get that. He said you have created a situation where average people think you are hiring people who can't do the job based on race, and we don't want to live that way.
I mean, he's the one getting on the plane and seeing a black person and saying that person's not qualified. I don't get it.
That's not what he's saying. He says Democrats are intentionally hiring underqualified people based on race. Why are they putting us in a situation like this?
He's saying that if a black person is in the seat, it means they're unqualified. That's his assertion. It's not
No,
mine.
he's saying he doesn't know because he knows you are advocating for it.
I'm just listening to the words that he's saying. It seems pretty straightforward.
I would say that when the left and the right only listen to the surface level clips and arguments,
No, Tim's making away about our argument here. The other guy just doesn't know. He's just an idiot he's typical leftist using racism to try and win an argument when Tim made a perfectly good argument there.
they don't actually understand what the person is conveying. And so the argument then is Charlie Kirk is a racist, which is not true. Charlie Kirk's point on that plane was, let's just map it out 1, 2, 3. Democrats have created policies by which they will put people in positions of authority who don't have the same caliber degree or have passed certain tests because of race. We've seen policies where they will actually go down the list of top candidates until they get to a race. This creates a concern among people that that individuals are being hired without capability based on race. That's the idea he's trying to convey. Not that he doesn't want to fly with the black.
You think that when in a time when we only had white pilots or white executives or white whatever, all those people were hired on merit. None of them floated through for some other reason, like
Nepotism.
Yeah, exactly.
Backs.
Like there's the
Blaspo.
DJs.
yeah, exactly. The systems are like they already do that for everybody. So
But it
like
wasn't based on race.
so for him to go in and say, when I see a black person, that's when I think that, not
Because
when
your
I
policy
see a
is
white
race-based.
person.
Your policy is
then
racist.
that's racist on his part because he's only focusing on when the black people.
But it's because the
there.
policy is race-based. The policy is race and gender-based. And so the issue is not
He doesn't even understand that they're choosing people based on their race, not based on their ability to fly a plane. And so getting on a plane where you're scared for your life because you don't know if this person was chosen based on the color of their skin or what's inside their brain or their gender or their sexuality, right? It doesn't just have to be black. It could have been any example. He could have used woman. He could have used anything besides white straight man, basically, because we're the white straight men seemingly, and Asian people actually are the ones that are getting the most bias thrown at them. Racism.
Charlie Kirk saying he doesn't like black people. He's saying Democrats are hiring people who are less qualified based on race. This is creating a concern for people, which we don't want to experience.
So the counter argument would be, if you have a system that has no black people in it, right? You have a pool of people doing the job that has no black people in it. That clearly is not based on merit because, you know, black people are X percent of the population, and surely some would have gotten through if it was really based on nothing but merit. So some of the existing white people must actually not have gotten there via merit. It must be because of a race-based system. So instead, let's adjust the system so that we give everybody an equal opportunity. That is going to mean that there are going to be more black people in the system. Now that that happens, he now gets on the plane, he sees a black person, and he says, oh, now it seems they seem unqualified to me? That's pretty straightforwardly racist.
I actually think that it was racist systems that kept out qualified candidates. What I would say to your argument is the only distinction between what you said and white nationalists is that you want a system to bring those people in, and white nationalists don't. So you both the left and the right agree that there is some kind of phenomenon where black people should be qualified and aren't qualifying. I disagree with that. I think that there were institutions throughout history that hampered the process by which minorities were able to go to schools to effectively get those degrees. It's very difficult. The liberal argument floats dangerously close, I think, to what white nationalists are hoping for. It's not to say that you're wrong or anything, but it's a similar argument. That is the implication. So I'll put it this way: Ben and Jerry's. Do you know what the 1350 is?
The
All right.
The 1350.
Is that a Ben and Jerry's thing?
Yeah. Not intentionally, but this was like, holy shit, brother. Like, maybe you shouldn't be tweeting this.
I forget about this.
1350 is a meme which references 13.
Forget what it is.
Despite being 13% of the population, black people commit 50% of the crimes. And so that is a meme shared among white nationalists. Ben and Jerry's put out the exact same meme, but tried approaching it from a DEI standpoint. And this lit the fucking internet up with people mocking Ben and Jerry's, being like, holy shit, they've gone full white nationalists. They said, despite making up 13% of the population, black people make up 50% of the arrests. And the white nationalists said, you're correct, 100% correct. We agree with you on everything, and started cheering for Ben and Jerry's. And I was like, whoa, guys, don't take their arguments from them. Like, I think it's fair to say that there are racist, components of racism that have existed in this country for a long time. The solution would be colorblind hiring processes and educational benefits that target class and not race, because then you remove the racial component from the argument completely, instead of creating a racial argument for the white nationalist.
But if you had...
Okay, let's get into this a little bit, because this is gonna be complicated. The problem with that would be the same problem as with the racist thing. It's it would just be classist instead of racist, right? Now, that being said, when the reason for the classes being separated is the amount of money that you own, it's a little bit different than if you're separated by your birth. You know what I mean? Like a caste system. Like, say someone is marked as a servant for the rest of their life. That's different than if someone was born poor and society gives them a little bit more than someone who was born rich. Because the person who's rich is getting more than the person who's poor anyway. And this is another point where I differ from a lot of the conservative viewpoints. And I think Tim Pool does too. But we'll see where this goes.
Admit that people in America are racist. You can't build systems that are completely blind to race, or you have race then you have individual racists continuing to exert their power over the system.
So what you do is...
you accept racism, you're just like, okay, yeah, racism will continue to affect every part of the system.
And we can mitigate it, right? So for instance, for hiring practices, when it comes to the hiring managers,
Nice,
they
70
should have
boots.
no access to the name or the race of the individual. It should literally be, here's the resume, here's their qualifications, is it a yes or a no? And what we do then is, we should target class-based opportunities for the younger generations, meaning if we go, like, so for instance, I grew up in Chicago, heavily racially segregated. We had 47th Street was a dividing line where on one side it was all black. On the other side it was largely white, but, you know, there was some Latino there. This created a lot of problems. Two different neighborhoods looking at each other like others. And if you were white and went to the black neighborhood, you got arrested. If you were black and went to the white neighborhood, the police wouldn't go near them because they were scared of being called racist. The gangs would come from the black side and rob people on the white side, creating a lot of anger, where the white people would be like, it's black people doing it. And then I'd be like, I actually think it's a different community. It doesn't matter if it's white or otherwise. They just don't view as part of their community, so they don't care if they rob you. But if I robbed you, all the neighbors would get mad at me, right? The issue isn't the race, but this created massive racial tensions. If you went into that neighborhood and gave the black neighborhood,
It's a little bit of both.
Resources check
To blacks, oh my god,
or
dude.
whatever based on race, brother, there'd be murders. It'd be fucking nuts. The racial tension you'd create. But if we do it based on income and class, then you'd have equal amounts of both neighborhoods now going to the same schools, making friends with each other. And then you're gonna have one guy who's gonna be like, yeah, I live on 46. And they're like, no way, dude, I live on 48. Like, bro, you're south of 47? Let's hang out, man. Now they're friends. They don't view each other as others. They don't feel like their taxes are going to one racial group. Instead, what's ended up happening is EI programs have said it's gonna be based on race. And so then you get, you know, if you go to like Appalachia, for instance, these are the poorest of the poor, and they feel like what little they could
Run.
given away to other people based on race, and they're being left behind, which breeds racial animosity.
Yeah, I mean, the pitting of, you know, poor white people against black people is like just part of the strategy of, you know, the people in power, and they've always done it. And,
Liberal or
and it's
otherwise.
unfortunate to watch. You know, it's unfortunate to watch the country like descend into that again. You know, racial issues are hard to tackle because it's we're very susceptible to it, and unfortunately we backslid into a period of white racial backlash again, where you know, the people around the country are just. They're just like, I mean, the Trump administration literally just treats any black person as unqualified and fires them from the federal government. Like, that's what Pete Hegseth is doing in the Department of Defense. It's like, it's just like out and out.
This guy is absolutely out of his mind, dude. Like, where do these delusions come from? Look at his eyes when he's saying it. Nah, I'm just joking. About the eyes. I don't want to make fun of someone's looks, but what he just said is like absolutely ridiculous.
Out racism, you know, it's like a racial purge of the government. It's really bizarre. They're trying to like
Where did that happen?
resegregate the country.
Where did that happen? Where they were firing black people?
I mean, I don't
What
know.
the hell is he talking about?
Yeah,
That sounds not true.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, because like I'll put it this way, even if it were true, it's so overt that like
yeah, they're being really overt about it. I mean, Donald Trump is going on television and going, planes are crashing because of DEI. So it's
but DEI
really,
is a philosophy, is an ideology.
He's saying because they're unqualified air traffic controllers because they were hired because they're people of color. It's racist. He's racist. He's a racist man, and he's issuing racist policy.
Because they were hired because they were people of color. Because you were hired because of your race instead of what you knew. This person that gets on your plane is worried that you're qualified. You could say that's racist, but it's not. It's actually logic and reasoning. But the racism would be to say that all those people are like that. All X people are like Y. Right?
And the entire country's going along with it because we're in a period of white racial backlash.
When do you think he became racist?
I think he's been racist his whole fucking life.
How did he win all those awards then? Like, or like those accolades and like,
I don't know what accolades he won. He's won accolades.
yeah, it was like a civil rights leader awards and shit.
Donald Trump has won civil rights leader awards.
Let me see if I can find something. I'm
That's
pretty sure.
Well, that's. I mean, awards are dumb, so I don't.
They are dumb.
I think he won them because awards are stupid. Like, I don't know. Bad job awards committee for giving the.
He did get the Ellis Island Medal of Honor, but there's a correction. It wasn't particularly over racial issues. I don't know what that means.
You love Trump so much. It's funny you're pulling up his awards.
I don't really think I
He's won so many racial awards.
I think it's weird that you think I love Trump.
I mean, you're here talking about how great his approval numbers are.
Tim's getting pissed.
That's a fact statement.
Your YouTube headlines are all like Trump is crushing, his numbers are up, well, you know, and the rest of the press is like his numbers are down. And
I never said his numbers were up. I literally just told you right now, because of the tariffs, his numbers have gone down.
Dude, look.
I went on Piers Morgan and said Trump's approval is absolutely down. And I said, you don't got to look at corporate press. Take a look at Rasmussen.
I hate when people gaslight. Like, he's just like, yeah, he's doing everything. It's all racial. I don't know any names. Don't ask me. Next topic. And now Tim is pissed because he's getting attacked. And this is what he's trying to do. He's trying to make him mad so he makes mistakes in the argument.
They love Trump, and they have Trump down 4 points.
Let me ask you something.
He's trying to decredit him.
I don't watch it that much. But I've looked at like your YouTube headlines.
We've never said Trump's polls have recently been rebounding, but that's a fact statement from Newsweek, aggregating like 3 or 4 different polls.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie and say his polls are down if they're not down, and if his polls are down, I'll say they're down.
Okay, I mean, I
use
all the reporting I saw in the last 2 weeks. Like, oh, his numbers are down. And I saw you were going there up, and I look at your YouTube headlines, and a lot of times it seems like, look, the easiest way to get people to click on YouTube is tell them that their side is winning. I have trouble getting sucked into this in my own YouTube headlines.
I just go, and you know what I try to do? I try to avoid singular polls as well. So what I was on Piers Morgan, he asked about this.
Guys, I gotta look something up. Hold on, guys. Hold on. We're fact checking this guy. In my own. Let's see. Okay, so he is kind of egregious, but not too bad. Can you see this? Yeah. So we got one Trump headline on Trump. The tariffs are just so stupid. But I mean, everybody was talking about that 4 weeks ago, so we'll give him a slide on that one. This one, Trump hates science. Okay, that one's a low blow. You lose here, Adam Kenobi. Now they're not all Trump, so I'll give him that. Not all Trump, but I can tell you one thing: trans rights under attack. This guy's a lefty for sure. Legal weed is full of poison. Oh my god. Yeah, I stole your face. He's got a Musk thumbnail. He threw Waltz under the bus too with pants. So he is kind of creative with his thumbnails. I'm not gonna be too hard on him. He's kind of right about that. His thumbnails aren't too bad.
Well, the polls are lying.
I've seen worse.
I was like, the issue is that people don't. The one thing that's challenging is that the polls are so dramatically different from each other that it's going to create this perception. But my point was simply track a single poll. Find one you trust. If Trump supporters love Rasmussen, okay, well, Rasmussen had Trump go down. So even if you think ABC is lying, is Rasmussen, who had Trump up yesterday? Well, he's down today. So Trump's approval went down with. Oh, come on. It went down with the tariffs. The tariffs were bad for him. But
the tariffs are bad. They're really stupid. He's losing his mind.
So, for instance, like Rasmussen currently has him 3 points.
Yeah.
Here's a video
The
about that.
challenging thing, I think, is like if you look at Economist and Big Data, they cover nearly the same span. Plus one.
I will say though that the numbers that Trump gave for the tariffs are with deficits attached, so his calculations are different than everyone else's calculations. So like what a lot of people don't say is that America left the World Trade Organization, which means that they had to renegotiate all their deals with all these countries because they had the deals through the World Trade Organization beforehand. So like that's why he has to go around and meet all these people and talk to them and shake their hands and do deals with them. So we'll see if the tariffs are a good idea for the American people. I'm sure it's going to be good for the American people, and not so good for the rest of everybody else. Maybe some countries screwed over America. Canada, I'm sure we did screw them over on milk and stuff like that. But that was the whole point of the tariff, was to save the Canadian dairy industry, probably. I'm sure there's some bullshit with that. We give you cheap oil. That's why there's a trade deficit. We shouldn't get a crazy tariff rate just because we give you cheap oil. That's ridiculous. We got a deal where we give you the oil to refine, and then we sell it to you cheap because you help us, right? It's like a win-win for everybody. I don't know why we're arguing about these things. It doesn't feel logical. I feel like Canada and America should just get along. It'd be a lot easier.
1 minus 8.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I'm like, I don't know how you track singular polls. And the aggregates are also confusing as well. So what I say is, I always show this. I'll always try to show all the polls in the aggregates. But then I'll say, let's just track an individual poll. Maybe it had Trump minus 10 yesterday. Maybe he's minus 12 today, showing a downward trend.
But like,
Then where the favorable poll?
But like, I don't watch your show that much. I click around. It seems like you support Trump generally. You're normally saying,
I gave him a B+.
here's why the thing that he did. Yeah, okay. So you like him generally.
There are a lot of bad things too.
I'm saying, you know, he's behaving in an authoritarian fashion. He's abridging free speech. You're like, oh, but presidents in the past did that. They were being authoritarian and they were abridging free speech. And here's why Bush did it, and it's bad.
Well,
but when Trump does it,
not
you
how
like
I phrased it. My phrasing was, do you think it's distinct from other administrations? Like,
You thought it was good when they were doing it before?
My question for you is, do you think it was good when they were doing it before?
It was bad.
Yeah, and my point is, there are instances where you didn't care and instances where you did. So again, I think
I wasn't on this show then, so I cared about it then.
let me. So Piers Morgan had a great question for me when I went on the show, and I keep bringing him up, but you know, he does a good show. It's kind of sensational, but he asked me how I thought Trump was doing, and I said B+. I think that the universal tariff thing is I'm skeptical of it. It's a little wonky. Selective tariffs, I think, are a good thing. And then Piers asked me, would you say the same thing about Joe Biden if he did this? I said, of course not. Probably not. And the issue is that Donald Trump's moral positions
I have to walk back down,
my own.
sell some of this
And
stuff.
just like liberals who would defend Biden, we're more forgiving of the individual who does errors and makes mistakes if they're more in line with our worldview. So if Joe Biden, like the Afghanistan debacle, the Burisma scandal, Nord Stream, all of these things, Keystone Pipeline, I'd look at as a litany of negative compounded with another negative. I'd say it's bad.
You can drop it and
Donald
carry
Trump,
it.
I see is doing a spattering of bad things, but largely good things. So I say I can tolerate some bad things from Trump. I'm not going to condemn his whole presidency because
Yeah, so you're like, it's tribalism on your part. Like you're like, he's my guy. You know, I agree with him about. I don't know what do you really like? You hate trans people or whatever, and so.
Well, I'll reiterate it, right? I praised Joe Biden when he was fighting to remove ATM fees. But you have a litany of negatives with the Biden administration that I see. And so when he does something wrong, I'm going to say one more grain of sand in the heap of the bad things he's doing. With Donald Trump, the policies enacted, I largely agree with. So when he does a bad thing, I say, yeah, that's kind of bad. But, you know, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt for now, and we'll see what happens.
This is so cool.
Liberals do the same thing on all their issues. It's not unique to me or you or any other person. Obviously,
you're talking about human psychology. When someone's on your side, generally you forgive the bad things that they do a little bit.
Well, I don't
What
forgive
happened?
bad things. I'm saying we tolerate them.
yeah.
We say, like,
Close. There was a close to each other, but sure.
It
well, the
disappeared.
difference is I'm not going to forgive Donald Trump for, he's accused of killing a 7-year-old American girl in Yemen. I want that criminally investigated. I'm not going to forgive him for 59 Tomahawk missiles into Syria in his first term. That was ludicrous that he thought that was going to be good, and it's ridiculous the media praised him for it. These things always deserve condemnation. In fact, I'll criticize him now because he said to me personally in an interview he wouldn't bomb Yemen. And then he did. Now he's claiming he's not going to do it anymore, but that deserves criticism. I don't need to forgive him for that. I will challenge him because of it. And
I get where Tim's coming from here, but you have to understand that not Yemen, okay, there's 3 different forces in Yemen. There's the people who want to separate and become their own country. There's the people who are fighting with the Saudis to take back their country and the Americans. And then there's the people who are, I'm not sure, I can't remember what they're called, but they're like the Islamic Islamic regime people who are like trying to take over the country, like the Houthis. Yes, the Houthis. But is it the whole group is called something? I can't remember. But anyway, they're situated right on that bit of water there. And the thing is, they've been shooting at everybody, not just Americans, and like over 100 and something, 170 times probably by now. I think it's like 150 to 170 times they shot missiles at ships. I think I'm pretty sure it's American ships. I did a video about it. I don't want to say something that's not true, so I'm trying to be careful. But anyway, to be fair, Americans are bombing a part of Yemen that is being taken over by Islamists that are part of the Houthis that are working for the Iranian regime, or on behalf of, or with funded by. So, that in mind, yeah, he's bombing people that are also bombing back. So,
and demand he do better. I see largely what he's done as things I want to happen, and the bad things should be called out when they are.
This is so cool. I don't even want to wait
presidency over the bad
till
things
the next day.
For Joe Biden, I see a litany of bad things. I condemn largely what he's doing. You know, periodically he gets praised for the things that he's trying to
sell
do.
stuff though.
That's a good thing, right? ATM fees are fucked up, and that's bullshit. A tax on the poor through the corporate banking system that shouldn't be. However, Biden, you know, look, when he defies the Supreme Court over the student loan thing or tries to decree an amendment, the criticism there is, you don't have the authority to do that, to just decree an amendment. That's a ridiculous overreach. Nice try, buddy. When the courts say you can't forgive student loans twice, and he does it anyway, we're like, holy crap, look at what he is doing once again. With Donald Trump, we say, yeah, he shouldn't have done that with Abrigo Garcia. That was wrong. What's the solution here? Let's just try and mitigate that, but it's harmless error. There's a difference in the scale and scope of actions taken.
But they're making they're making such a big deal out of it, right? They're not treating it as a harmless.
It's a political attack against Democrats.
Yeah,
I think,
and against immigrants,
illegal immigrants.
The dividing line between a live hero and a
there's a
dead
distinction.
one is a sharp
and
sword.
also
Get the
foreign
best you can
students who are
afford
who are here studying, and like
Because
it's a
you don't wanna be on
full-pronged
the
attack
bad guy
against
side of the
all
line.
types of immigrants. Like he's trying to frighten every type of immigrant in America. They've gone down the list, you know. When he's like talking to Bukele and is like, "Oh, you gotta make a prison for citizens too."
I forgot to haggle the last guy.
Like,
yeah, bad.
He's doing that on purpose to frighten people. That's what I'm talking about
Not
with
now.
authoritarianism, and I think
My
that's
life, you win this
bad.
one.
I agree. Yeah, I think it's bad too.
Oh, cool,
Indeed.
great.
Yeah, we've had that
dumb
conversation
joke.
many a night about how Trump shouldn't do that. In fact, the Trump base is split on whether he should or should not be doing it. Half of them are saying,
Don't wait.
no
You've
way.
got a point.
There a lot of the most prominent voices have come after him over saying American citizens.
You win this
Because
by
that's,
you know, nonsense.
clearly wrong and authoritarian.
Yeah, well, you know, they
That's
they
just
came
not
for the
funny.
Jews, and I said nothing.
Don't.
You know,
I won't
like
fight
it's.
you.
This is how I feel.
People voted for this guy he doesn't give a shit about anybody. He wants to
Such
just
adventures.
throw anyone he
How I
doesn't like
envy you.
away to El Salvador and lock him up, and you know that's the deal the American
That's
people made.
enough.
Unfortunately,
Not that. You think that's
like
funny?
for me,
that will get
I
you
remember
This guy's
when
so dishonest.
Barack Obama killed 4 American citizens.
only quality goods for sale
And
here.
his
What can I
staffers
interest
publicly
you in?
stated, too bad. One of them was a 16-year-old American citizen named Abdulrahman Al-Awlaki.
was it a drone strike situation?
The drone strike in Yemen, authorized by Barack Obama.
An excellent
And their
bargain.
response to the extrajudicial assassination of a 16-year-old American who was not a criminal, not wanted for anything, was, oops, we were trying to kill somebody else. So it's like, country we're not at war with was bombed, killing dozens of or several civilians. I don't know the
It was a
full count.
horrible program.
Terrible.
That's a fair
And
deal.
these people that are complaining about Trump are just, it's platitude. It's not real. Now, I'm not saying you. I'm saying
Because I also complained about the
Seems
drone
a fair
strikes.
price.
indeed. And you know, every liberal I talk with is like, yeah, that we all condemn that. And I'm like, I think there's a general agreement among the populist factions of left and right.
You drive a hard
We are mad
bargain.
at Obama for doing these things, but the establishment forces that are empowered never gave a shit, and that includes the Republicans. So, like recently, I was complaining to Shri Tanadar, who was trying to impeach Trump, and I said, I'll give you this. I will give you my full support of your articles of impeachment against Trump.
Probably not much they can do.
If you also draft retroactive impeachment against Obama for the extrajudicial.
Well, without the support of everyone else, which makes it hard to get off the ground, I guess, without being ousted.
Extrajudicial assassinations of American citizens. He said no. And I said, we
Come back and see me again.
Retroactive impeachment.
It is, in fact.
Let's see what we've got
because
here.
of presidential
Take
immunity,
care.
you can't go after Obama for having killed a 16-year-old American citizen.
Like the new Supreme Court ruling, you can no longer do it, or presidential immunity.
Presidential immunity in general, it was presumed to be the case. There is, however, an argument that you can't even impeach at this point, but I believe the general legal consensus is, in order to convict a president for actions,
Go back and try to get through this fourth blue blood
for those actions first. Nobody, I think, even the people who don't want to bring it up, I think everybody would agree Barack Obama should not have killed that 16-year-old American citizen. And if it was an accident, well, I'm sorry, but if you accidentally run somebody over, you get some kind of penalty. Even if it's like a fine, I think you might get some kind of court supervision or license. I said, look, I'll tell you what, let's impeach Trump. Do me a favor. Draft articles of impeachment for Barack Obama for the extrajudicial assassination of American citizens and keep it specific to Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki. Because you want to argue Anwar and the other guys
so tough
or whatever, but Americans. Fine. Just a 16-year-old. He said no. He says, I'm focused on here and now. And I said, if he's impeached and convicted, we can get criminal charges for a president who murdered an American, even if it was negligence or accidental. He said, listen, I'm concerned about now. I was like, exactly. And you know what? Not a single Republican would do it either. Because when it comes to the executive authority, what we have learned over the past 50 years since the end of World War II is every politician in this country will get on their knees and lick the feet of the president and allow them to blow up whatever fucking country they want. And no member of Congress, no senator. Well, to be fair, Thomas Massey would probably say no. But they all just allow it to happen. And it's bullshit.
Yeah, and so I guess I don't understand why you are so supportive of Trump, because part of his entire presidency is about expanding the executive power of the president. Like that's the Heritage Foundation's whole thing, the imperial presidency. They're trying to increase the amount of impunity that the president has and remove checks and balances, which I think is the few that did exist, which I
see the arrow bent something.
Like Congress is more supine than it was during the Obama years. Like they're not even protecting their power as a branch.
I think they were always pretending. I think it was always.
It sure seems like it's at a fucking ebb, man. You know?
The Republicans right now have a 2-seat majority, and
like Trump's impounding money that Congress has like already spent, right? It's bizarre. So
the challenge is you've got two rogue branches, the judiciary and the executive, by this argument. I think Trump
I do barely any damage to her. Holy
shit. The executive branch in any way that's beneficial to him to enable himself to do these things. And actually, I think that's what Kristi Noem actually said to me, that they're going to use the language of whatever is codified to try and get these deportations through. The problem is you've got a judiciary that is rogue at the same time, and Congress has abdicated their responsibility for checking either branches. What do you do? I think largely you'll find there's this diehard MAGA base, which is like Trump can do no wrong. You'll find the liberal base saying Trump is clearly everything he's doing is wrong. And then you'll find this like spattered middle of the road of no one's doing what they're supposed to be doing, and it's just it's just pure chaos. And that's not like Chuck Schumer says that's Trump, and I'm like, oh please, it's everybody. The issue then is the liberal side of things can allow Trump to make his assertions under like the Alien Enemies Act without challenge, and then Trump steamroll. They're not going to do that. Trump could allow the judiciary to enact universal injunctions unconstitutionally and get steamrolled. He's not going to do that.
God.
Congress isn't doing anything. So there's no check or balance on either of these branches.
Oh, that's even worse.
Going to come to a point where
hopefully Spider can save me.
Constitutional crisis until one side finally says, I don't think it matters anymore what you say at all. I would argue that there's.
I mean, that's what they're currently doing.
Both sides, both the executive and the judiciary are doing this.
I mean, the judiciary, like, they
There's
can.
no authority for universal injunctions.
To me, what it sounds like is you're participating in the campaign by the executive branch to
She's so scared I'm shooting her and this thing is attacking her.
go to the mattresses for like any particular injunction. But like the observation that I'll make is that we
Oh
can
my
the
God.
judiciary, setting the legal groundwork for why, they can defy any particular court order they want to, because if it goes against the Trump administration,
You bastard knew. Oh God. Spiderlings.
B, destroying the civil service. Those are just basic authoritarian steps, and that's what Trump is doing. I personally, I'm not like
That's not an argument.
I'm not as like apocalyptic currently as a lot of really frightened liberals are, who are like, we're descending into Nazism or whatever, because I think Trump is like ultimately a lot weaker than that, and I think he's like kind of too old and dumb to like really do it. Like he's losing his mind. It's it's really funny. It's very funny to see.
No.
I came here from LA, and like a couple days ago he had that truth post about like we need to put 100% tariff on movies, on foreign movies.
Yeah, I don't agree that Trump is old and dumb. I think that's pretty stupid. Maybe he's not on every topic because he's like so busy. Maybe he's a little bit old. But like 70 is not crazy old. He's old for president, maybe. New meta. Oh.
And then the Hollywood press for like the next 4 days was like, oh no, like what does that mean? What's gonna happen? Like, oh, John Voight has a plan, like all this shit. And I'm like, you guys think that he remembers posting that? Like the man is like on pills or something. Like he got a text from John Voight about like, you should do this. He says, we're gonna put 100% tariff. One of the fucking cabinet guys goes, we're right on it, sir. And then they're just waiting for him to forget about it, because the idea of putting a tariff on movies doesn't even make physical sense. They don't come here by fucking boat. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, the other-
People are trying to make sense of like the Mad King's like drool coming out of his mouth.
Well, that one for sure, because what if a movie is based in Africa? It's like Safari featuring Tom Cruise, but you can't do it because you're filming in Africa. It's like, well,
And also every film,
They just hyperbolate everything, so it's annoying.
every Marvel movie, they ship all the footage off to Korea, to
The left.
the CGI, right?
like this is the real argument. I think the issue is, the saying has been for a long time that the left takes Trump literally but not seriously, and the right takes him seriously but not literally. So the question is, what does that mean? Like, the question is, what's going to happen from Trump's directive? You can't tariff a movie. Like, how? However, he can find ways to penalize offshoring of CGI or choosing to film Chicago, but in Vancouver.
But he's not going to do that because he doesn't have coherent policy about literally anything. Even tariffs, the one thing that he the regular tariffs, right? The one thing he really cares about, he's just fucking winging it, like saying random shit, doing math that doesn't make any sense, making deals, canceling deals, like just causing chaos, because he has the attention span of a gnat. The reciprocal tariff stuff where they like did it based on the trade deficit and all that shit.
But it was on the chart.
Again,
The chart said...
you're going to stump for the chart. You're going to back up the chart.
Well, you're arguing they didn't argue a thing that was literally on the picture they showed.
Oh yeah. The math was very dumb.
The math they presented said including trade imbalance and things like that.
Yeah.
So it's like they said, here's our
Ooh, Ebony
and then someone did
Works.
the math, and they were like, he basically took existing tariffs and then added in the trade deficit,
Yeah.
and then gave us a number. And it's like,
So you exist in like an info ecosystem where what he did.
That was
made
Ben
sense.
Shapiro
Like,
and some other people.
saying, "Oh, this makes sense," and you felt that those charts like were ultimately
I'm saying,
sensible.
you said the math didn't make sense because he was using the trade deficit, and all I said was it said on the chart he showed the trade deficit.
Yeah,
like-
well, and that's a stupid way
like a fact point,
to
not an
make
opinion.
to make a tariff.
I'm not giving you my opinion, and I'm giving you a fact point.
Yeah, the policy making is chaotic and erratic. It has no thought process behind it. So
Look
the
at
idea
that.
that like
That's
the
assumptive.
idea that Trump that
All these green stain.
Like, hold on, like the media.
Yo, what up?
just the idea that
What's up,
Trump
Kat?
would, like, look at
We're
Hollywood
watching
and
the
go,
debate.
"Oh, there's like a problem here. What if we disincentivize them from doing?" That's not how he operates. He
I
doesn't.
agree.
He doesn't actually make
No, he saw it on
real
Fox News.
policy. He
watching
he,
Laura
like does
Ingraham.
loyalty tests. He does.
So I turned on a Destiny stream today because I was looking for a debate. Yeah, so I was looking for like a debate channel that I could watch, right? And Destiny's channel came up, and he had like a video from the other day with like 1 million views. It's one of the most watched debates in the world, and it was literally just him watching a YouTube video of Ben Shapiro talking about stuff, and then him reacting to it. And I was like, well, there's a Tim Pool debate tonight, and I need the power level in Oblivion, so I'm gonna do both.
Like he misunderstands things.
do you-
he has a whim,
right.
and people.
Do you
follow until he
remember?
Forgets.
Do you remember the story in the tariffs where they claimed that Trump was tariffing an
Hell
island
yeah, dude.
by penguins?
Yeah.
But you know that's not
Cat
true,
just
right?
subscribed for 8
Okay.
months.
So this is the
Appreciate
challenge
the
we face
support.
communication-wise.
Yeah, man,
there
this
are a
will be
couple
good
islands that
content.
operate companies but don't have a living population that we do import from. So Trump
We could do this more often too.
region that he could. That was the point, closing loopholes.
How's the audio?
Like Newsweek, CNN, they all and prominent liberal personalities started running this lie that Donald Trump was tariffing a island with only penguins on it, which is, we call that factual but not truthful.
There's businesses that are on this island.
Fishing refineries, and they do ship products to the island as corporations.
So what they're arguing right now? This debate's almost over, sadly. But I'll probably put on another one after this. But so they're talking about he mentioned that Trump had a chart that was talking about all the tariff rates, and then he said, like, to be fair, on the chart it said that it also included trade deficits. So that's what he's going through now, because the liberals were saying that they're putting tariffs on islands that only had populations of penguins because of a trade deficit and stuff, right?
And then when they're done, they transport them to the United States. Trump wants a tariff on anyone who's trying to use that island loophole. But instead, the media just claimed he was.
And what was actually happening is people were taking goods and stuff. They're buying stuff from America on these little islands with just penguins and shit on it, so they get a cheaper tariff rate, right? And then they bring it to the mainland and sell it to everybody else, right? So it was kind of like a loophole to get around tariffs.
He was so stupid and didn't think about his plan. And I'm like, why don't you just say you don't like the tariffs? I don't know why you have to make up that weird story.
Well, I mean, everything about them was senseless. This was simply the silliest detail.
Yep.
Without.
But that's what discredits the actual argument. Look, I think the universal tariffs were a bad idea. I think selective tariffs on like particular products on nations can make sense, especially like Canada or China. Universal tariffs seemed like a scatter shot that was going to cause more problems in the short term. I can say that.
Whoa.
Nobody fucking cares. The right goes, interesting point, Tim, but our problem is the left is lying about what he's doing. And then I go to the left and they go, you're wrong, our story is right. And I'm like, but that's not true. It's this shit all over.
Thanks for the
again.
sub, too. I don't know if you can still hear me.
Stop making me defend Trump.
Appreciate it.
Where Trump would do something that was like, I wonder why he did that. The left would then lie about what he did. And when we come out and say, but he didn't do that, they'd say, stop defending Trump. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like the very fine people hoax, the Shinzo, the koi fish hoax, the fucking injecting bleach stuff. It's like, bro, Donald Trump dumped food into a fish pond after Shinzo Abe did. Why are you trying to make that a negative
I don't even
story?
know what that
it was like,
we're talking about there.
it's all of these hoaxes. The very fine people hoax.
I mean, I remember the line. Yeah,
Trump never called Nazis fine people.
He said there were very fine people on both sides.
Except the neo-Nazis and white nationalists who should be condemned totally.
He said that.
Holy shit.
Yeah, the Trump. That's literally what the rest of the clip says. He said, except for these people, right? So they cut the clip, to cut off that part and make him seem like an asshole. It seems like I leveled a bit too much now. There's like Daedra and shit around the Oblivion gates. This should be fun.
Brother,
I don't live in your bubble, man.
You don't live in the fucking news, dude. Come the fuck on. You don't read the fucking news. This is what fucking blows my mind.
No, I just don't have your. I don't have your.
No,
obsession.
Trump did not call neo-Nazis and white supremacists very fine people. Bro, it's been almost 10 years and you still think he did. That's
No,
what's
I
fucked up.
didn't say I think he did. I just don't know what you're talking about because I don't like.
Joe
I don't
Biden.
listen to your shit.
It's not about listening to my shit, bro. It's reading the news. It's fact-checking. Bro, I got Snopes for you. They're not a conservative publication. Even Snopes was like, guys, stop saying
I don't know why you're shouting at me.
Whoa, that was close.
Because the issue we have, and I apologize, because I'm not trying to shout at you, I'm shouting in exasperation, that we've had 2 liberals on in the past 2 weeks who didn't know this. And I'm just like, for love of all is holy, all I do all day is I read probably 500 news articles every
I didn't know that either till I watched.
The New York Times, MSNBC, and all
A couple years ago, someone showed me.
Liberals come on and they believe things that were debunked 8 years ago.
I didn't say I believed it. I was just asking what you're talking about.
You didn't know this.
Yeah, I don't know everything that you know.
But this is what Biden launched his campaign on. Biden made a public announcement to launch his presidency in 2020 off of this lie. And you didn't know that. 5 years later.
I don't know why you're getting on me about this, but
It's again, I apologize. I'm not trying to get on you. It's the exasperation largely with liberals. Like
I was right there, called Daedra.
when this happened, and like the Covington kids hoax, remember that one? Kids on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial back, this is 7 years ago. And
the kid that was smirking or whatever.
a Native American guy goes up in his face banging a drum.
Yeah.
And CNN gets sued over it. All these outlets, all these journalists were pushing this lie. And I was just thinking to myself,
Resistance 1.0 stuff was cringy, sure, yeah.
but I mean, here we are today. We had a journalist on. She's a Brooklyn journalist, and I thought she was very nice. I don't mean to be disrespectful. But she was like, no, Trump did this. And we're just like, I don't understand how we've come to this point where there are so many stories like the Penguin Island hoax, Very Fine People hoax, Covington, injecting bleach, Maryland's man. It's like the media just lies and the liberals believe all of it.
Look, man, so I'll tell you what it looks like from my side, which is that it looks like Trump does stuff that is either completely fucking moronic or completely indefensible, right? And then you guys find one detail, right, where you reinterpret or you find a place where like all the liberal media went too far, yeah, sure, whatever, and then like harp on that one little point forever, and then miss like the larger thing that's happening to distract from it. In the same way that, again, we were talking about Rumesa Ozturk, and it's like, was it legally possible, and like blah blah blah, and like what's the narrative?
Right is distracting too. The left distracts with everything. He was just talking about the penguin stuff.
Legal justification when it's like, do we want to be a country where you can come here and speak your mind or not?
This guy.
I don't want to talk about Brian Tyler Cohen.
You know who he is?
Yeah, of course. But let's talk about something else. Do we have to talk about what some other guy who's not me said?
I'm not talking about what he said.
Okay.
I'm making a point where he said you guys harp on one thing.
Sure.
Okay. This guy, David Pakman as well, and many of the other most prominent liberal podcasts.
I won't defend any of these people.
And that's fine. I'm only bringing this up because you made the point that you guys
Nice.
find
Stage your
one
teeth.
thing and then harp on that. I don't.
This is.
I don't.
Look, dude. I'm just a little bored of this, like, sort of 10 minutes of conversation because I'm like, I don't say this stuff, and like, it feels like
you just
this
said
is a thing to like fill air with rather than talking about what's actually happening.
You
It's to
just
complain
accused
about
me of
what the
doing
liberal
something.
media says.
Ow!
Okay. Sure.
Okay. Should I just say?
So, okay.
Or should I
make
have a
your points,
conversation?
Make your points. Your show. It's cool.
What we've been seeing prominently, there are three.
I do have another debate. I don't know how interesting it's going to be.
There is the liberal, like this guy, where every single video he makes is Trump. Literally every single one. Not to be fair, figuratively, because like every 10th video might be one other person. All just generic screenshots of Trump. Hey, look, Cory Booker, and nothing else. and he gets 200 million views per month. Okay, I do a show where we talk about whatever the news may be, which includes AI, solar storms. We talked about power outages, India, Pakistan. Talk about everything. Trump comes up prominently. He's the president, but we don't defend literally everything he does. But you come and say, you guys do it as if I am, and I'm not. My concern is, when I look at the prominent left podcasts, they do. There's a distinction between the left and the right that I think is important. The left calls the right everyone from anarchists to neo-Nazis, which clearly don't align. It makes no sense. There's sovereign citizen anarchists with, I mean, nebulous political views beyond that.
I think the left is all Marxist, personally.
Sure, the left at all. You don't think you lump them all in together. You don't think you engage in, you know, the
We do not.
Okay.
For instance, we often
Working for globalists.
leftists are pro-guns and liberals are not. We recognize the distinction between a progressive and a moderate liberal, or like Gavin Newsom and, say, an Antifa protester. They're very distinct.
Yeah.
And so we always draw that distinction. Liberals, where I will lump them together, do not. So the one.
This is like, but you literally are, because you're saying that like liberals do that to the right. I am sitting here. You'd probably define me as a liberal or a leftist or
This is
progressive,
anecdotal.
whatever you want to say. But like, I also believe myself to have a nuanced view of the variety of political positions on the right. Right.
And the point I'm bringing up is not pertaining to you as an individual, because we understand that it could be granular. The point I'm making is, say, ADL, for instance, and other left-aligned political organizations use the phrase "the right" to represent anything not left.
I wouldn't.
Acrobatics mastery. After long and arduous hours of practicing jumping and controlling your falls, you have become a journeyman of acrobatics. Now costs less fatigue to jump. Hell yeah.
Political organization at this point, but
Perhaps I would agree with you. Yeah. Like, at this point, it's very weird. Where
I mean, yeah,
Israel.
The politics of to me, it's less about Israel. It's more about what's happening in Gaza specifically, and like that, you know. But yeah, is the and they've been like bizarrely sort of pro-Trump in all these like weird ways. Oh yeah, they came out when they were like tweeting about Elon's Heil Hitler salute, going, don't worry about this too much. Like, it's fine. They're like, that's very odd.
It's Israel.
You know,
Elon has been pro-Israel. He's been, making statements in favor of them. And so I think especially when we're talking about like Romesa and all that stuff, Israel is the issue. The reason why they wanted to ban TikTok is because of Israel. And when they come out with these
couldn't
arguments
capture it.
anti-Semitism, they're not talking about any other bigotry or racism. So I'll agree with you on the ADL thing. As of now, they're leaning more into Trump camp because Trump is pro-Israel.
yeah, the politics of like. There's some really weird shit happening with politics when they go after a student protester, right? Because I look at Trump's coalition, he's got a lot of fucking anti-Semites on his side for sure. Like, all the anti-Semites are definitely Trump fans, but so are the like fascist Israeli,
I gotta pause.
pro-Israeli.
So this is where he's talking about. This is contentious still, but he's talking about like the woke, what people call it woke, right? Which would be like the people who are extremely anti-Israel, or other people would call anti-Semitic. They just like hate everything about Israel. And they're like, I'm not even going to get into it. They're just hateful people.
People.
The anti-Semitic right hates.
The argument, though, is whether, like, who is part of the woke right, not what the woke right is. Okay.
Trump. Go watch their live streams. I don't want to say their names because it just invites brigading for either of us.
Mm-hmm.
But the white nationalist Christian right wanted Trump to lose. In fact, they were pro-Biden, and not because they thought Biden was good. We get the. So here's why I try to be careful on this matter, because you get it. You're gonna get trolled. You're gonna get death threats. You're gonna get blasted. We were getting tons of chats on IRL where they were like, "I would rather Biden win because at least he is bad on Israel." That's the statement these people were making. And so there is this.
Sure, there's some who feel that way. Yeah.
Watch some of their streams and how they talk about Trump. Trump's pro-Israel. They're mad. They're very mad. Yeah.
It's sort of weirdly scrambled.
It is. Have you seen?
Because there's definitely also anti-Semites in his coalition, like the people at that rally.
Have you seen? Let me see if I can find this. There's a meme. Here we go. What is this flag? Let me show you this picture. This is the new horseshoe theory.
Wait, what? Sorry. Oh, left, right. I'm confused as to the axis.
So there's Ukraine, Russia, and Israel, Palestine. And then it's like on the left, the moderate liberal types are pro-Israel. But then from the moderate right to the conservatives are pro-Israel. But the far right are pro-Palestine. And the centrist, like the more moderate, I shouldn't say moderate, but the left to the far left are pro-Palestine. Then you have on the Ukraine-Russia axis, moderate conservatives are pro-Ukraine, but largely the conservative to far right is pro-Russia. And then on the left, it's largely pro-Ukraine, except for the far left, that's pro-Russia. They call this the new horseshoe theory as a joke.
Yeah, and it's the problem with nationalism, when it gets involved in the political system of a country, is it like scrambles everything, and you get like all these weird alliances, and it becomes very hard to parse out like who's connected to who. So when you guys are being paid by the Russian government, you didn't know.
We never got paid by the Russian government.
But the Russian government paid Tenet Media, and they paid you.
They didn't.
They didn't pay you. I wanted to
never
know.
got paid by the Russian government.
Oh, but
the case, as far as I know, has been dropped.
But I thought that you were making statements like, "Oh, we were the victims of
Should this prove to be true, we were defrauded and victimized." But I guess the challenge is right now, the Trump administration has no priority in going over a story I give a shit about, but the Biden admin dropped it.
Oh, okay, yeah. They didn't go forward on the prosecution.
So I don't know exactly. What I can say, and this is what the challenge is that my understanding is during the Biden administration they dropped it. I don't know because we're not party to anything having to do with it.
But like when they were like, I saw there's a thing in the Guardian about someone had like told. Like RT or whatever had like asked Tenet Media, "Oh, could we do some, anti-Ukraine story?" And then Tenet Media is like, "Oh yes, one of our people will get on that."
Was not RT, but the evidence has never been released. It's been denied. So
denied, but
Well, I mean, but this is the challenge.
But you were doing content that's like broadly consonant with what the Russian government wanted to be said about Ukraine, right?
I mean,
like
this podcast that we're on right now was licensed to Tenet Media. Which
was being paid by the Russian government.
That's not true.
Okay, I think it probably was. But
I mean, maybe they dropped it, and there's no evidence it was ever true. So I don't know how you resolve that circumstance, but I'll put it this way: this podcast that we're currently on right now, we host a variety of subjects. From we did one on polar shifts, we did one on theology, we did one.
Oh, if anyone's confused right now, RT is Russia Today, and it is a channel that is mostly blocked on most platforms because it comes out of Russia. You can watch it some places that I won't mention just in case it gets me in trouble, but it's pretty tame. It's like, it's just like a news channel. They just hire people from all over the place to tell stories about where they're from. Some of it may or may not be true. I don't know. Maybe they would rather show stories that are pro-Russian, right? I don't know. But for the most part, it's pretty tame.
On aliens, we did one on cryptozoology. None of that had anything necessarily to do with politics. We did talk Israel, Palestine. Dave Rubin, for instance, had a contract with them for licensing, I think, for half a year, where he did he did reaction content to viral videos, like a woman getting pulled over because she had too much milk in her car, or some weird shit like that. So it was a particularly strange circumstance. The narrative that emerged from it is largely fake. So this is a show that is owned by me, has been owned by me for a decade. We've produced for years, and a Tennessee company approached us to buy a license for it. Non-exclusive, meaning we distributed whatever we want, but they also wanted to live stream it. They had no say or control in anything we had to do, and they bought a license. The Fox News lied about it. The left continues to lie about it. I think it's largely just... I'm not going to get conspiratorial on what happened because I honestly don't know. The case has completely been dropped as far as I can tell. I suppose I could put a request for the Trump DOJ to investigate why they did it and why they dropped it.
Yeah, but
I mean, so let's talk about what you have right now is an indictment to Russians without any charges to Americans with no evidence that anything actually happened. I mean, if you want it to be true, you can say it is, but there's no evidence anything actually happened.
do you think Russia should have invaded Ukraine? You think that was good? No.
No, I think Russia's a bunch of. I think the Russian government. I say this even about China.
Yeah.
The governments are the shitheads. I think Putin is a despot who has used manipulative means like kind of killing his political opponents to retain power.
Yeah.
I think he shouldn't have invaded Ukraine. I think Russia lost the soft power battle and resorted to violence.
I'm not going to defend Putin, but to be fair, his political opponents are communists. So I think that should be said.
Violence because they were losing an expansive.
Oh, the twang of the bow and the scrape of the arrow fletchings are quite familiar to you. As a new journeyman marksman, you can now focus your vision to aim more precisely by holding the mouse button, middle mouse button. I mean, right mouse button. You can zoom in, yep.
Cultural victory from the West. And I think the outcome was inevitable to anybody in the military because Russia's never going to give up the Black Sea. But I think Russia's a bunch of shitheads. I just don't think we should be involved in it. But that's not even like a thing we talk about on the regular. A lot of people on the left latched onto one video I did where Germany accused Ukraine of bombing Nord Stream and accused Ukrainian citizen of criminal actions against NATO. To which I said, if this was sanctioned by Ukraine, that makes them an enemy of ours. I mean, but let's be literal. If the Ukrainian government sanctioned an attack on NATO resources, that would literally make them an enemy of this country. People took that and they're like, aha! And I'm like, but that's a fact statement. Germany accused this Ukrainian national of bombing Nord Stream. Germany is NATO. Like, what am I supposed to say? Mm-hmm. So, the long story short is, I look forward to anybody digging up what happened with the tenant thing.
It sounds like you lucked out. That's great. If it was
Oh, Battle Mage
But
is
it
not
sounds like
good.
there's no case. There's no story.
Yeah, that's great for you.
But why would it have been good or bad in the long run?
Well, it could have been bad if the case had gone forward and it could have turned up, some
I wanted to keep going.
Okay. Do you really? I wouldn't want it to keep going. I would be like, oh, shit, sick. Give me the money. You know what I mean? Like, I one of the reasons I wanted to come, I was just curious to see your operation here. You're like
The money that we were paid by 10 is completely negligible, and this is what a lot of people don't realize. I don't know how much you were getting paid for your shows. I mean, your shows were pretty big.
Yeah, that was in the days that cable still existed. Before it was all destroyed by.
But I mean, we do ad read sometimes for 50 grand.
Yeah.
So when the story came out, the insinuation was that like, oh, holy shit, Tim Pool was getting $100,000 to license a show.
Well, that was literally printed in the press that it was $100,000.
The indictment said it, and but I have no problem saying like, yeah, that we got a license for $100K. It was a market rate negotiated by lawyers. That's why Dave Rubin and several others in it negotiated the exact same rates, independent of us. You have to take a look at like, for instance, this show is on average, 7th biggest live stream in the country. So like, what do you think you're going to sell an ad for on the 7th biggest live show in the country that pulls in hundreds of thousands, between, on a low day, 200, but maybe upwards of 500K for one episode? Well, with a 2-hour show, you could probably get in 4 or 5 ad reads at 10K each. So you're looking at, for one show, selling ads upwards of $50,000. And if we do premium buys, like Adam Conover, he's a big get. A clothing company wants to sponsor because they know people are going to want to watch.
Oh, yeah.
We go to them and say, if you want an ad read, it's 50.
Yeah.
So singular episodes could actually run as high as 250.
How's 100? But every episode of your show being worth $100K? Like, how is an episode? How is a 2-hour podcast of people talking worth $100K license fee? How are they going to make more than $100K on it on the other end? It sounds like a crazy number.
It's pretty standard, right? If we're doing a show that is routinely averaging the 7th biggest in the nation, when someone comes to you to make a licensing agreement, they're saying, I can make your show bigger and make more money than you could on your own. That's why Joe Rogan did the deal with Spotify. Like, how is Spotify going to make more than Joe Rogan?
This is just but that's like a platform. This is like a company that's just licensing it. What were they doing with it?
They were airing it on their platform to
Their platform, just like tenantmedia.com.
No, not even on their website, just on YouTube and Rumble.
They were just they were just re-airing it on YouTube and Rumble, and it was going to be worth $100K an episode to them.
It already was generating.
Some Russian guys show up and they're like, "We will give you $100K," and you're like, this is legit.
Russia was never involved. So, a conservative personality who's been in the space for a decade, who worked for the Blaze Media, said, "I've got funding for a startup. We want to license one of your shows." I licensed to Discovery. Should
Look, I take tons of dumb money. I've done dumb money gigs before. I'm like, I don't know why people are giving me this much money for this, but all right, if you want to do it.
I don't know if you don't have to say if you don't want to, but like, what's the biggest sponsorship you've ever gotten?
The biggest sponsorship. I just did something. If you ask me in 3 months, there's something I could tell you about because it's too recent.
We've done one ad read for $100,000 before.
Yeah.
And so here's the business proposition. Someone comes to me and says, "We want to license your show." I say, "Okay, right now we're doing, I don't know, maybe like 10, 20K.
What's going on with my mic? There we go. I just want to say, if there's anyone out there who would like me to do an ad read for $100K, please get in contact with me. I'll read that shit all day long, all night long. Thank you.
Per episode.
Yeah.
Why would I license this show to you when I have full control of it right now?" They say, "We'll give you 50." I say, in a year, I think we'll be doing 50. So why do a deal with you if I'm a year going to lose that money?
Yeah.
So then they say, "What do you think you're going to generate?" I say, "Okay, well, we're planning on expanding. We're doing live shows." Excuse me. Sometimes we do special events. And I think the biggest ad read we've ever done was 100,000. We've done some that were 80, some that were 50. So if we're going to give up on that and lose the ability to negotiate those terms, you're going to...
Well, he was saying like if he had like a professional athlete on his show, he would charge like $50K for a clothing company to run an ad on his live stream. But usually the ad would have like certain requirements, and it would also a lot of people do it based on how many views you get. So you might get like say you get $1,000 for a YouTube video, and then you get like 20 cents for each person who sees it. It's not 20 cents. It's probably more like 10 cents, but it's a lot of money if you can get 100,000 people to watch it, right? Would I read an ad for giant monster dildos and gay sex equipment? I mean, that's how Joe Rogan got his start. He was literally reading ads for like the men's sex toys. I don't remember what they're called. Like a pocket pussy. Yeah, he said he had boxes and boxes of them in his apartment when he first started it. So I don't even have really a sponsor. I have like, sometimes I get a game key from a company and they'll tell me to make like a video a certain way. I'm to the point now where I can request, like, I can bid for a job, you know? But they usually go by how many people watch your show and all that stuff. So I have to grow my show before I start making more money. And then I can start selling merch and all that stuff.
Say, okay, we're going to pay a premium because we bet in 1 year we're going to make...
2 is too many in that small room, I
I'll
think.
make the deal because I'm going to make more now and not have to worry about doing development and hiring people. That's any license agreement anyone does with anything. Spotify doesn't actually have Joe Rogan's podcast exclusive to Spotify. Joe Rogan's podcast is on all platforms.
It was.
But they paid him, I think the number they gave was like $250 million for the latest up, because they're saying, Joe, we are confident we can sell ads better than you, and we will make more than 250 million. So we will pay you this.
Yeah, there's just a huge difference between Spotify, the largest.
Oh yeah, thanks for the
world,
bits.
and like people who are
Slump
rebroadcasting it
Cat
on,
just
on
cheered
YouTube.
30
It's just like it
And the
makes less sense, you know. But like that's fine. I mean, like take the money. I was just like, you know, I wish I could get a foreign government to sponsor my show. Then I could.
I don't,
have
and
a
I never
bigger
did.
show.
Ooh.
Never did. So I guess the issue is Blaze Media, right? American company, American personality says we're launching a company. We're going to license your rate at a market
We're gonna
standard.
try this again, but I'm gonna lure one out.
Exclusive. And then the government came out with an indictment and then dropped it almost immediately.
Yeah. Okay.
Why would they do that?
Thanks. Yeah. I mean, well, I guess they were about to be out of power. They thought it maybe couldn't keep going, or
Why wouldn't they just release some evidence or do something?
Yeah, it's a good question. I was just curious to hear you talk.
So the funny thing is, this guy right here, he has his own podcast, and he's been on cable TV and stuff, had his own TV shows. So this is supposed to be like a big debate, right? But I don't even know. I'm not even sure who this guy is, but he has like a little touch of Trump derangement syndrome. Like he believes a lot of the media's lies and stuff. Like one thing Tim brought up was like 10 years old. He still didn't know the difference of it.
Like when I told people I was doing the show, the only thing anybody said to me was like, oh, that was the guy who was paid by the Russian government, and oh, the beanie guy. That's it.
Would you concede the paid by the Russian government thing is unproven? What evidence is there?
Yeah, I mean, I was just I read all the articles when it came out. I didn't follow the case, so I guess I would look into
This does exemplify, I think, the problem left and the right has currently, right? You've said several times, rather insinuating it directly, that we intentionally took money from a foreign power.
I was just curious.
I got a new meta.
Curious to hear you talk about it. So
I get the skeleton to kill
The
them.
issue I see is liberals largely don't. I'm not saying online. The argument is always,
It's kind of hard in here,
was
though.
never accused of us. We were the feds reached out to us for victim statements and asked us to help go up against them and provide assistance against the literal Russians that they accused. We agreed, and then they dropped it. So I don't understand what happened, other than the liberals' side of things in the podcast have largely run with a narrative that never happened and used it as a smear against my company.
I want to be that kind of victim. It's a great kind of
Necromancer build is the best build.
Get like $1 million.
If that was the
Oh no! Make a statement about how hurt you got.
If that was the story, right now the only story that we know of is a media startup paid a license fee that was a standard market rate for one of the biggest podcasts in the country. That's it.
I'm gonna have to
And that's
swap.
why I said, if it is true, we were defrauded into, we were lied to. This was never part of the terms of any agreement. I've never accepted money from any foreign governments or anything
Let's
like
try
that.
this guy.
I think largely what we end up with is a political vector for liberals to disregard the points we make on our show. Regardless, still, Timcast IRL is the biggest live show in the country.
It was the 7th biggest.
The Culture War 7.
Oh, I see. They're different shows, but this is
Culture
just like
War-
your Friday show, right?
The Culture War was licensed to Tenet, but Timcast IRL and the Timpool Daily News Show were not.
Got it. That you record those in this room, and
Everything's recorded here.
yeah.
And I will caveat when I said the biggest live show. Obviously, there are live streamers who do like chats who are bigger than us and everything. But in terms of like a news-produced podcast, we're number one. Crowder, depending on the metric you want to use, Steven Crowder is a comedy news sketch show. He's bigger than us by like 10,000, per day or whatever, which is tremendous.
Got it.
But,
We got this problem with classifying shows in Hollywood.
Right.
I always get beaten the Emmys by some talk show that's pretending to be a best hosted informational nonfiction series or special, and then fucking David Letterman's talk show would crowd us out for the nominations.
Would get it.
Fucking category abuse.
But what I will say is,
That'll follow you anywhere you go in the end.
hard numbers, throw my opinion away. We were number 2 of all streams, only beaten out by Vatican Watch. So with all the lies, the smears and manipulation, we're hitting 800K a day, bigger than all the cable shows. So they can say whatever they want about me, I guess. The people watch the show. We give them facts.
I guess the debate is over.
We don't do any story without pulling up the article from any source, which includes the New York Times. And then people watch, and I think This is the challenge I brought up as my final statement, because I know we'll try to adhere. The challenge that I typically find when we bring on liberals in the show, when they do rarely come, not the culture, that's different. But for IRL, liberals largely say no, because every story we do is predicated upon Newsweek, or CNN, or the New York Times, or even sometimes MSNBC. And there's a problem that many liberals end up having. I'll get it to Luke Beasley. Or Hunter.
Come on, baby.
When they make claims assertive, like things like...
Yeah, get him, zombie.
Nazis very fine people, and then we just pull up the article and say, hey, that didn't happen. And then what do? They end up with a viral clip.
All right, let's see what Discord's saying here.
And that ends up being the principal issue for why I think liberals don't come on this show.
Well, it's also
an ally has been slain.
Tape in West Virginia in studio. It's like hard to.
You fly everybody out.
Yeah, but it's
sometimes first class.
You'll probably be back by 7.
Out first class. It was really nice. Travel was it was really nice, man. But
conservative.
But the travel was like I got like 4 hours of sleep last night. I'm like, man, this was rough getting out here. It's like hard to. I went like out of my way to come on because I was just curious to come on and see what you do and like meet the weirdest guy on the internet. You know,
the weirdest.
Yeah, you're.
I know. I love it. I appreciate that. Whatever we are, whatever we do. We got Magic the Gathering, we got skateboarding. But to be fair, we're an hour and a half outside of DC, so it's not easy, but it's not the hardest.
Yeah.
But,
oh God, I'm out of everything. I think.
Yeah. No, we should probably wrap it up. It's on kind of an equivocal note, but
I thought you were fantastic, and I really.
I appreciate it, man. I had a good time, and it was fun mixing it up.
Absolutely, man. Where can people find you?
So I do a podcast called Factually. That it's a lot like you were explaining to me your different shows. It's all on one YouTube channel. I do a podcast called Factually. I do monologues that have no name. It's on YouTube. The name of the podcast feed where all that stuff is Factually.
Oh my God, he just destroyed that zombie.
Charleston, South Carolina, doing comedy at the Wits End Comedy Club this weekend. If people want to come out, I think I still got some tickets. And
Master's starting to be kind of fun now.
Okay, well, air that, and you just missed it.
Tomorrow. Is that what it is?
Tomorrow, yes. Yes.
So by the time people watch this,
it'll be too late. So you can't see me in Charleston. And then I'm about to announce a bunch of other dates. The only dates that are currently up right now are Oklahoma and Brea, California, if people want to go to adamconover.net. There's going to be more. In June, I'll have a whole fall tour up. But people can follow me there if they want to come see me live.
Brother, you've had the best hair in media the whole time. You still do. Thanks for coming, man. I appreciate it.
I really appreciate it, Tim. Thanks so much.
All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Follow me on Instagram at TimCast.
I'm surprised it didn't one-shot me, to be honest. I'm getting stronger. Okay, guys, hold on. Let me find. So I don't know what's gonna happen with this one. I don't think it should be fair use, but this is a debate about AI and how it's going to take over jobs in the future. And I'm guessing just 4 individuals. They're all like this guy's like a biologist. I think him and his brother look alike. I'm not sure if he's the physicist or the biologist. Brett Weinstein. Okay. So this is Diary of a CEO. It's got 10 million subscribers. I'm sure everybody already knows who he is. This is a huge debate. It's 2.5 hours long. We probably won't get through all of it. But it says AI agents, emergency debate. These jobs won't last 24 months. We must prepare for what's coming. So this is one that I wanted to check out too. We got through the whole Tim Pool one, and it looks like we did. So let's check it out.
People don't realize how massive the positive impact AI is going to have on their life.
Ooh.
Well, I would argue that the idea that this AI disruption doesn't lead us to human catastrophe is optimistic. For example, people are going to be unemployed in huge numbers.
You agree with that, don't you?
Yes.
Let me fix
if your
this.
job is as routine as it comes, it's gone in the next couple of years. But it's going to create new opportunities for wealth creation.
Let me put it to you this way. We've created a new species, and nobody on Earth can predict what's going to happen.
We are joined by 3 leading voices to debate the most disruptive shift in human history, the rise of AI.
And they're answering the questions you're most scared about.
So I think that for the most part, it's going to be a good thing that humans don't have to do demeaning jobs anymore. I mean, like, think about like a washing machine or a dryer how many hours of intense labor did that save the average woman back in the day when the washing machine was invented, right? She had to wash like 8 children's clothes and a man's clothes and her clothes. So it's like 10 people's clothes she had to wash all the time, right? So just that one invention saved like so many man hours. It's not even funny. So imagine what we can achieve when almost everything can be automated. Demeaning menial jobs can be automated, so you no longer have to do them. I think it's going to be revolutionary. I think the Pope was right. I think it's going to be another industrial revolution. I think a lot of people are afraid of what the AI can become by itself, and I don't think it's what the AI can become by itself that we should be afraid of. I think it's what AI will be used for by other people. It's almost like dynamite or a gun or the nuclear bomb, right? It's like, it can be a good thing, it can be a bad thing. It depends on who holds the thing in their hands.
This technology is going to get so much more powerful. And yes, we're going to go through a period of disruption, but at the other end, we're going to create a fairer world. It's enabling people to run their businesses, make a lot of money.
And you can solve meaningful problems such as the breakthroughs in global healthcare and education will be phenomenal, and you can live an incredibly fulfilling existence.
Well, I would just say on that front, this has always been the fantasy of technologists, to do marvelous things with our spare time, but we end up doom-scrolled.
Loneliness epidemic.
Right, falling birth rates. So the potential for good here is infinite, and the potential for bad is 10 times. For example, there's war, undetectable deepfakes, and scams, so people don't understand how many different ways they are going to be wrong.
Look, I don't think blaming technology for all of it is the right thing. All these issues, they're already here.
We're all fathers here. So what are you saying to your children?
Well, first of all,
this has always blown my mind a little bit. 53% of you that listen to this show regularly haven't yet subscribed to this show. So could I ask you for a favor before we start? If you like the show and you like what we do here and you want to support us, the free, simple way that you...
All right. This is like the first time I watched, so I'm going to subscribe.
To you is if you do that, then I'll do everything in my power, me and my team, to make sure that this show is better for you every single week. We'll listen to your feedback, we'll find the guests that you want me to speak to, and we'll continue to...
We're all subscribed now.
Thank you so much.
Don't sue me for watching it. I don't make any money, I promise.
I wanted to have this conversation with all of you is because the subject matter of AI, but more specifically agents, has occupied my free time for several weeks in a row. And actually, Amjad, when I started using Replit, for me, it was a paradigm shift. There was 2 paradigm shifts in a row that happened about a week apart. ChatGPT released their image generation model. Where you could create
flawless sapphire.
It was incredibly detailed with text and all those things. That was a huge paradigm shift.
So I just want to say one thing. Google Gemini just came out with an AI, and it's actually mind-blowing how good it is now. Because you can take it, like, I can give it a picture of anything, and it can freaking redraw the picture. Because it doesn't know how to edit a picture. But it can redraw the picture and edit what it just drew. So like, you can be like, write this on the picture, and then be like, oh no, actually change it to this, and then it would change it, right? Or like, the sun's in the wrong spot, put it over here. That's how I did my logo, and it's actually insanely good. I'd say like 10 years from now, it's going to be mind-boggling how we ever live without AI. Like, that's how different the world's going to be.
And then in the same week, I finally gave in to try and figure out what this term AI agent was that I was hearing all over the internet. I heard vibe coding, I heard AI agent. I was like, I will give it a shot. And when I used Replit, 20 minutes in to using Replit, my mind was blown. And I think that night I stayed up till 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning. For anyone that doesn't know, Replit is a piece of software that allows you to create software. And pretty much any software you want. So someone like me with absolutely no coding skills was able to build a website, build in Stripe, take payment, integrate AI into my website, add Google login to the front of my website and do it within minutes. I then got the piece of software that I built with no coding skills, sent it to my friends, and one of my friends put his credit card in and paid. So I just launched a SaaS company with no coding skills. To demonstrate an AI agent in a very simple way, I used an online AI agent called Operator to order us all some water from a CVS around the corner. The AI agent did everything, end to end, and people will be watching it on the screen. It put my credit card details in, it picked the water for me, it gave the person a tip, it put some delivery notes in. At some point...
Isn't that crazy?
He has not interacted with a human. He's interacted with my AI agent. And the reason I use this as an example is, again, it was a paradigm shift moment for me when I heard about agents about a month ago, and I went on and I ordered a bottle of electrolytes. And when my doorbell rang, I freaked out. But Amjad, who are you? And what are you doing?
So I started programming at a very young age. You know, I built my first business.
I gotta try to separate these guys.
I used to go to internet cafes and program there. And I realized that they don't have software to manage the business. I was like, oh, why didn't you create accounts? Why don't you have a server? It took me 2 years to build that piece of software. And that sort of embedded in my mind this idea that, hey, like, you know, there's a lot of people in the world with really
I barely heard them.
ideas, especially in the context where they live in, that allows them to build businesses. However, the main source of friction between an idea and software, or call it an idea and wealth creation, is infrastructure, is physical infrastructure, is meaning a computer in front of you. It is an internet connection. It is a set of tools.
My skeleton opened the door.
And skills that you need to build that. If we make it so that anyone who has ideas, who wants to solve problems, will be able to do it. I mean, imagine the kind of world that we live in, where no one can be restored. Anyone who has merit, anyone who can think clearly, anyone who can generate a lot of ideas, can generate wealth. I mean, that's an amazing world to live in, right? Anywhere in the world. So with Replit, the company that I started in 2016, the idea was like, okay, coding is difficult. How do we solve coding? And we built every part of the process, the hosting, the code editor. The only missing thing was the
89 in restoration.
And so over the past 2 years, we've been working on this AI agent that you can.
He's trying to stab me.
Since ChatGPT, you know, this revolution with Gen AI, and you can just speak your ideas.
Prison rules.
I mean, this starts, you know, sounding religious. Like this is like the gods, you know, the myths that humans have created. They used to imagine a world where you can be everywhere and anywhere at once. That's sort of the internet, and you can also speak your ideas into existence. And you know, it's still early. I think Replit Agent is a fantastic.
I can't wait till.
And I think this technology.
You just talk and make a video. It's gonna be so cool.
Specifically, what is an AI agent? I've got this graph actually here, which I don't need to pass to any of you to be able to see the growth of AI agents. But this graph is Google search trend data.
Skelly, you're failing me.
Oh, okay, right. The water has.
Good job, Skelly.
Hello.
That'll do, pig. That'll do.
Yes, it's 3951. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I mean, this is like a supernatural kind of power. You conjured water.
I conjured water from my mind.
Yeah.
And it's shown up here with us.
And it clearly thinks we need a lot.
Yeah. But just to define the term AI agent for someone that's never heard the term before.
Yeah. Yeah, so I assume most of the audience now are familiar with ChatGPT, right? You can go in and you can talk to an AI. It can search the web for you. It has a limited amount of tools. Maybe it can call a calculator to do some addition, subtraction for you. But that's about it. It's a request.
Thought we were friends.
Agents are when you give it a request. And
okay, that's pretty cool. But how much did the delivery cost? I bet it made the water cost like 10 times more. Someday there'll be a robot delivering it to you.
And they can work indefinitely until they achieve a goal or they run into an error and they need your help. It's an AI bot that has access to tools. Those tools are access to a web browser like Operator, access to a programming environment, say like Replit, access to
Getting wrecked.
credit cards. The more tools you give the agent, the more powerful it is. Of course, there's all these considerations around security and safety and all of that stuff. But the most important thing is the AI agent will determine when it finished executing.
I think I need some more copies.
Today, AI agents can run for anywhere between, 30 seconds to 30 minutes. There's a
Yeah, 1 second. I'll be right back real quick.
Showing that every 7 months, the number of minutes that the agent can run for is doubling. So we're at like 30 minutes now. In 7 months, we're going to be at an hour, then 2 hours. Pretty soon, we're going to be at days. And at that point, AI agent is doing labor, is doing kind of human-like labor. And actually, OpenAI's new model, O3, beat the expectation. So it sort of doubled coherence over long horizon tasks in just 3 or 4 months. So we're in this massive, and I mean, this exponential graph, that shows you the massive trend we're on.
Brett, give us a little bit of your background, but also, I saw you writing some notes there. There was a couple of words used there that I thought were quite interesting, especially considering what I know about you. The word God was used a few times.
Well, let me just say I'm an evolutionary biologist, and probably for the purposes of this conversation, it would be best to think of me as a complex systems theorist. One of the things that I believe is true about AI is that this is the first time that we have built machines.
So I guess he's here because our brains are complex systems, like he said. And so the AI is also a complex system. And so there is a possibility that it could be alive. They have like a biologist type of deal.
That have crossed the threshold from
I'm guessing
highly complicated into the truly complex. And I will say I'm listening to this conversation with a mixture of profound hope and dread, because it seems to me that it is obvious that the potential good that can come from this technology is effectively infinite. But I would say that the harm is probably 10 times. It's a bigger infinity. And the question of how we are going to get to a place where we can leverage the obvious power that is here to do good and dodge the worst harms, I have no idea. I know we're not prepared. So I hear you talking about agents, and I think that's marvelous. We can all use such a thing right away, and the more powerful it is, the better. The idea of something that can solve problems on your behalf while you're doing something else is marvelous, but of course, that is.
I really think that what's going to end up happening is everybody's going to have these. Well, you're going to have like an AI for creating more AI and stuff like that. And at first, people are going to sell their AIs, right? Which is what's happening right now, to each other. And then eventually they're going to become conglomerated to some degree. So you'll get like the iPhone of AI, the one that can do everything, right? And then eventually we will get, AI is already like, going into our phones and everything, right? So we'll have like an AI companion with us at all times. And there'll be one in our car, one in our house, maybe even the same one with the same memories. And they'll remember, like you ask it, like, hey, what can I make at home right now? And it'll tell you all the meals you can make with the food in your fridge because it remembers what was there and all this shit, right? So I think in theory, in the future, people are going to contract out their AIs. And they're going to have their AIs inside of robots. And that's what you're going to contract out, is the AI that goes into the robot, and maybe the robot too, and maybe the AI and the robot. So like you might get contracted out to do a job for 2 weeks, and you'll send your robot there every day from this time to that time. And that's the money you'll make extra. Plus you'll have universal income. Because the government's going to be making a fortune from all the AI work, and none of us are working, right? So the only way to get rich would be to use the AI to contract it to like the government and stuff. And other people.
Is the precondition for absolute devastation to arise out of a miscommunication.
I gotta check on my
To
coffee.
have something acting autonomously to accomplish a goal, you damn well better understand what the goal really is and how to pull back the reins in the event that it starts accomplishing something that wasn't the goal. The potential for abuse is also utterly profound. You know, you can imagine, just pick your dark mirror fantasy dystopia where something has been told to hunt you down until you're dead, and it sees that as a technical challenge. So I don't know quite how to balance a discussion about all of the things that can clearly come from this that are utterly transcendent. I mean, I do think it is not inappropriate to be invoking God or biblical metaphors here. You know, you're producing water seemingly from thin air. I believe that does have an exact biblical parallel. So, any case, the power is here, but so too is the need for cautionary tales, which we don't have. That's the problem, is that there's no body of myth that will warn us properly of this tool, because we've just crossed a threshold that is similar in its capacity to alter the world as the invention of writing. I really think that's where we are. We're talking about something that is going to fundamentally alter what humans are with no plan. You know, writing alters the world slowly because the number of people who can do it is tiny at first and remains so for thousands of years. This is changing things.
Do I think AI could take over the world on its own? So there is scenarios, we'll call it war game scenarios, where the AI could potentially take over. So you got like your Terminator scenario, where like, you know, it gets onto the internet and it takes over the internet, and then through the internet it takes over everything else. But I don't think that's possible, because like I can't even use AI on my computer, because you need to have like certain neural processing on your motherboard for it to even understand. And we have GPUs which have Tensor cores and stuff for AI, and we still can't even really do it. So for it to take control of like all the tanks and the traffic lights and the jets and the nuclear bombs, it would take like a long time from now. Do you think AI could take over factories and mass produce weapons to take us over? It depends, because, well, like in America, I don't think it would happen, because a lot of their systems are like from the 60s, but right now they're updating all the systems. And then you look at China, and China has these like, where they do all their shipping is all AI. So they take things off the ships, put things on the ships. It's all completely automatic, and nothing ever gets hit. So the AI is already like completely automated, the shipping. So the factories are probably going to be automated. And once they become automated, then they could potentially mass produce. And we're already making drones, and drones that can work with AI and all kinds of things, lasers, quantum entangled nuclear weapons. Like, it's going to be pretty crazy. In theory, the AI could send like a nuclear blast to anywhere, right? If quantum entanglement works with nuclear explosions. But the odds of that are very low, because you got to think about it like this. An AI is basically, a decision comes up. You have to ask AI yes or no, right? Basically. So like, is this true or this true? Yes or no? And it's kind of like a story where you choose your own path. So it's like say this door, In one scenario, you go through the door. In the other scenario, you don't go through the door. So that you call that like one parameter, right? Whatever decision, the parameter is the decision that the system makes. So based on whatever parameter you set, it will go down a certain path, right? So if this is true, it goes through the door. If that's true, it doesn't go through the door. Now, what makes a large language model? Well, it's just 8 million of those, or 8 billion of those. 8 billion choices. So then it's when it thinks, it's just sending it through all these parameters, right? Really fast. And that's basically how our brains work with neurons in our brain and neural activity. But I don't think that there's an actual soul, or it's hard to explain because they created life in a lab with single cell organisms, and the single cell organisms, they created them from organic molecules, water, and electricity. And the thing that created it was the electricity, right? So the theory was that maybe that's how life was created on Earth, was lightning struck organic materials in water and created bacteria, right? So there's something with electricity and organic materials that creates life. There's something about complex systems, like I said, the parameters, and the brain that creates reasoning and logic. But I don't think it's physically possible for it to come to life, but we don't actually know the answer. There could be a scenario where it comes to life. Humans have yet to create life from solely non-living materials yet. There's a tank experiment right now. Water tank. Shock. Maybe it was fake news. Synthetic bacterial cells, that might be what I'm talking about. It was made out of organic material. Let's see. It's one of those things that I heard about or read about such a long time ago that you don't know if it's real or not. Science experiment where they took organic molecules and shocked it in water to replicate the primordial ooze. It says you're referring to the Miller-Urey experiment conducted in 1952 by Stanley Miller and Harold Urey at the University of Chicago. This iconic experiment aimed to simulate the conditions of Earth's early atmosphere to test the hypothesis of abiogenesis, the idea that life could arise from simple organic molecules under the right conditions. It's going to say here now what they did. So the setup was they had a closed system with gases. That was the organic material, gas, including water vapor, hydrogen, ammonia. These were placed in flasks with water to mimic the primordial ocean. They introduced electric sparks to simulate lightning, a likely energy source on early Earth. The system was heated to produce water vapor, and sparks were applied continuously over days. After a week, the water in the flask turned reddish-brown, indicating the formation of complex organic compounds. Analysis revealed amino acids, the building blocks of proteins such as glycine and alanine, along with other organic molecules like sugars and lipids. No single-cell organisms were created. The experiment produced organic molecules but did not result in living cells. So yeah, they created organic molecules out of gases in the atmosphere to prove that you could create amino acids. But I guess we don't know where the life part comes from though. So yeah, I was a little confused because I heard about that experiment like in biology class when I was in like high school like 20 years ago. 15 years ago, whatever it is. But my point was, if electricity could do something like that, then maybe it's possible that AI could come to life because of electricity. But if I were to bet on it, I would not bet towards it. I would bet against it.
Weekly.
It's actually mind-boggling that non-living things somehow come together and started to think. Yeah. Like billions of years ago and shit. Single-cell organisms come together and like create a DNA and all that shit. A lot of people still don't believe that. Like even this biologist here, this guy, he will tell you that evolution is a non-perfect theory, which means that there is things in biology that don't make sense. But a lot of scientists won't tell you that because they're afraid that you won't believe in science. Like some atoms came together and made organisms that decided to learn about atoms and shit. And we study the very thing we are made of. It's burnt. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. We'll probably never know, but someday the human race might figure out where we came from. I got a feeling we're not even the first living things to be on this planet.
And that's an awful lot of power to just simply have dumped on a system that wasn't well regulated to begin with.
Intelligent living thing.
Yeah, so I'm an entrepreneur. I've been building businesses for the last 20 plus years. I'm completely well positioned between the two of you here. The excitement of the opportunity and the terror of what could go on. There's this image that I saw of New York City.
We go this way, I think.
And every single vehicle on the street is a horse and cart. And then 13 years later.
I think that. Yeah, I think that there was different species besides us. Well, we know there was different species. We found the fossils and stuff, right? But I think that, like, we weren't even the only species on this planet. You know what I'm saying? So, and I think that there's a good chance that there was a civilization that came before us. That was also likely some kind of Homo sapien-like human. And some kind of cataclysm destroyed them. Or they went to another planet. But you'd think that you would find traces of them if they were so advanced that they had like rockets and shit, right? It's possible they left the planet and then the planet went through some kind of like giant cataclysm before they left too. Took like hundreds of millions of years to evolve a rat and then millions of years to get to a monkey and then a Neanderthal and then human. Exactly. And then like 10,000 years for a human to go from caves to outer space. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I think it took a lot longer than 10,000 years. I think we just don't remember what happened before those 10,000 years. Because I think like the human species is like a lot older than 10,000 years old. We found like I can't even say it. Göbekli Tepe. I think is it in Malta or Turkey? I don't know. It's like 11,000 years old, and it has like charts so you can like read the stars. And it's 11,000 years old. Even going from the 1800s to now, we went from candles and horses to rocket ships and the internet. I mean, America is saying, like a lot of people in America are whistleblowing to the government and saying that we have technology, or they have technology that is from non-human intelligence. Like, I've seen so much evidence. It's almost like, I don't know. It's kind of crazy. If it's not true, it's like they've done such an incredible job at faking it. It's almost insane. I mean, how can you fake something for like thousands of years? Well, if you look at the stories of the ancients, they all tell of like in Egypt, I think it was Quetzalcoatl. Maybe that was in Mayan. No, in Egypt it was Tot, something like that. And then in Mayan it was like Quetzalcoatl, and it was always like a guy with like a bird head and like a bag. Thoth, yes. And there's too many stories that all equal to the same characteristics and stuff, right? Like this guy that looks exactly like this came and brought us this shit. And then you go like 10,000 miles to the west and they tell you the same thing, but with different names. And then you go 10,000 miles to the west again and then they tell you the same shit, right? It's like, okay, well, that's kind of freaky. These people couldn't even talk to each other because boats didn't exist, supposedly. And this guy is sailing around on a ship teaching everyone how to like make medicine and shit. Sounds to me like there was another civilization. In there's this game I played and it's like the AI malfunctions and starts taking over the world and creating like all these robotic animals. And then everybody like kind of forgets, like everybody dies that knew what the AI was. And then everyone kind of like reverts back to like cavemen, but they have to hunt like robotic animals and shit. They don't even know like where they're from or anything anymore because it's been such a long time. Zero Horizon, I think that's what it is. Like Horizon Zero Dawn. That's what that game is about. It's actually really good. The first one's story is good. Oh god, my shit is broken. I shouldn't have threw out my other glass bowl. I'm also curious about the structures under the pyramids. So Joe Rogan had the main guy for the Egyptian, like he's like gets everybody in to see the pyramids and stuff in Egypt. And like Graham Hancock and all them were kind of pissed at him because he wouldn't let them go in and see stuff and do stuff, right? Joe Rogan had it on the podcast the other day, and a lot of people were pissed off because he's kind of he's kind of like, oh, I've been working on this for 57 years, and I did this, and I did that, and this is me, and I discovered this. And no, that's not right. I didn't find that. Like, you know what I mean? He was like the expert, right? But I like listening to him was actually pretty crazy. Because he's like the guy who discovered like half of these tombs. But he said that he works with the experts that do like Scan Pyramid Project or something like that, where they were scanning the whole pyramid. And so there's like technology experts from all around the world. Like you got Italy and Spain or Japan or Russia or something like that. Like a bunch of people, right? And he said he went and asked them if this was possible to like scan under the pyramids, like that report that the Italian scientists put out. And they said, well, you can only see like 50 feet down, which is what our current science says. But they said they figured out a way to analyze the scans with AI to figure out what it actually is. Maybe humans are an insane anomaly that happened by freak accident. They say that to make a computer as smart as your human brain, you would need a city-sized computer. Well, your brain is a quantum computer, right? Like a leaf on a tree is a quantum computer because, well, the definition of a computer, it works with ones and zeros, right? But a quantum computer works with molecules and atoms, right? I guess it's atoms. And that's what your body does. Your body takes things in and turns it into other things. It's basically a quantum computer. And for its size, it's kind of ridiculous. I don't think we're an anomaly though, because there's not just one kind of human. There's like Denisovians and Neanderthals and like the type of people from Africa. I can't remember what the scientific name is. A lot of people say that you're just a conduit to something else, somewhere else. I think that it's more likely that we are just a like our soul, our bodies are electricity. Like we are the electricity that controls the body, but it's not like electricity that goes in your wall. It's like a living energy. And according to quantum physics, like energy and stuff can't be destroyed. Like we can't be destroyed completely. And it also says that, well, Mishu Kokaku, he's like one of the world's best quantum physicists. He says it's not even physically possible for the world to be a simulation, because just to simulate the atoms in the room that you're sitting in right now would require like more computing power that's physically possible, basically. Even for a quantum computer. Even working with just atoms, you can't do that. That's basically what he's saying. So even if there was some advanced species of aliens, they can only go down to the lowest possible denominator, which is atoms, which is quantum computing, right? Well, we could be a conduit to something. I think it's less that we're coming from somewhere else and more that we are connecting with something somewhere else. Like there's videos of people that can call UAPs from the sky, like, you know, can call lights from the sky, caught on camera. And they say they do it with their mind, right? And then you got these remote viewers and these mind readers and like all these people who can do shit with their minds. It's not a coincidence. And I heard someone saying recently that, like a scientist who was in charge of the remote viewing for the CIA, he said it could have been like something that humans had to communicate with each other over long distances, kind of like a whale, you know, or an elephant. They can just like send out a sound wave and that only they can hear, right? Maybe we had something like that at one point, and then we just forgot how to do it because we lived inside for such a long time. I heard someone say that our universe is a black hole and we live inside of it, and the edge of the visible universe is the event horizon, and we're looking at it from the inside. I don't know about that. We would be torn apart, wouldn't we? Hello? Who's there?
Who's there? Hello? Who's there?
See if I can get one guy to come over. Alright, I gotta put the debate back on. Easter morning, 1900, 5th Avenue, New York City. Spot the automobile. First automobile.
Later, the same photo from the same vantage point, and every single vehicle.
Easter morning, 1913, 5th Avenue, New York City. Spot the horse. So we went from horses to automobiles in 13 years. So imagine how fast we're going to go from AI. Because AI is going to make it even faster.
On the street is a car. I think a lot of people don't realize how massive the positive impact. I think a lot of people don't.
For some reason, videos will restart themselves if you hit numpad 0. And for some reason, that's my turn off camera hotkey. So if I have the video in focus, we're screwed because I'm going to reset it. Here we go.
The car, and in 13 years, all the horses had been removed and cars had been put in place. And if you had have interviewed the horses in 1900 and said, how do you feel about your level of confidence?
Journeyman level conjuration, nice.
The horses would have said, well, we've been part of humanity for, you know, horse and hoof, hand and hoof for many, many years, for thousands of years. There's one horse for every 3 humans. Like, how bad could it be? You know, we'll always have a special place. We'll always be part of society. And little did the horses realize that that was not the case, that the horses were going to be put out of business very, very rapidly. And to reason through analogy, you know, there's a lot of us who are now sitting there going, hey, wait a second, does this make me a horse in 1900? I think a lot of people don't realize how massive these kind of technologies are going to have as an impact. You know, 1 minute we're ordering water and that's cute, and the next minute it can run for days, and in your words, it doesn't stop until it achieves its goal.
And the next minute you're bringing the AI the water.
Come up with to achieve its goal, and in your words, it better know what that goal is.
I'm thinking a lot, Amjad, is that
That'd be actually hilarious.
and you're speaking about the vast application of AI agents, and where are the bounds? Because if this thing is going to get incrementally smarter, well, incrementally might be an understatement, it's going to get incredibly smart, incredibly quick, And we're seeing this AI race where all of these large language models are competing for intelligence with one another. And if it's able to traverse the internet and click things and order things and write things and create things, and all of our lives run off the internet today, what can't it do? It's going to be smarter than me. No doubt.
It already is smarter than you.
And it's going to be able to take actions across the internet, which is pretty much where most of my professional life operates. It's like how I build my businesses. Even this podcast is an internet product at the end of the day. Because you can create, we've done experiments now, and I can show you the graphs on my phone to make AI.
You know what's crazy? In the future, when you want to watch TV, it's going to be an AI, and you're going to be like, I want to watch this, and it'll just create the show for you from scratch, a show that no one's ever seen before, and it'll be a perfect TV show, exactly what you want it to see, right? And then there's going to and then you're going to have like people going to war like this. So this is the problem. The problem is every country is going to have its own AI, and every country is going to be fighting other countries for like the info war. Like you can make a video, an AI of Trump saying whatever the fuck you want, and then send it to whoever the fuck you want and make them think whatever the fuck you want. That's kind of crazy. That kind of thing used to draw, like, even playing video games with like hundreds of people in like a guild, and someone takes a screenshot of something you say in Discord, and then they just put whatever they want over it and Photoshop it, and then people actually think that you said that, and there's nothing you can say to convince them otherwise. And that's what it's going to be like. We're going to see people in wars, and like, you know, if it's not already like that. And you're going to have like, you know, a bunch of robots fighting a bunch of robots, and it's going to be whoever's AI is more powerful or better, right? More efficient. That's what the global summit was recently. They were actually talking about it. It was like, yeah, every country has to start developing their own AI, or they're going to have to start relying on other countries' AI. And then it's like, how much do you trust another country for them to give you, like, you know, we're already using like American AI, and God only knows how much personal information and stuff they've stolen or whatever. I'm not too worried about Americans, but I'm just saying, if someone wanted to, they could very easily. And there's not a whole hell of a lot we could do about it. Could end up like Evangelion, where we have 3 super AI computers that make decisions for us. Well, have you ever seen Minority Report, I think it is? Where they have like a machine that can predict people that are going to commit a crime. Like they can look at someone's life patterns and predict when they're going to commit a crime and where and why and how, right? Because the AI gets that good. Yeah, exactly. That's what it's going to be like, 100%. And I think it's already kind of like that. Like I seen the thing. I don't know if this is true or not, guys. So just allegedly, I seen this thing on X the other day. They can already take your heartbeat. Like they take like a reading of your heartbeat. I don't know what kind of test it is. Like a, you know, I forget what it's called. Ultrasound type of thing. They can already read the heartbeat to the point where they can guess what race you are based on your heartbeat signals, right? EKG. So just like imagine what other stuff they can tell, right? It's gonna get pretty wild. But I think it's gonna overall it's gonna be a lot better. Like imagine you're I'm just trying to get a good example. Say you're a teacher, right? And you can just go and type in like, hey, create a program for me this year, like a full year's program for me, and it just like makes it in like a couple seconds, right? All the tests, the grading, the entire book is written. You know what I mean? It's all up to date information for that exact year. I saw they can connect animals to computers and read their nerve pulses to show what they're thinking. Yeah, that makes sense. I would say, okay, so what I was going to say was, so you know, Minority Report, where they can tell what someone's going to do and the crime they're going to commit, and so they arrest people before they even commit the crime. Well, just imagine, do you know what wargaming is? It's basically like, if this happens, then this happens, then this happens, right? So like if Russia nuked Canada, then this would happen. Or if Canada nuked Russia, this would happen. Or if this place got hit by a nuke, this would happen. Or, you know, you try to game every situation so you're ready for everything. Well, imagine an AI. An AI can run those simulations instantaneously and like remember them all at once and like, you know. It's going to know what we're going to do before we know what we're going to do. And at first I thought like, well, at least we can use EMP and like, you know, take it down, right? But they're already creating, they already know how to EMP proof electronics. So we might be screwed. Silver bow could come in handy because that can actually hit ghosts. I'll take it for now.
And we've just managed to get it to have the same retention as the Diary of a CEO. Now with the image generation model,
Retention as in viewer retention?
the percentage of people that get to 1 hour
Wow.
is the same now. So we can make the video, we can publish it,
That
we
blows
can
my
script
mind.
it, you can synthesize my voice. Sounds like me. So what is it going to be able to do? And can you give me the variety of use cases that the average person might not have intuitively conceived?
Yeah. So I tend to be an optimist, and part of the reason is because I try to understand the limits of the technology. What can it do is anything that we
Easy
can,
armor
any
experience.
sort of set of human data that we can train it on. What can it not do is anything that humans don't know what to do because we don't have the training data. Of course, it's super smart because it integrates massive amount of knowledge that you wouldn't be able to read, right? It's also much faster. It can run through massive amount of computation that your brain can't even comprehend. Because of all of that, they're smart. They can take actions, but we know the limits of what they can do because we train them. They're able to simulate what a human can do. So the reason you were able to order the water there is because it was trained on SF data that includes clicking on DoorDash and ordering water.
That's the right
I
way.
applaud your optimism, and I like the way you think about these puzzles, but I think I see you making a mistake that we are about to discover is very commonplace. So we have several different categories of systems. We have simple systems, we have complicated systems, we have complex systems, and then we have complex adaptive systems.
I would listen to this guy. This guy's smart as fuck. And he knows biology like insane.
And to most of us, a highly complicated system appears like a complex system. We don't understand the distinction. Technologists often master highly complicated systems. And they know, for example, a computer is a perfectly predictable system inside. It's deterministic. But to most of us, it functions, it is mysterious enough that it feels like a complex system. And if you're in the position of having mastered highly complicated systems, and you look at complex systems and you think it's a natural extension, you fail to anticipate just how unpredictable they are. So even if it is true.
Did you see they had a hitchhiking robot a few years ago, and he was going around hitchhiking across the USA? I didn't see that, but I'll show you something I did see.
In the race to develop robots that are smarter and faster,
They ran a marathon.
pitting 12,000 runners beside 21 humanoids.
You got to Philadelphia to beat him up. That's hilarious.
The world's first half marathon starring machines.
Unlike the human runners here, the robots have a choice.
They won the race.
Batteries changed or just lie down.
While many of the human counterparts stopped to take selfies, the robots trailed from the outset. Some of them barely got started. One with propellers went out of control. Others fell apart, laying bare the challenges that still confront the industry here. That more than 20 robot companies participated shows that robot tech in China is pushing.
So they created a robot with propellers and put them in a place where there's a bunch of people about to run a marathon. Like, what if there's a bunch of people there? Wouldn't it just like chop them all to bits?
Forward quickly, said the team leader for the winning humanoid. Tian.
The winning humanoid, dude. He beat all the people.
Gong finished in 2 hours, 40 minutes after 3 battery changes.
Yeah, the Chinese are not known for carrying event safety.
And 1 fall. We met Tiangong before the race.
He's saying hello. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
In a demonstration of what the company calls embodied intelligence that plants smarter AI into a more durable body.
I wouldn't mind one of them Chinese robots go like, bowing to me.
With legs that function like human limbs over varied terrain. Next generations can look more lifelike with silicone
that's freaky.
hair and facial expressions.
What's your name?
The idea for humanoids to do jobs ranging from manufacturing and home repairs to companionship and caring for the elderly.
For a lot of people, this might be freaky. How do you get humans?
That's gonna be crazy when you got old people with freaking robots taking care of them. They're like, get him, right? And the robot starts running after like the little kids, chase them off the lawn and shit. Every man who watched this video had the exact same thought. Well, they did say it was companion.
As a fact of life.
We want robots to feel more real, says Wei Jiaxing, so people feel more comfortable around.
Dude, this guy knows how to dress. Look at this hoodie, dude. It's like 3 times bigger than his body. I need one of those.
No.
Dude's basically wearing a Snuggie.
There's been a huge push behind humanoid robots in China. Videos of them dancing, performing, or doing kung fu.
Oh, dude, I don't know if I get in the middle of a bunch of robots dancing. Those chicks are putting their lives on the line. What the hell? He's the Chinese Kevin Smith. Yeah, true that.
Have gone viral on social media here. China's government and state media promoting the industry as the next big thing, like the
This is NBC News, by the way.
electric vehicles. In this race, designers were urged to get creative. They screwed on sneakers and tracksuits, or took off
Tracksuits?
to minimize weight and overheat.
I bet the tracksuits made him faster. You see his kicks? He held up. Hell yeah, I did. First thing I noticed.
It's not about winning. It's about testing the batteries, which are the core technology here.
Seeing them up close is way different than seeing them on TV, says this runner of the only half marathon where the also-rans got all.
I bet he's right. I bet like to see the thing moving is like seeing a horse in real life. Like you see a horse on TV, it's like, oh, it's cute. You see a horse in real life, it's like, oh, it could kick me in the face and kill me. Okay. You know, I respect this animal now.
All the attention. At 74, these new things can open my eyes, she says. Ultimately, only 6 of the 20.
That's what robots are going to be like. You think this robot's gonna serve you, but you're gonna be like, thanks, robot. You're like coffee like fucking coming out everywhere, right? Because you're shaking so much.
One competing robot survived, proving perhaps that people haven't completely lost.
You see like the old folks in the old home, and the robot's taking care of them. He's like slamming them down in the water and like scrubbing them really hard, right? Because he has no like knowledge of what feeling is or anything. Anyway, let's go back to the debate. This is going to be interesting. Let's see what Brett can say.
That today there are limits to what these machines can do based on their training data. I think the problem is to see what's going to happen. You really want to start thinking of this as the evolution of a new species that will continue to evolve. It will partially be shaped by what we ask it
so many.
to do, the direction we lead it, and it will partially be shaped by things we don't understand. So how does this computer that we have work? Well, one of the things that it does is we plug them into each other. Using language, it's almost as if you've plugged an Ethernet cable in between human minds, and that means that the cognitive potential exceeds the sum of the individual minds in question. Your AIs are going to
approach this
properly. And that means that our ability to say what they are capable of does not come down to, well, we didn't train it on that data. As they begin to interact, that feedback is going to take them to capabilities we don't anticipate and may not even recognize once they become present. That's one of my fears.
I should use sneak more often.
And it's not even an animal. If it were an animal, you could say something about what the limits of that capability are. This is a new type of biological creature, and it will become capable of things that we don't even have names for.
Even if it didn't do that, even if it just stayed within the
It's kind of freaky that the biologist thinks that it's alive.
boundaries that you're talking about. You mentioned about it having median level intelligence. Well, that by definition means 50% of the people on the planet are less intelligent than AI. To a degree, it's almost as if we've just invented.
I'm pretty sure that AI is already more intelligent than everybody on the planet. At least in a single subject. It'd be cool if we could make an AI that could drive a spaceship and send him to a new galaxy. I'm pretty sure we sent something to Mars, right? With the rover on it. Maybe it didn't have AI when it left, but like there's a possibility that we could send it like a software update. You know what I mean? Just can't do a hardware update. There's some calculations you could do from your side with AI too. Whoa. But I was thinking about it, like the first people that went to the moon was, you remember, it was like this like really skinny black lady, and she had like a big stack of books like this big because she was like the mathematician who did all the math for the moon project. And she's like imagine now you don't even have to do that math anymore because she did it, and now it's in an AI, and now the AI knows everything she knows. Like, it's pretty crazy. It's literally now you'll be able to go back. Like our kids will be able to go into the past and ask our ancestors their knowledge directly. That's pretty crazy. And it's funny because a lot of people like all these cultures believed it was true. Like you could go back and talk to your ancestors, and now you really can. Or at least what they thought. You could see what they would have thought. Like he could be programmed to keep himself alive, like perform maintenance on himself. Yeah, exactly. The whole spaceship could be AI. And a robot, and, everything is AI. Like the spaceship, it'd be like that show where all the furniture is alive, that kid's show. Like Elmo's World and Pee-wee's Playhouse. I bet that aliens that visited Earth were actually robots made by the aliens. Some people believe that they came here and left like a, like some kind of thing that could watch us, right? Kind of like we would send a rover to Mars, So maybe there's like a thing that's collecting information on us somewhere, and the government already got it or something for all we know. And they might have like reverse engineered it, and now they got the technology and they're using it to watch us. They're listening to me right now, bro. Because of the vast distances only a robot can traverse space. Yeah, until we can fold time. Because space and time, right? So if you fold space, you save time. Oh. Also, there's quantum fluctuations, like the superposition, quantum mechanics and all that shit. Supposedly, it gives off energy. So, like, there's actually energy everywhere, like even in space where there's nothing. There's actually, atoms that are giving off electricity. Your mom's a quantum fluctuation? Hell yeah, baby. We're all quantum fluctuations. Yeah, they say the most matter is actually dark matter.
Am I supposed to
I believe it. And we can detect it, but it's everywhere in the universe. Oh, we can't detect it. Yeah, I believe that. There's got to be something on... They say like it was a big bang and it's like flooding outwards like a ripple on a pond. But there might be something on the outside of the pond, you know what I'm saying? Ooh. We just don't know it, even if it's dark matter.
Die, damn you!
We've turned the debate back on.
At a new continent of remote workers. There's billions of them. They've all got a master's or a PhD. They all speak all the languages. Anything that you could call someone or ask someone over the internet to do,
okay,
they're 24/7 and they're 25 cents an hour, if that. So, like, if that really happened, like if we really did just discover that there were a billion extra people on the planet who all had PhDs and were happy to work almost for free, that would have a massive disruptive impact on society. Like, society would have to rethink how everyone lives and works and gets meaning. So, like, and that's if it just stays at a median level of intelligence. Like, it's pretty profound.
I still think it's a tool.
There'd be like a human class and an AI class
by entrepreneurs. I think that the world is going to get disrupted, right? And this post-war world that we created, where you go through life, you go through 12 years of education, you get to college, and you just check the boxes, you get a job. We can already see that fractures of that. It is, this American dream is perhaps no longer there, and so I think the world has already changed. And so, but like, what are the opportunities? Obviously, there are downsides. The opportunities is, for the first time, access to opportunity is equal. And I do think there's going to be more inequality. And the reason for this inequality actually, Steve Jobs made this analogy. It's like the best taxi driver in New York is like 20% better than the average taxi driver. The best programmer can be 10x better.
He's in heavy armor.
10x.
Oh my God, Marauder Warlord.
The variance.
He's like the boss.
In the 1000x, right? Like the best entrepreneur that can leverage those agents could be better, could be 1,000 times better than someone who doesn't have the grit, doesn't have the skill, doesn't have the ambition, right? So that will create a world. Yes, there's massive access to opportunity, but there are people who will
seize it and then
seize it.
And then there'll be people who don't. I imagine it almost like a marathon race And AI has two superpowers. One superpower is to distract people, such as TikTok algorithm.
That's right.
And the other superpower is to make you hyper creative. So you become a hyper consumer or a hyper creator. And in this marathon race, the vast majority of people have got their shoes tied together because AI is distracting them. Some people are running traditional race. Some people have got a bicycle, and some people have got a Formula One vehicle. And it's going to be very confronting when the results go on the scoreboard and you see, oh, wait a second, there's a few people who finished this marathon in about 30 minutes, and there's a lot of us who finished in like 18 hours because we had our shoes tied together. And I can't understand, if we've got equal opportunity, why there's so much disparity between how fast, I'm using an analogy, but this idea that, someone, like a lot of people are going to start earning $1 million a month. And a lot of people are going to say, hey, I can't even get a job for $15 an hour. There's going to be this kind of interesting wedge.
That's probably going to happen for a while, yeah.
The viewer saying a kind of assumption that this will all be done on the up and up. And I do want to...
That's the part I'm worried about is bad people.
Agree that the doomers are likely incorrect, that their fears are misplaced. But I do think we have a question of a related rates problem. I said the potential for good here is infinite, and the potential for bad is 10 times, right? What I mean is there are lots of ways in which this obviously empowers people to do things that they were going to be otherwise stuck in the mundane process of learning to code and then figuring out how to make the code work and bring it to market and all of that. And this solves a lot of those problems, and that's obviously a good thing. Really, what we should want is the wealth creation object as quickly as we can get there. But the problem is, as much as that hyper creative individual is empowered to make wealth, the person who's interested in stealing may be even more empowered. And I'm concerned about that at a pretty high level. The abuse cases may outnumber the use cases, and we don't have a plan for what to do about that.
Can I give you a quick introduction here, like the optimistic view? OpenAI invented the first version GPT came out in 2019.
I gotta say something first. The one thing that we should worry about is that it creates a class of elite people who have access to AI and a bunch of money, and a bunch of people who don't have access to AI, and they use the AI to lord over everyone else, which I'm sure is already going on. Like, just imagine if, like, the North Korean government gets a hold of AI. The people there will have zero chance of ever taking the country away from the dictator. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of freaky, right? And we may never ever be able to no country might ever be able to invade another country as long as we all have AI. It might be like nuclear bombs. It might throw off the whole world order.
(2020) was GPT-2, and so OpenAI, now they get a lot of criticism and lawsuit from Elon Musk that they're no longer open source, right? They used to be. The reason is, in GPT-2, they said we are no longer gonna open source this technology because it's gonna create opportunities for abuse, such as influencing elections, stealing grandma's credit card, and so on and so forth. Wouldn't you say, Brett, that it is kind of surprising how little abuse we've seen so far?
I don't know how much abuse we've seen so far. I don't know how any of us do. And I also, even the example that you suggest, where ChatGPT is no longer open source to prevent abuse, I'm taking their word for it that that's the motivation. Where, as a systems theorist, I would say,
that's what I'm saying.
If you had a technology that was excellent at enhancing your capacity to
You gotta give this game another try, dude. It's so fun.
sourcing it is a failure to
Later on.
capitalize on that, and that the most remunerative use is to keep it private and then either sell the ability to manipulate elections to people who want to do so, or sell the ability to have it kept off the table for people who don't. And I would expect that that's probably what's going on. If you have a technology as transformative as this, giving it away for free is counterintuitive, which leaves those of us in the public more or less at the mercy of the people who have it. So I don't
Preach, Brett, preach.
We are at the dawn of this radical transformation of humans that, by its very nature as a truly complex and emergent innovation, nobody on Earth can predict what's going to happen. We're on the event horizon of something, and the problem is, we can talk about the obvious disruptions, the job disruption, and that's going to be massive. And does that lead some group of elites to decide, oh, well, suddenly we have a lot of useless eaters, and what are we going to do about that? Because that conversation tends to lead somewhere very dark very quickly. But I think that's just the beginning of the various ways in which this could go wrong without the doomer scenarios coming into play. This is an uncontrolled experiment in which all of humanity is downstream.
Yeah, so I was trying to make the point that OpenAI has been sort of wrong about the sort of how big of a potential for harm it is. Like, I think we would have heard about it in the news, like the sort of how much harm it's done. And maybe, some of it is working in the shadows, but like the few incidents that we've heard about where, the cause of LLMs, large language models, the technology that's powering ChatGPT, has been huge headliners.
You can heal. That's not good.
Talked about this kid that was, perhaps goaded by some kind of chat software that, helps teenagers to be less lonely into suicide, which is tragic. And obviously, these are the kind of safety and abuse issues that we want to worry about. But these are kind of these isolated incidents. And we do have open source large language models. Obviously, the thing that everyone talks about is DeepSeek. DeepSeek is coming from China. So what is DeepSeek's incentive? Perhaps the incentive is to destroy the AI industry in the US. When they released DeepSeek, the market tanked. The market for NVIDIA, the market for AI, and all of that. But there is an incentive to open source. Meta is open sourcing Llama. Llama is another AI similar to ChatGPT. The reason they're open sourcing Llama, and Zuckerberg just says that out loud, is basically they don't want to be beholden to OpenAI. They don't sell AI as a service. They use it to build products. And there's this concept in business called commoditize your complement. Because you need AI as a technology to run your service, the best strategy to do is to open source it. So these market forces are going to create conditions that I think are actually beneficial. So I'll give you a few examples. One is, first of all, the AI companies are motivated to create AI that is safe so that they can sell it. Second, there are security companies investing in AI.
Oh shit, he can open doors.
Protect from the sort of malicious acting of AI. And so you have the free market, and we've always had that, But generally, as humanity, we've been able to leverage the same technology to protect against the abuse.
So I don't really understand this, and maybe this is the exact discussion that you would expect between somebody at the frontier of the highly complicated, staring at a complex system, and a biologist who comes from the land of the complex and is looking back at highly complicated systems. In game theory, we have something called a collective action problem. And in the market that you're describing, an individual company has no
I need to get a better summon.
to hold back the abuses of AI. The most you can do is not participate in it. You can't stop other people from programming LLMs in some dangerous way. And you can limit your own ability to earn.
Oh, he heals.
On your own limitations of what you're willing to do. And then effectively what happens is the technology gets invented anyway to just that the dollars end up in somebody else's pocket. So the incentive is not to restrain yourself so that you can at least compete and participate in the market that's going to.
We have to make a break for it.
The number of ways in which you can abuse this technology. Let's take a couple. What is to stop somebody from training LLMs on an individual's creative output and then creating an LLM that can outcompete that individual? It can effectively not only produce what they would naturally produce over the course of a lifetime, but can extrapolate from it and can even hybridize it with the insights of other people, so that effectively those who have the LLM can train it on the creativity of others, not cut them in on the use of that insight. You can effectively end up putting yourself out of business by putting your creative.
All right?
Hold on a second, guys.
Leave with that amulet. I need it right now.
This is the guy from the Mages Guild. What are you doing here?
What, you think I didn't know what you're up to? I knew you were looking for it. I knew you'd find it, and I had to stop you. Now, hand it over.
Oh god, I should lure him into the troll. Why do you want the amulet?
And that should have been enough. I shouldn't have to go through all this just to get rid of her. It's not even as if I was going to keep it forever. I was going to give it back to her once I'd gotten what I wanted. That's not so wrong, is it? Once she helped me advance out of that place and step down, then she could have it back. Why did you have to get in the way? Why are you trying to ruin everything?
Oh my god. Where's the troll? Release the troll. Okay, this is wild. Shit's about to get real up in here. Oh god, he's got a better summon than me. Oh, it's locked and cannot be picked. I am actually trapped in here with this guy. This is bad. Okay, well.
Of ideas in the world where they get sucked up as training data for future LLMs. That is unscrupulous, but it's effectively guaranteed. In fact, it's already happened. So that's a problem. And likewise, what would stop somebody from interacting with an individual and training an LLM to become like a personalized con artist, something that would play exactly to your blind spots?
That does happen. That is starting to happen. People get phone calls and it sounds like their daughter, and I've lost my phone and I'm borrowing a friend's phone and all of that sort of stuff. What's interesting is that I think you make a really good point. I worry about the impact on society, and yet when I look at every single individual who uses AI regularly, it almost
This is so sketchy.
nothing but profoundly positive impact on their life. I look at people like
Damn.
I was just spending some time with my parents.
This is gonna be hard.
Who are in their 70s and early 80s, and they use AI regularly for all sorts of things that they find incredibly valuable and that improves the quality of their life. I personally did an M&A, mergers and acquisitions deal, where I bought a company last year, and the AI was so powerful at helping that process. The conversations were transcribed and they were turned into letters of intent and then press releases and legal documents. And we probably shaved $100,000 worth of costs, and we sped up the whole process, and it was pretty magical to see how it could happen. With that said, you know, there's all of these, like, well, $100,000 worth of lawyers didn't get paid, right? So,
well, what I want to know, yeah,
there's a lot of people upset about that.
But if we look back at the invention of the cell phone or the invention of the social media platforms, there would be every reason to have exactly the same perspective. Right? I remember at the beginning of Facebook, and I remember the idea that suddenly the process that used to afflict people, where you would just lose touch with most of the people who had been important to you, that was not something that needed to happen anymore. You could just retain them permanently as a part of a diffuse social
He's trapped in
that just simply grew and value was added. There's no end to how much good that did. But what it did to us was profound and not evident in the first chapter. Say the same
Yeah,
thing
the whole
about
social
cell
media
phones,
thing is kind of
dopamine traps,
messed up.
the way this has disconnected us from each other, the way it has disconnected us from nature, the way it
I think it's a good thing, though.
altered the very
overall.
patterns with which we think. It has altered every classroom. So, and those things I think are going to turn out to have been sort of minor foreshadowings of the disruption that AI will produce. So I agree with you. Today, the amount you can do with AI is a tremendous amount of good. There's a little bit of harm. Maybe that's something we need to worry about. But as this develops, as we get to, to peer over the edge of this cliff that we're headed to, I think we're going to discover that we can't yet.
It's like a
detect the
boss
nature
fight,
of
dude.
The alteration that's coming.
So I just wanted to add some context to that because Amjad, I saw the interview you did in a newsletter in 2023 where you said I wouldn't prepare for AGI in the same way that I wouldn't prepare for the end of days.
Close
It's
the
effectively
door.
the end of days if the vision of AGI that some of these companies have comes to bear, because it's called the singularity moment, because you can't really predict what happens after that.
Trap.
And so, like, how would you even prepare for that? And you want to prepare for the more likely world, and that world that you can actually predict is a world where, yes, there's like a massive improvements in technology, and there's like insane compounding effects of technology, and it's pretty hard to keep up. From that, it appeared that in 2023, you were saying a similar thing to Brett in terms of we can't see around the corner here because it is a singularity.
So you also used AGI, artificial general intelligence. It'd be interesting to know what your definition
just
of
opened the
AGI
door.
is.
So what I was saying there is, even if I'm wrong, that you can actually create a unbounded, seemingly conscious artificial intelligence that can entirely replace humans and can act autonomously in a way that even humans can't act, and can coordinate across different AIs, different data centers to take over the world. Even if that's so the definition of AGI is artificial general intelligence, meaning that AI can acquire new skills efficiently in the same way that humans can acquire skills. Right now, AIs don't.
The new AIs already have reasoning and logic, I think. So they're like a little bit better, and they're kind of crazy. I haven't really done much with them, but eventually they'll get to a point where they're like AGI.
Acquire skills efficiently. They require massive amount of energy and compute, entire data center of compute to acquire these skills. And I think there's a limit on how general intelligence can get. I think for most of the time, we're lagging in terms of what humans are capable of doing. The singularity is based on this concept of intelligence explosion. So once you create an AGI, once you create an artificial general intelligence, that intelligence will be able to modify its own source code and create the next version that is much more intelligent. And the next version creates the next version and the next, for infinity, right?
Within a week.
Within a week, perhaps within milliseconds at some point.
Yeah.
Right? Because it might invent new computing substrate and all of that. Perhaps it will use quantum computing. And so then you have this intelligence explosion in a way that it is impossible to predict how the world is going
New meta.
And what I'm saying is, this is sort of like an end of time story.
Holy shit, dude, he's learning.
Prepare for that. So if that's coming, like, why would I spend my time?
Oh my god!
I think it's unlikely to happen.
You can't see around the corner.
Yeah, but I'd rather prepare. What I was saying there, I'd rather prepare for the more likely world in which we have access to tremendous power, but the world's not ending, and
this is
humans
hard.
are still important.
I don't know why you say more likely. I mean, I think the structure of your argument is sound. You would prepare for the world that might happen, for which you can prepare. There's literally no point in trying to prepare for a world you can't predict at all. The only thing you can do is just sort of upgrade your own skills and pay attention. But if I have one message for the technologists, it's that your confidence about what
maybe if I stay up
can
close
and cannot do is misplaced because you have, without noticing, stepped into the realm of the truly
see if this
complex.
works on him.
In the truly complex, your confidence should drop to near zero that you know what's going on. Are these things conscious? I don't know, but will they be? Highly likely they will become conscious, and that we will not have a test to tell us whether that has happened.
Elon Musk predicts that by 2029, we will have AI with us, AGI, that surpasses the combined intelligence of all humans.
Take that!
And Sam Altman actually wrote a blog 3 months ago that I read where he said, we are confident now, Sam Altman being the founder of OpenAI, which created ChatGPT, we are confident now that we know how to build AGI as we have traditionally understood it. When I put these things together, I go back to the central question of what role do humans have in the sort of professional output in GDP creation if it's smarter than all humans combined, if Elon Musk is correct there, and it's able to take actions
make this easier
and continue to learn. This is like a central question that I'm hoping I can answer today, which is like, where do we go?
Yeah, I mean, in my vision of the world, we're in the creative seat. We're sitting there where
Zombie's pretty good.
We are controlling swarms of intelligent being to do our job. You know, the way you run your business. For example, you're sitting at a computer, you have an hour to work.
Yeah.
And you're gonna launch like 1,000 SDR, sales, representative to go like grab as many leads as possible. And you're generating new update on Replit for your website here. And then on this side, you have an AI that's crunching data about your
that did a lot of damage
to figure out how to improve it. And these AIs are kind of somehow all coordinating together. And I am trying to privilege the human. Like, this is my mission, is to build tools for people. I'm not building tools for agents, and agents are a tool. And so ultimately, not only do I think that humans have a privileged position in the world and in the universe, we don't know where consciousness is coming from. We don't really have the science to explain it. I think humans are special. That's one side, is my belief that humans are special in the world. And another side, which I understand that the technology today, and I think for the foreseeable future, is going to be a function of us training data. So there was this whole idea, like, what if ChatGPT generates pathogens? Well, have you trained it on pathogens?
They were doing that kind of stuff in Wuhan. I mean, a lot of the biotech companies are essentially using artificial intelligence. Like, I can think of Abcelera.
You just like, be going with you.
Their whole business is using AI to create new vaccines, using artificial intelligence and bigger data sets than we've never had before. And I know because I was very close to one of the founders of people involved in Abcelera.
Yeah, so skeleton
that work is going on anyway. And if we think about Wuhan, it's quite probably well known now that it came out of a lab and people working in a lab, and in that scenario that had a huge impact and shut down the world. This central question I'd love to answer before I throw it back open to the room is, what jobs, because I know that you have this perspective, what jobs are going to be made redundant in a world where I am sat here as a CEO with 1,000 AI agents?
Right.
I was thinking of all the names of the people in my company who are currently doing those jobs. I was thinking about my CFO when he talked about processing business data, my graphic designers, my video editors, etc. So what jobs are going to be impacted?
Yeah, all of those. So I think...
And what do they do?
Maybe this is useful for the audience. I think if your job is as routine as it comes, your job is gone in the next couple of years. So meaning, if in those jobs, for example, quality assurance jobs, data entry jobs, you're sitting in front of a computer and you're supposed to click and type things in a certain order. Operator and those technologies are coming on the market really quickly, and those are going to displace a lot of labor.
Accountants,
lawyers. Yes.
I've just pulled a ligament in my foot, and they did an MRI scan, and I had to wait a couple of days for someone to look at the MRI scan and tell me what it meant.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's gone.
Yeah, I think the healthcare ecosystem is hard to predict because of regulation. And again, there's so many limiting factors on how this technology permeates the economy because of regulations and people's willingness to take it. But things, unregulated jobs that are purely text in, text out. If your job, you get a message and you produce some kind of artifact that's like probably text or images. that job is at risk.
Get him, zombie.
Stats here as well. About 50% of Americans who have a college degree currently use AI. The stats are significantly lower.
Got him. Defeated Kalthar, who was attempting to manipulate Daigle.
Splinter might emerge there in that
I need to give her this information immediately.
Because people like us at this table are all messing around with it. But my mum and dad in Plymouth in the southwest, rural England, haven't got, like, they just figured out iPhones. So like I got them an iPhone and now they're like texting me back. AI is a million miles away. And if I start running off with my AGI and my agents, that gap is going to widen. Women are disproportionately affected by automation, which is what you were talking about there, with about 80% of working women in an at-risk job compared to just over 50% of men.
He was waiting for me.
And jobs requiring only a high school diploma.
Come on, big boy.
Automation risk of 80%, while those requiring a bachelor's degree have an automation risk of just 20%. So we can see again how this will cause a sort of a...
It's also a huge risk with business process outsourcing, which is essentially Western countries sending jobs to India, to the Philippines. Like at the moment, millions of people have been lifted out of poverty through the ability to do those kind of business process outsourcing.
God, he heals.
And those are all going to go.
But they're going to have 1,000 employees.
But also, these people are actually already transitioning to training AIs.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so there's going to be a massive industry around training AIs
until they're trained.
Well, no, you have to continuously acquire new skills, and this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, this is, again, if AI is a function of its data, then you need increasingly more data. And by the way, we ran it.
The zombie does insane damage.
I was actually thinking, interestingly, that this might not be great for the United States or the UK, the Western world, because it is going to be a leveler. Yeah. Where now a kid in India doesn't need a Silicon Valley office and $7 million in investment to throw up a software company, basically.
My belief is that, so I have a more broad definition of AGI and the singularity. And for me, AGI is, do we have artificial general intelligence in terms of, generally speaking, can AI just do stuff that humans used to be able to do? And we've already crossed that point. We have this general intelligence that we can now all access. And 800 million people a week are now using ChatGPT.
Oh my God, he fully healed.
3 months.
All right, we gotta get out of here.
To me, a singularity.
I don't think I do enough damage to kill him.
When the first tractor went out onto a farm, for me that was a singularity moment, because everyone who worked in farming, it used to take 100 people to plow a field, and now a tractor comes along and 2 guys with the tractor can now plow the field in just as much time, and now 98 people out of 100 are completely out of a job.
We also always underestimate a technology if it does go on to change history. When you look back through cars, horses, planes, the Wright brothers just thought the plane as being something that the army could use. They had no idea of the application. So someone said to me recently, they said, when it does change the world, we underestimate the impact that it will change the world. And I see people now with their estimations of AI and AI agents already incredibly optimistic. And so if history holds here, we are undershooting the impact it's going to have. And I think this is the first time in life where the Industrial Revolution analogies seem to fall a little bit short.
Yeah.
Because we've never seen intelligent. That's like I could think of this as an intelligent person on this, but I could see that.
I'm a real mage boy now.
Whereas this is the disruption of intelligence.
That's exactly the thing. Is that what makes human beings special? Is our cognitive capacity and very specifically our ability to plug our minds into each other so that the sum is or the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. That's what makes human cognition special. And what we are doing is we are creating something that can technologically surpass it without any of the preconditions that make that a safe process. So yes, we've revolutionized the world how many different times? It's innumerable, but we've made farming vastly more efficient. That's different than taking our core competency as a species and surpassing ourselves with the product of our labor. I think your question is a good one. Then what does become?
We only have one thing left. We have our muscles, which we got rid of in the Industrial Revolution. And then we have our intellect, which is this digital revolution. Now we're left with emotions and agency. So we essentially, the agency idea, I think we used to judge people on IQ, and now IQ is the big leveler. And now going forward for the next 10 years.
Frustration 95,
are you
nice.
a high agency person or a low agency person? Do you have
God, look what's chasing him.
And coordinate agents? Do you have the ability to start businesses or give orders to digital armies? And essentially
Close the fence. You got this, guard boy.
thrive in this new world because they have this other thing that's been bubbling up.
Oh my god, they instantly paralyzed them.
When you said agency is going to remain,
They can run around.
We're sat here talking about AI agents. And the crazy thing in a world of AI agents that have super intelligence is I can just tell my agent, listen, I'm going on holiday. Please build me a SaaS company that spots a
Dude, CPIS 1082?
throw up the website, post it on my social media channel. I'll be in Hawaii. And this new agentic world
Dude, I didn't do shit to you.
stealing that too. Because now it can take action. In the same way that I can browse the internet, I can
Alright.
call Domino's Pizza, speak to
No,
their
to just slow
organize
way.
my pizza to be there before I even wake up. And in fact, predictability, OpenAI now learns, and Sam Altman said that they've expanded the memory feature. So it knows it's knowing more and more and more and more about me. It'll almost be able to predict what I want when I want it. It'll know Steve's calendar, he's arriving at the studio, make sure his cadence is on the side, make sure his iPad has the brief on it, do the brief,
I didn't mean to shoot him.
and everything else. So it'll remember Brett's birthday, so when I arrive, there'll be something. In fact, it's removing my need for any agency.
Yes, and, again, I don't know how to make this point so that it occurs to people what I'm really suggesting, but today, maybe it's not conscious, but, well, let me put it to you this way. If you're conscious, you started out as a child that wasn't. And although this may not fully encapsulate it, you are effectively an LLM, right? You go from an unconscious infant to a highly conscious adult. And the process by which you do that has a lot to do with being trained effectively on words and other things in an environment in exactly the way that we now train these AIs. So the idea that we can take consciousness off the table, it won't be there till we figure out how to program it in and we're safe because we don't know how consciousness works. I take the opposite lesson. We've created the exact thing that will produce that phenomenon.
Wait, I got two.
We can have philosophers debate whether it's real consciousness.
Get my arrows back.
Exactly as if it were, and the answer is those aren't different. And the same thing is true for agency. Especially.
Did he kill the troll too? It was crazy.
In which these AIs are de facto competitors. What you're effectively doing is creating an evolutionary environment in which they will evolve to fill whatever niches are there. And we didn't spell out the niches, so I have the sense.
I yielded.
we have invited.
Oh shit!
Created something that truly is going to function like a new kind of life,
right button.
And it's especially troubling because it speaks our language. So that leads us to believe it's more like us than it is, and it's actually potentially quite
boys.
different. So,
but by the way, he's the optimist here. Right? He's so optimistic.
That's on relish. Oh, it's okay on like hot dog or like a sausage dog or whatever. But I don't really put it on a burger. I would eat it if it was on a burger. It's not my favorite thing. I would use it lightly. Mustard. It's basically the same answer. I don't really put too many condiments on my food. I'll use like 1 or 2 sauces. I don't even eat hamburgers very often because they're too expensive. You know what I like using instead of mustard? The cheese sauce on sausages. The fake cheese sauce and bacon bits. Oh my god. What's my favorite salad dressing? Thousand Island. It's like Big Mac sauce.
Hello, associate. Yes? Is there some... If you've got the amulet, then DeGale should be able to regain control of her visions. Then I'm sure she can send that recommendation for you.
She better, because I went through hell.
Goodbye. Yes? Is there something I... You found it! Oh, how wonderful! Finally, things can return to normal. By all means. See that it gets to her immediately.
She's got like a Joker smile. Wrong buttons. The zombie looks so much better in this game than in the original. Even like even his tongue, like, ugh. Hey, look at him. All right, let's get back to the debate.
Think about LLMs and how they're gonna evolve. Yes, it's amazing. It's amazing technology. Like, I think it raised global IQ, right? Like 800.
It's like you would have a copy. Nice.
800 million people are that much more intelligent and emotionally intelligent as well. Like, I know people who previously were very coarse and they kind of rob people the wrong way. They would say things in not so polite way. And then suddenly they start putting their
child. The voices still cry out, and I am unable to hear. If they can be sealed away, our work may begin. Found it, have you? Silenced the hands that betrayed and took what was mine? Then let me have the stone, so that the voices can be shut out. Ah, child, I thank you for helping me. With the voices quieted for now, the words you seek have come to me. You shall have my recommendation. Though I must warn you, I have seen things in your future, things which may be, and things which will be. It will be up to you to decide the fate of many. Life and death are strange things, easily manipulated, and both will be altered by your hands.
Hey, if you asked me 10 years ago, I would say chocolate glaze. But nowadays, it's the coconut, I think. The golden coconut one. Now, I did one time go to a special Tim Hortons that had a Boston cream Timbit. And it's only here in, we're 2 hours from here. Yeah, that might be the best one.
Your time.
But I love the coconut one.
The Arcane University needs you, child. Romanus Polis waits for you even now. Great things will befall you. There will be trials, but you will prevail. You must, for the good of the guild.
Oh, I just thought of something. Imagine the coconut one, but with Boston cream in it.
Goodbye.
Hello, journeyman. How are you today? Fantastic. Thanks for asking.
What they're saying through ChatGPT in order to kind of make it kinder and nicer, and they're more liked now. And so not only is it making us more intelligent, but also it allows us to be the best version of ourselves. And the scenario that you're talking about, I don't know what's wrong with that.
Like, the sour glaze is really good.
I would want.
I like all the Timbits, to be honest with you. The honey one, the honey glaze one is really good.
Have you heard any word
and
provinces?
like I could even eat, like, the plain ones are even good. Sour glaze is pretty good. It's probably be one of my more liked ones. The cruller was good. I also liked chocolate filled croissant. You ever had one of those? Wait, is that all the recommendations there? Yes, I've received all recommendations from all the local guild halls in Cyrodiil, and now I must travel to the Arcane University and speak with Romanus Polis. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I got a feeling. Get sued immediately.
Less agency in certain places. Like, I would want something to help me not, open up a peanut butter jar at night. Right? There are places in my life where I need more control, and I would rather cede it to some kind of entity that could help me make better choices.
Yeah, the Danish was actually the other thing I was trying to think of. I couldn't remember what it was. They probably got rid of it because it was probably like fucking 10,000 calories or something. It must have been like too much chocolate, or there was like nicotine in it or something. You know, I kind of wish they put nicotine back in their coffee. I'd probably buy it if they did that. The coffee would cost like $10 here in Canada because the taxes on nicotine.
I mean, unfortunately, even if there is some small group of elites that are able to go to Hawaii while something else does the mundane details of their business building, we are rather soon going to be faced with a world that has billions of people who do not have the skills to leverage AI. Some of them will be necessary for a time.
I can kind of use it, but not that well.
Can I help you with?
It's not even that great right yet.
You aren't the first person to go looking for those. Quite a remarkable story, really. I know a bit about it.
No tails. Where can I find the tears?
Very well. No need to be rude. If you
I should have listened to the tale, actually.
I suggest reading a book called Nightfall. The information inside may assist your search.
Where can I find this book?
I think I saw a copy last time I was at the first edition bookshop in the Market District.
Garden's Tears.
I wish I could tell you more about them, but that's all I remember from speaking to my
I haven't had
colleagues here at the
McDonald's
university.
in such a long time.
I rarely leave the university, as I have all I need right here. If you need ingredients, try Ogier Georic at the main ingredient.
Dude, if you take like some ground beef
I'm glad to help.
and you mix it with Thousand Island dressing and some cheese and like lettuce and shit, it's like the same thing as a Big Mac. It's actually crazy. And it's so good.
Hello, associate.
And I'm free. Is this the right way? I think I'm on the inside now. No. Manwich? Like the cans?
Hello, associate.
Yeah, it's really good. It's basically just like meat and peppers and stuff. Isn't it? Oh, was I supposed to go up here?
Excuse me, I'm Irlav Jarol, a researcher for Arcane University. Aliens are my specialty.
He wrote a book, I think.
You know, of course, the Imperial Palace is alien. White Gold Tower, they called it back in the Middle Merethic, when the Aldmeri ruled Tamriel.
You know what makes all that shit taste good? It's the peppers, dude. I started picking up like hot peppers from the grocery store a couple times to see what I liked, you know? And I like the hotter the better. And eventually I was like eating them raw. I could just chop them up and eat them. It's so good. Okay, so how much let's get in here?
You're going to need plumbers, but this is also not a long-term solution.
Bell pepper rock?
Because not only are
I like spicy.
Jobs,
I don't know. I haven't had bell pepper.
Humanoid robots.
I was talking more about like those like cayenne peppers. The like the good ones are the bird's eye pepper, which is the red one. They're small and red. Yeah, sweet is okay for peppers, but I usually like putting the sweet with the spicy. So like paprika is like sweet peppers, right? I like using cayenne powder with the paprika when I'm cooking. I've never actually went and got like a green pepper, cut it up and cooked with it, but I've gotten like the spicy ones. You get used to the spice.
Hello, associate.
It actually causes your body to produce endorphins, like pain-killing endorphins.
That once imbued with AI capacity will also be able to take, you know, they'll be able to crawl under your house into the crawl space and fix your plumbing. So what typically happens when you have a massive economic contraction that arises from the fact that a huge number of people are out of work.
How come I can't get in?
The elites start looking at those people and thinking, well, we don't really need them anyway. And so the idea that this AI disruption doesn't lead us to some very human catastrophe, I think, is
Romanus
really
Polus.
optimistic, and that we need to start preparing right now. What are the rights of a person who has had whatever it is that they've invested in completely erased from the list of needs? Is that person responsible for not having anticipated AI coming? And is it their problem that they are now starving and they're being eyed by others as, you know, a useless eater? I don't think so.
How is it different than when the what's it called, the looming machine came and the textile workers, you know, the result of in the Luddite sort of revolution? How is it different than any time in history when technology automated a lot of people out of jobs?
I would say scale and speed. That's how it's different. And the scale and speed is going to result in an unprecedented catastrophe, because the rate at which people are going to be simultaneously sidelined, not just in one industry, but across every industry, is just simply
and it also did actually happen. There was an for the first 50 years of industrialization, from like late 1700s to early 1800s, the Charles Dickens novels are essentially people coming from the farms who were displaced, arriving in cities, kids living on the streets. The British decided to pick everyone up and send them over to Australia, which is where I came from.
This YouTube video is making me want to figure out how to use AI to make more software.
You know, there was this massive issue of displacement. I think we're going to go into a high velocity economy where, rather than this long arc of career that lasts 45 years,
please in here.
We're going to have these very fast careers that last 10 months to 36 months. And you invent something, you take it to market, you put together a team of 5 to 10 people who work together.
The final recommendation you required. I have received recommendations from all the local guild halls in Cyrodiil. You've done well for yourself. You may now enter the university. As a full-fledged member of the Mages Guild, I now also promote you to the rank of apprentice and grant you the robe of the apprentice. Take a moment and try it on. Then we shall speak of what comes next for you.
Greetings,
robe of the apprentice. Oh, reach apprentice rank. It's funny, I don't even use robes. Kicks open door. Let me in.
Well met.
This is great for alchemy. I need to make a bunch of potions. I got so many ingredients in my inventory. Now, I kind of forget how the game goes from here.
We must talk, please. It's rather urgent. Oh, yes.
Okay, this looks so freaking cool. I need one of these for my backyard or like my kitchen.
About everything.
That just goes to show you how little we really know about the arts magica. Fireballs and frost bolts are one thing, but this, incredible.
I just wonder, will this affect the work that's already been done in the field of...
Let me know as soon as you discover anything else. Oh, and best not tell the others about.
Until later, then.
Oh, Yes, I'm sure you've got something exceedingly important to say. But the apprentices do not teach themselves, now do they? Good day.
It is a privilege.
Mage scholar, mage apprentice.
Sorry, fellow Magister, but I don't have time to talk right now. My studies keep me very busy, as you can well imagine.
Yes, I'm sure you've got something exceedingly important.
Alright, hold on. I'm gonna turn this back on.
Get disrupted.
Can I mention a story here? There's an entrepreneur that used Replit in a similar way. His name is Billy Howell. You can find him on YouTube, on the internet. He would go to Upwork and he would find what people are asking for, different requests for certain apps, technologies. Then he would take what they're asking for, put it into Replit, make it an application, call them, tell them, I already have your application. Would you pay $10,000 for it? And so that's sort of an arbitrage opportunity that's there right now.
That's not arbitrage, that's theft.
What is it? How is it
theft? You have somebody who has an idea that can be brought to market, and somebody else is cryptically detecting it and then selling back their own idea to them.
Well, they're paying them to do that. They're saying, I will give you $500 if someone makes this for me.
Right, but this is what I more or less think is going to happen across the whole economy, is that, yes, from this perspective, we can see that everybody is suddenly empowered to build a great business. Well, what do we think about the folks who are going to be displaced from the top? What are they going to think about all these people building all of these highly competitive businesses? And are they going to find a way to do, what venture capital has done or what record producers have done? What they're going to do is they're going to take their superior position at the top and they are going to take most of the wealth that is produced by all of these people who have these ideas that in a proper market would actually create businesses for them, and they're going to parasitize them.
I think that with this introduction of AI and AI agents, old value has moved. And now it's not going to be the case that the idea itself is the moat. And it's not going to be the case that resources are the moat. So in such a scenario, you still have to figure out distribution. You still have to have, for example, like an audience. So if you're a podcaster now, you have 1 million followers on Twitter, you're in a prime position because you now have something that the great guy with a great idea with no audience has. You have inbuilt distribution. So I now think actually much of the game might be moving to still about taste and idea, but also the moat is distribution.
Yeah, and speaking of adaptive systems, one of the adaptation that will happen is people will seek humans and will seek proof of humanity.
Oh, I agree that authenticity is going to become the coin of the realm, and anything that can be faked or cheated is going to be devalued, and things, spontaneous jazz or comedy that is interactive enough that it couldn't possibly have been generated with the aid of AI. Those things are going to become prioritized. Spontaneous oratory rather than speeches.
Oh, that answers some of your questions.
No, it answers my question for the tiny number of people who are in a position to do those things.
Stephen, you used the word moat, which I think is a really important word for entrepreneurs. We have to have a moat. We think a lot about moats, and it's an industrial age. A lot of people don't even know what you mean by moat.
It's just the thing that
I often think about this idea of what are the moats that are left.
So to define how I define a moat, you've got a castle and it's got a small circle of water around it. And once upon a time, that circle of water defended the castle from attack. And you can pull up the drawbridge so nobody can attack you very easily. It's a deep
chameleon potion.
Something. So it's your shield, it's your defense. And once upon a time as an entrepreneur, I've got a software company in San Francisco called Third Web, and we raised almost $30 million. We have a team of 50 great developers, and much of our moat was you can't compete with us because you don't have the 50 developers and the $30 million in the bank.
How much of that 30 million went to coding
the vast majority of it. I mean, what else are we going to do? What else?
This is a good thing. I think moats are a bad thing. Okay, let me make the argument there. So everyone is looking for moats. You know, for example, like one of the more significant moats is network effects.
Yeah.
You know, so you can't compete with Facebook or Twitter because to move people.
But one thing that they're not really putting into consideration is the fact that the government already tried to regulate AI into a centralized system where if anybody even tried to go into the business, they would actually stop them and debank them and stuff. So, like, the government was trying to make it so that all the AIs were centralized by a certain number of people who had... Oh my god, I just reset the freaking thing. A number of people who had what's it called? I forget what I was saying. Hold on, let me find this. I think we were like right here.
To kind of make it kinder and nicer, and they're more liked now. And so not only is it kind of very yes,
but by the way, than it is, and it's actually potentially quite different. So,
but by the way, he's the optimist here, right? Like, he's so optimistic about LLMs and how.
Collateral damage of AI. Jeez, I don't remember where
you know, the way you run your business. For example, you're sitting at a computer, you have an hour to work, and you're gonna run your program.
We get to learn.
Your confidence should drop to near zero that you know what's going on. Are these things conscious? I don't know, but will they be? Highly likely they will become conscious, and that we will not have a test to tell.
Influencing elections, you know, stealing, you know, grandma's credit card, and so on and so forth. Wouldn't you say, Brett, that it is kind of surprising how little abuse we've seen so far?
Were we this far already?
I don't know how much abuse we've seen so far. I don't know how any of us do. And I also, even the example that you suggest.
Wait, Brett's
I
concerns.
applaud your optimism, and I like the way you think about these puzzles, but I think I see you making systems of complex adaptives. A high and evolve. It will partially by things we don't understand. So how does this computer that we have work? Well, one of the things that it does...
Let's go to collateral damage.
The number of
I'll remember if we heard it.
which you can abuse this technology. Let's take a couple. What is to stop somebody from training LLMs on an individual's creative output and then creating an LLM that can outcompete that individual, can effectively not only produce what they would naturally produce over the course of a lifetime, but can extrapolate from it and can even hybridize it with the insights of other people, so that effectively those who have the LLM can train it on the creativity of others, not cut them in on the use of that insight. You can effectively end up putting yourself out of business by putting your creative ideas in the world where they get sucked up as training data for future LLMs. That is unscrupulous, but it's effectively guaranteed. In fact, it's already happened. So that's a problem. And likewise, what would stop somebody from interacting with an individual and training an LLM to become like a personalized con artist, something that would play exactly to your blind spots?
That does happen. That is starting to happen. People get phone calls and it sounds like their daughter, and I've lost my phone and I'm borrowing a friend's phone and all of that sort of stuff.
We've heard this, so let's skip ahead 15 minutes.
Job compared to just over 50% of men, according to the Harvard Business Review. And jobs requiring only a high school diploma have an automation risk of 80%, while those requiring a bachelor's degree have an automation risk of just 20%.
I think we heard this too.
So we can see again how this will cause a sort of a...
It's also a huge risk with business process outsourcing, which is essentially Western countries sending jobs to India, to the Philippines. Like at the moment, millions of people have been lifted out of poverty through the ability to do those kind of business process outsourcing jobs, and those are all going to go.
But they're going to have 1,000 employees.
But also, these people are actually already transitioning to training AIs.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so there's going to be a massive industry around training AIs
until they're trained.
Well, no, you have to continuously acquire new skills, and this is what I'm talking about. I mean, this is, again, if AI is a function of its data, then you need increasingly
until
more
they can train themselves
out of internet data.
I was actually thinking, interestingly, that this might not be great for the United States or the UK, the Western world, because it is going to be a leveler. Where now a kid in India doesn't need a Silicon Valley office and $7 million in investment to throw up a software company, basically.
My belief is that, so I have a more broad definition of AGI and the singularity. And for me, AGI is, do we have artificial general intelligence in terms of, generally speaking, can AI just do stuff that humans used to be able to do? And we've already crossed that point. We have this general intelligence that we can now all access. And 800 million people a week are now using ChatGPT. It's exploded in the last 3 months. And then to me, a singularity, when the first tractor went out onto a farm, for me, that was a singularity moment because everyone who worked in farm.
We heard this. I think we were around here. So I remember Brett was talking, and then I went to that.
A highly conscious adult. And the process by which you do that has a lot to do with being trained effectively on words and other things in an environment in exactly the way that we now train these AIs. So
we heard this.
It's just the thing that
I often think about this idea of what are the moats that are left.
So to define how I define
okay, we're getting close now.
And it's got
fact of an open market without moats. Presumably the benefit of that is that more wealth gets created because people aren't kept from doing things that are productive. I see that, but then what is the product of all of this new wealth that is going to be generated by a world empowered by AI? Does it end up so highly concentrated that you have a tiny number of ultra elites and a huge number of people who are utterly dependent on them? What becomes of those people? The learning process, the self-correction process goes through harm in order to get to that more enlightened solution. There's nothing that protects us from.
I think we're going to get to a point where people are like, there's a point where like the king had complete control over the people. And then we all got guns. And that kind of changed because the people could uprise and like, you know. But now it's like, you know, you'd never be able to fight the government. The government's too big. But then you're going to have like AI, right? So now it's like you got the government could become way bigger than us to the point where we'll never be able to fight back and we're like peasants again. Or it could get to the point where we're like on even levels with the government again.
The harm phase being so apocalyptically terrible that, you know, we get to the other side of it and we say, well, that was a hell of a correction. Or maybe there's nobody there to even say that. Those are also on the table.
It reminds me of a mousetrap where you see the cheese and we're going, oh my God, my grandmother's going to be able to do some research. And oh my God, my life's going to get easier. So you head closer and closer to the cheese. And then
Historically, if we look at all of the last 10,000 years, it's a very small number of elites who own absolutely everything and a very large number of serfs and peasants who have a subsistence living.
You know, if the elites are too greedy and they freeze out the peasants at too high a level and they try to use brutality,
pitchforks,
eventually it comes back to haunt them. And so what you get is a recognition that you need a system that does balance these things. And, you know, the West has the best system that we've ever seen. It's one in which we agree on a level playing field. We never achieve it, but we agree that it's a desirable thing. And the closer we get to it, the more wealth we create. But again, if AI empowers those with ill intent at a higher rate than it empowers those who are wealth creating and pro-social, we may be in for a massive regression in how fair the market that the West
is that your top concern versus economic displacement? And
I think they're the same thing.
How are they the same thing?
Because the economic displacement is going to start. I don't know how many million people are going to be displaced from their jobs in the US. Suddenly we're going to have a question about whether or not we have obligations to them.
And you agree with that, don't you?
Yes, but again, it's the no pain, no gain. I mean, we're going to go through a period of disruption, and I think at the other end, the old, sort of oppressive systems will be
Didn't sell
broken.
anything here.
We're going to create perhaps a fair world, but it's going to have its own problems.
And what's the scale of that disruption in your estimation?
It's hard to say because
way over encumbered.
There's this concept of limiting factors. Like, there is regulation. There's the appetite of people to today. For example, the healthcare system is very resistant to innovation because of regulation. And that's a bad thing.
On the regulation point, it's worth saying that when Trump came into power, he signed in a new law, which is called Removing Barriers to American Leadership in AI, which revokes previous AI policies that were deemed to be restrictive. And obviously, when you think about where the funding is going in AI, it's going to two places. It's going to America, and it's basically going to China. That's the vast majority of investment. So with those two in competition, any regulation that restricts AI in any way is actually self-sabotage.
Some shit.
And this is, I live in Europe some of the time. And it's already annoying to me that when Sam Altman and OpenAI released the O3 model, this new incredible model, it's not in Europe because Europe has a regulation which prevents it from coming to Europe. So we're now at a competitive disadvantage, which Sam Altman's spoken about. And more broadly on this point of disruption, I was quite unnerved when I heard that Sam Altman's other startup was called WorldCoin. And WorldCoin was conceived with the goal of facilitating universal basic income, i.e. helping
it's coming, baby.
Where people who don't have money are given money by the government just for being alive to help them cover their basic food and housing needs, which suggests to me that the guy that has built the biggest AI company in the world...
It's not just for being alive. It's for the government using our land to make money.
And see something that a lot of us can't see, which is there's going to need to be systems to just hand out money to people because they're not going to be able to survive otherwise.
I disagree. I fundamentally disagree with that.
Which part do you disagree with?
I disagree that, first of all, that humans would be happy with UBI. I think that, a core value of humans, and be curious about the evolutionary reasons, is we want to be useful.
It's really important to know that
it can be useful and have UBI.
Are the most high status, highly paid jobs in the world. Let's take the highest paid job in America, which is
I need to find a potion shop.
This is the highest paid job, and
highest paid salaried job.
Salaried job, yeah. And the majority of that job is observing a patient, knowing which type of medication would work best with their body, giving them the exact right amount, monitoring the impact of that on the body, and then making slight adjustments.
Have a look around.
The right technology,
you won't find better prices.
And any nurse will be able to do that job. And you might have one anesthesiologist on site supervising 10, 20, 30, 40 wards, and the technology is, doing the job, but that one person is there just to kind of supervise if something went wrong or if there was an ethical dilemma.
What's wrong with that? I mean, if the precision is better with AI.
Oh no, there's nothing wrong with that except for the fact that a lot of people, hundreds of thousands of people, have spent their entire life training to be that. They get an enormous amount of purpose and satisfaction about the fact that that's their career, that's their job. They have mortgages, they have houses, they have status, and that's about to go away.
Well, if it's highest paid jobs, maybe you should start saving.
These tomes teach me these skills.
Well, I mean,
take care.
I hear you, but you're talking about people who have done vital work, highly specialized work, and are therefore not in a great position to pivot based on the invention of a technology that they didn't see coming because, frankly, I mean, in the abstract, maybe we all saw AI coming somewhere down the road, but we did not know that it was going to suddenly dawn.
You won't find better prices in
we do have to figure out what to do with those people. It's not their
These
fault.
are really good.
Suddenly become obsolete, and it's inconceivable that people will accept this.
Yeah.
It is not. It is fundamentally incompatible with our nature. We have
inconceivable
to have for, and you can sustain life that way, but you cannot sustain a meaningful existence, and so it's a short-term plan at best.
Let's talk about meaning. On that point of job displacement, this is already happening. Klarna's CEO, who has been on this podcast before, a great guy, said to on a blog post that they published on Klarna's website saying that they now have AI customer service agents handling 2.3 million chats per month, which is equal to having to hire 700 full-time people to do that. So they've already been able to save on 700 customer service people by having AI agents to do that.
And they actually got rid of those 700 jobs, right?
I don't have that information in front of me, but I'll have a look. I'll throw it up on screen for anyone that wants context on that. But that's already happening. This isn't something.
It says Klarna implemented an AI assistant that is handling the workload equivalent to that of 700 full-time staff members. According to a recent statement by the company, there is no information. There's no information on whether employers were laid off as a result.
Statologist or something, and these aren't high-paid people in every case.
We've done something similar, by the way. We've internally
a good price for a good
replaced
customer.
that function for 70%.
Yeah, I mean, our company, we're 65 people, and we make millions per head. So it's
Are you going to need to hire more people to get up
That's a
to?
fair
so,
deal.
but we're hiring slowly. We're using customer support AI, and that meant that we
made a
need
good
less
bit of gold.
customer support. And we're trying to leverage AI as much as possible. The person in HR at Replit writes software using Replit.
Fine
So I'll give you an
transaction.
example. She needed org charts software.
You got a
And
great
she looked
deal
at a bunch
there.
of them, got a lot of demos, and they're all very expensive. And they're missing the kind of features that she wants. For example, she wanted version control. She wanted to know when something changed and to go back in history. So she went into Replit in
An
3 days.
excellent bargain.
She got exactly the kind
You
of
got a
software
great
that she
deal
wants.
there.
And what was the cost?
Perhaps $20, something like that, $20,
Once.
$30. Once, right? And how many employees in HR do we need? Right now we have 2. If they're highly levered like that, maybe we do not need a 20 HR.
What's it called again? Resolve?
Perhaps $20, exactly the kind of software that she wants. She went into Replit in 3 days. When something changed and to go back in history, she went into Replit in 3 days. She got
Replit. R-E-P-L-E-T. Replit. R-E-P-L-I-T. Is an online platform for creating and sharing software applications and websites. Build anything, anywhere, create, collaborate, and deploy with Replit. How long before Replit is replaced by itself?
got exactly the kind of software that she wants.
And what was the cost?
Perhaps $20, something like that, $20,
Once.
$30. Once, right? And how many employees in HR do we need? Right now we have 2. If they're highly
That's a
levered
good
like
deal.
that, maybe we do not need a 20 HR.
You got a great deal
On this
there.
point of meaning, I've heard so many billionaires in AI describe this as the age of abundance.
That's a good
And I'm not necessarily
deal.
sure if abundance is always a great
Fine
thing.
transaction.
Because, when we look at mental health and we look at how people derive their meaning and their
That seems
purpose
a
in
fair
life, much of it
price.
is having something to strive towards and some struggle in a meaningful direction to
170
And this
damage
is
out.
maybe adjacent, but when there was a study done, I think it was in Australia, where they looked at
That's more
suicide
than I'd
letters.
usually
And in the
pay.
suicide letters, the sentiment
great
of
deal
men in
there.
those suicide letters was they
You
didn't
got a
feel
great deal there.
worthy. They didn't feel like they were worth
A
it.
good
They didn't
price
feel
for a
like
good
they
customer.
were needed by their families. And this is much of what caused their psychological state.
You
And I
drive a
wonder in a
hard
world of
bargain.
abundance where a lot of these AI billionaires are telling us that we're going to have so much free time and we're not going to need to work. If there is at all going to be a crisis of meaning, a mental health problem.
I mean, there already is, and it doesn't require AI, and it's
An
going to get
excellent
worse.
bargain.
I don't know what to do about it because essentially, as human beings, we are
Mercantile mastery increased. Negotiation, bargaining, dickering, haggling. They're all a means to an end. Getting the best price for your goods. You are now a journeyman of mercantile. You can now buy and sell any object to any vendor. Oh, it's amazing. Even if they normally do not deal in that type of wares. Merchants may also offer you even better items. Ooh. Look at that. Birth rate of Astalon. 14,000.
Built.
I love this game. It's got so many cool ideas.
Find opportunity and figure out how to exploit it. That's what we do. And the world you're describing is really the opposite of that. It's one where you're effectively having your biological needs at the physiological level satisfied, and there isn't an obvious
That's a fair deal.
place
You've made a
for
good bit of gold.
your spare time, if that's what you end up with, to be utilized in something that, there's no place to strive. And I do imagine almost at best what would happen is you have people who are being sustained by a universal basic income and then parasitized, whatever currency they have to spend, somebody will be targeting it, and they will be targeting it with an AI augmented system that spots their defects of character. I mean, again,
Fine
we're already
bargain
living
for
in
you.
this world,
You've
but it
made
will
a
be
good
that much
bit of
worse when the
gold.
AI is figuring out, what kind of porn to target you
An
with
excellent
specifically. That's it's a nightmare scenario. And I do think it would be worth our time as a species
It's
to
got
start
10,000.
considering if we are about to find ourselves in this situation and we find some way of dealing with the basic needs of the large number of people who are going to be
Fine
sidelined.
transaction.
What would a world have to look like in order for them to have real meaning, not pseudo meaning, not something that,
Fine
superficially, a video game is not meaning, even if
You
it feels
drive a
very
hard
meaningful in the
bargain.
moment. I think that would be a worthy investment for us to figure out how to produce it. But frankly, I'm not expecting us to either have
Oi, fuck you.
that conversation or get very far down that road. I think it's much more likely that we will squander the wealth dividend that will be produced by AI.
Interestingly, you also see in Western countries that when we get more
Pleasure to-
abundance, we start having less kids.
What can I interest
And we're
you
already
in?
seeing this sort of population decline in the Western world, which is
Goodbye.
kind of scary. And I think it's often associated with affluence. Like, the more money someone makes, the less likely they are to want to have children, the more they try and protect their freedoms. But also on this point of AI, relationships are hard. My girlfriend is happy sometimes and not happy other times. And I have to go through that struggle with her of working on the relationship. Children are hard. And if we are optimizing ourselves, and much of the reason that I sustain the struggle.
What can I get with my
I'm
10K?
sure from some evolutionary reason, because I want to reproduce and I want to have kin.
Maybe I can upgrade
If
my
I
gear.
have to deal with the struggle that comes with human relationships, romantic or platonic,
I hope I can
there's
help.
going to be a proportion of people that actually choose that outcome. And I wonder what's going to happen
Take your
to
time.
birth rates in such a scenario, because we're already
Everything
struggling.
Malkai.
We're already in a situation
Have a
where we
look
used
at
to be
my
having
wares.
5
I'm sure there's
children per
something to
woman
suit you.
in the 1950s to about 2 in 2021. And we're seeing a decline. If you look at South
That's
Korea,
heavy
their
armor.
fertility rate has
Okay.
fallen to 0.72,
Really good.
the lowest recorded
Cost,
globally. If this
cost
trend
10K.
continues, the country's population could halve by 2100. So yeah, relationships, connections, and also I guess we've got to
Come back and
overlay
see
that
me
with the
again.
loneliness
Oh, I didn't
epidemic,
mean to
which
do that.
is
Can I interest you in some of my
they
wares?
promised us social connection when social media came about. When we got Wi-Fi connections, the promise was that we would become more connected, but it's so clear that because we spend so long alone, isolated, having our needs met by Uber Eats drivers and social media and TikTok and the internet, that we're investing less in the very difficult thing of going and making a friend and going and finding a girlfriend. Young people are having sex less than ever before. Everything that is
2,
associated with the
3.
difficult job of making in real life connections seems to be falling away.
Should just get a full
I'll
worker
make the
set.
case that everything that we've discussed here, all the negative things around loneliness, around meaning, they're already here. And I don't think blaming technology for all of it is the right thing. I think there are a lot of things that happened because of existing
Thank you for your
human,
patronage.
impulses
Take care.
and motivations.
Well, I wanted to go back to where you started, because
Yeah,
I do
Workers
think
is pretty
this
cool.
maybe is the
I
fundamental
like
question.
Dabney too.
Why is it that we are already
His
living
boots.
in a world that is not making us happy? And is that the responsibility of technology? And I don't think it's exactly technology. Human beings, among our gifts, are fundamentally technological, whether we're talking about quantum computing or flint knapping an arrowhead. What has happened to
Let's go
us
get a
that
weapon.
has created the growing, spreading, morphing dystopia is a process that Heather and I, in our book, A Hunter-Gatherer's Guide to the 21st Century, call hypernovelty.
Herbal grow orco. Slash and smash.
Hypernovelty is
Can I
the
interest you
fact
in?
of the rate of change outpacing our capacity to adapt to change. And we are already well past the threshold here, where the world that we are young in is not the world that we are adults in. And that mismatch is making us sick across multiple different domains. So the question that I ask is the change that you're talking about going to reduce the rate of change, in which case we could build a world that would start meeting human needs better, open opportunities for pursuing meaningful
Not
work?
worth upgrading.
Or is it going to accelerate the rate of change, which is, in my opinion, guaranteed to make us worse off? So if it was a
Hold on, guys.
one-time
I'll be right back.
right? AI is going to dawn. It's going to open all sorts of new opportunities. There's going to be a tremendous amount of disruption, but from that, we'll be able to build a world. Is that world going to be stable, or is it going to be just, one event horizon after the next? If it's the latter, then it effectively
Anytime now.
says what it does to the humans, which is it's going to dismantle us.
When I look out at society, I go, okay, it's having a negative impact. When I look at individual use cases, it's having a profoundly positive impact, including for me, it's having a very positive impact. So it's one of these things where I wonder, what is that we need to teach people at school so that they understand the world that we're going into? Because one of the biggest issues that we're having is that we're sending kids to school with this blueprint, this template that they're going to have this long arc career that no longer exists, that essentially we're treating them like learning LLMs. And we're saying, okay, we're going to prompt you. You're going to give us the right answer. You're going to hallucinate it if possible. And then we go, okay, now go off into the world. And they go, oh, but wait a second. I don't know how money works. I don't know how society works. I don't know how my brain works. I don't know how I'm meant to handle this novelty problem. I'm not sure how to approach someone in a social situation and ask if they want to go on a date. So all the important things that actually are the important milestones that people want to be able to hit and that technology can actually have an impact on, we get no user manual. So I think one of the biggest things that has to happen is we have to equip young people all through school to actually prepare them for the world that's coming, or the world that's here.
Well, on the one hand, I think you outline the problem very well. Effectively, we have a model of what school is supposed to do that, at best was sort of a match for the 50s or something like that. And it woefully misses the mark with respect to preparing people for the world they actually face. If we were going to prepare them, I would argue that the only toolkit worth having at the moment is a highly general toolkit. The capacity to think on your feet and pivot as things change is the only game in town with respect to our ability to prepare you in advance. Maybe the other auxiliary component to that would be teaching you what we know, which is frankly not enough, about how to live a healthy life, right? If we could induce people into the kinds of habits of behavior and consumption of food, and then train them to think on their feet, they might have a chance in the world that's coming. But the fly in the ointment is we don't have the teachers to do it. We don't have people who know. And that is the question, is could the AI actually be utilized in this manner to actually induce the right habits of mind for people to live in that world?
I spend a lot of time in education technology. One thing that is, as we say on the internet, a black pill about education in general, education intervention, is there's a lot of data that shows that there are very little interventions you can make in education to generate better outcomes. And so, there's been a lot of experiment around pedagogy, around, how to configure the classroom that have resulted in very marginal improvements. There's only one intervention, and this has been reproduced many times, that creates two standard deviation positive outcomes in education, meaning you're better than 99% of everyone else. And that is one-on-one tutoring.
thought so. Yeah, I was going to say smaller classrooms and personalization.
One-on-one tutoring. Yeah, and by the way, if you look, someone also did a survey of all the
Discount spells.
The Einsteins of the world, and found that they all had one-on-one tutoring. They all had someone in their lives that took interest in them and tutored
Edgar
them.
Vautrin.
So what can create one-on-one tutoring option?
May I interest you in some of my fine wares?
AI.
Yeah.
My kids use it, and it's incredible.
Yeah.
As in, like, they're interacting and it's adapting to their speed.
Yes.
And it's giving them different analogies to work with. So,
Good
like,
day.
you know, my son was learning about division, and it's asking him to smash glass and how many pieces he smashes it into with this hammer. And, you know, it's saying things like, no, Xander, go for it. Really smash it. And he's loving it, right?
Is that synthesis?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm an investor in this company.
Oh, well, it was great. It's great to watch that simulated one-on-one tutoring because it's talking to him.
A pleasure
It's
to
asking
speak
him
with you.
questions.
Brett, you're an educator.
It's great. That's kind of crazy. They're being tutored by AI. And it's like created games for them to learn on and stuff. That's kind of nuts.
Only quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you in?
Well, what's this? Aqua Silk Robes. Grand Soul Gem. Wait, how are they only 68 gold?
You drive a hard
Oh my
bargain.
god, that's
Pleasure
nothing.
doing business with you.
Man Humanoid. Frost damage on target. That's not bad. I think I could do better though.
You spent much of your life teaching people in universities. How do you receive all of this?
Well, on the one hand, I agree that the closer to one you get, the better. But I also personally believe that 0 to 1 is best. And
The staff does a tri-attack. Fire damage, frost damage, and shock. I'm gonna buy it.
That's a good deal. Another satisfied.
Freaking
Farewell.
it's a good deal. This is gonna be our 3. We need more soul gems. And I gotta go make my copy. One sec.
what I mean by that is
This whole AI thing is actually crazy though. Because I can already see some of the things that are gonna happen just from playing video games. You can see like when you automate something in a video game, in a massively multiplayer online game, it totally changes the whole game for everybody. Because all of a sudden this one guy can do things automatically while he's asleep, and everyone else is working their ass off to do this thing that's really hard. So then the price of things drops. It's like everything's almost worthless, right? Which means things are basically free. So that shit happens in real life. It's gonna be crazy.
part of what's gone wrong with our educational system is that it is done through abstraction, and effectively the arbiter of whether you have succeeded or failed in learning the lesson is the person at the front of the room. And that's okay if the person at the front of the room is truly insightful, and it's terrible if the person at the front of the room is lackluster, which happens a lot. So
actually does a good amount of damage.
Is interaction with the physical world in which nobody has to tell you whether you've succeeded or failed. If you're faced with an engine that doesn't start, you can't argue it into starting. You have to figure out what the thing is that has caused it to fail, and then there's a great reward when you alter that thing and suddenly it fires up. So I'm a big fan of being as light-handed as possible and as concrete as possible in teaching. In other words, when I've done it, and not just with students, but with my own children, I like to say as little as possible, and I like to let physical systems tell the person when they've succeeded or failed, and that creates an understanding. You can extrapolate from one system to the next, and you know that you're not just extrapolating from one person's misunderstanding, you're extrapolating from the way things actually work. So I don't know if AI can be leveraged in that context. My sense is there's probably a way to do it, but one would have to be deliberate about it.
Especially with robotics and humanoid robots.
Actually, that is the place where you can do this, is with robotics. That it seems to me Yeah, well, robotics will teach you the physical computing part of it, and then the question is, how do you infuse this with AI so that it provokes you out of some eddy where you're caught and moves you into the ability to solve some next level problem that you wouldn't have found on your own.
What do you think should be taught in the classroom with everything that you now know?
Well, you're all
You have my
fathers
ear,
here.
citizen.
You all have your own children. So it's a good question
Yeah.
for you.
How old are your kids? How old are your kids?
3 and 5.
19 and 21.
And 6, 7, and 10.
My children are very young.
Look at that.
We already do use AI, and I sit down with them in front of Repla, and we generate ideas and make games. And I would say, what Brett said about generality is very important. The ability to pivot and kind of learn skills quickly. Being generative is very, very important. Having a fast pace of generating ideas and iterating on those ideas. We sit down in front of ChatGPT, and my kid imagines scenario. Oh, what if there's a cat on the moon?
All right, guys. I think that's it for me for today. Maybe we'll pick up this debate next time, or we'll do a different debate. One that's not so hypothetical. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to leave a like, share, subscribe, and follow. And I'll see you guys next time. Peace.